Cantos 1 to 4 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by om123. Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph D.H. Griffith. Canto 1. Rama's Speech. The son of Raghu heard, consoled, the wondrous tale Hanuman told, and as his joyous hope grew high, in friendly words he made reply. Behold a mighty task achieved, which never heart but his conceived. Who else across the sea can spring, save Vayu and the feathered king? Who pass the portals strong and high, which Nagas, gods, and fiends defy, where Ravan's hosts their station keep, and come uninjured over the deep? By such a deed the wind god's son good service to the king has done, and saved from ruin and disgrace Lakshman and me and Raghu's race. Well has he planned and bravely fought, and with due care my lady sought. But of the sea I sadly think, and the sweet hopes that cheered me sink. How can we cross the leagues of foam that keep us from the giant's home? What can the banner legions more than master on the ocean shore? Canto 2. Sugriva's Speech. He ceased, and King Sugriva tried to calm his grief, and thus replied. Be to thy nobler nature true, nor let despair thy soul subdue. This cloud of causeless woe dispel, for all as yet has prospered well. And we have traced thy queen, and know the dwelling of our Rakshas foe. Arise, consult, thy task must be to cast a breeze athwart the sea, the city of our foe to reach, that crowns the mountain by the beach. And when our feet that isle shall tread, rejoice and deem thy foeman dead. The sea unbridged his walls defy, both fiends and children of the sky, though at the fierce battalion's head Lord Indra's self the onset led. Yea, victory is thine before the long breeze touch the farther shore. So fleet and fierce and strong are these, who limp them as their fancies please. Away with grief and sad surmise, that mar the noblest enterprise, and with their weak suspicion blight the sage's plan, the hero's might. Come, this degenerate weakness spurn, and bid thy dauntless heart return, for each fair hope by grief is crossed, when those we love are dead or lost. Arise, O best of those who know, arm for the giant's overthrow. None in the triple world I see, who in the fight may equal thee. None who before thy face may stand, and brave the bow that arms thy hand. Trust to these mighty banners, they with full success thy trust will pay, and thou shalt reach the robber's hold, and loving arms round Sita fold. Canto 3. Lanka. He ceased, and Raghu's son gave heed, attentive to his prudent rede, then turned again, with hope inspired, to Hanuman, and thus inquired. Light were the task for thee I ween, to bridge the sea that gleams between the mainland and the island shore, or dry the deep and guide us over. Fain would I learn from thee whose feet have trod the stones of every street, of fenced Lanka's towers and forts, and walls and moats and guarded ports, and castles where the giants dwell, and battlemented citadel. O Bayu's son, describe it all, with palace, fort, and gate, and wall. He ceased, and, skilled in arts that guide the eloquent, the chief replied, "Vast is the city, gay and strong, where elephants unnumbered throng, and countless hosts of Rakshas breed stand ready by the car and steed. 4 massive gates, securely barred, all entrance to the city guard, with murderous engines fixed to throw bolt, arrow, rock to check the foe, and many a mace with iron head that strikes at once 100 dead. Her golden ramparts wide and high, with massy strength the foe defy, where inner walls their rich inlay of coral, turquoise, pearl display. Her circling moats are broad and deep, where ravening monsters dart and leap. By 4 great piers each moat is spanned, where lines of deadly engines stand. In sleepless watch at every gate, unnumbered hosts of giants wait, and masters of each weapon rear the threatening pike and sword and spear. My fury hauled those ramparts down, filled up the moats that guard the town, the piers and portals overturned, and stately Lanka spoiled and burned. However we banner force our way over the wide seat of maroon sway, be sure that city of the foe is doomed to sudden overthrow. Nay, why so vast an army lead? Brave Angat doeth good at need. Fierce Mainda, Panas famed in fight, and Nila's skill and Nala's might. And Jambaban the strong and wise will dare the easy enterprise. Assailed by these shall Lanka fall, with gate and rampart, tower and wall. Command the gathering, chief, and they in happy hour will haste away. Canto 4. The March. He ceased, and spurred by warlike pride, the impetuous son of Raghu cried, "Soon shall mine arm with wrathful joy the city of the foe destroy. Now, chieftain, now collect the host, and onward to the southern coast. The sun in his meridian tower gives glory to the banner power. The demon lord who stole my queen, by timely flight his life may screen. She, when she knows her lord is near, will cling to hope and banish fear. Saved like a dying wretch who sips the drink of gods with fevered lips. Arise, thy troops to battle lead, all happy omens counsel speed. The Lord of stars in favouring skies bodes glory to our enterprise. This arm shall slay the fiend, and she, my consort, shall again be free. Mine upward roving eye foreshows the longed-for triumph over my foes. Far in the van be Nila's post, to scan the pathway for the host, and let thy bravest and thy best 100,000 wait his haste. Go forth, O warrior Nila, lead the legions on through wood and mead, where pleasant waters cool the ground, and honey, flowers, and fruit abound. Go, and with timely care prevent the Rakshas foeman's dark intent. With watchful troops each valley guard, ere brooks and fruits and roots be marred, and search each glen and leafy shade for hostile troops in ambuscade. But let the weakling stay behind, for heroes is our task designed. Let thousands of the banner breed the vanguard of the armies lead. Fierce and terrific must it be, as billows of the stormy sea. There be the hill-huge Gaja's place, and Gavaya's strongest of his race. And like the bull that leads the horde, Gavaksha's by no fears deterred. Let Rishav, matchless in the might of warlike arms, protect our right, and Gandhamadan next in rank defend and guide the other flank. I, like the god who rules the sky, born on Aravat mounted high, on stout Hanuman's back will ride, the central host to cheer and guide. Fierce as the god who rules below, on Angad's back let Lakshman show, like him who wealth to mortal shares, the Lord whom Sarvabhauma bows, the bold Shusain's impetuous might, and Vegadarsi's piercing sight, and Jambavan whom bears revere, illustrious tree shall guard the rear. He seized the royal banner hard, and swift, obedient to his word, sprang forth in numbers none might tell, from mountain, cave, and bosky dell, from rocky ledge and breezy height, fierce banners burning for the fight. And Rama's course was southward bent, amid the mighty armament. On, joyous, pressed in close array, the hosts who owned Sugriva's sway, with nimble feet, with rapid bound, exploring ere they passed the ground, while from 10 myriad throats rang out the challenge and the battle shout. On roots and honeycomb they fed, and clusters from the boughs overhead, or from the ground the tall trees tore, rich with the flowery load they bore. Some carried comrades wild with mirth, then cast their riders to the earth, who swiftly to their feet arose, and overthrew their laughing foes. While still rang out the general cry, King Ravan and his fiends shall die. Still on, exulting in the pride of Kansa's strength, the banners hide, and gazed where noble Sahaya best of mountains raised each towering crest. They looked on lake and streamlet where the lotus bloom was bright and fair, nor marched, for Rama's hest they feared, where town or haunt of man appeared. Still onward, fearful as the waves of ocean when he roars and raves. Led by their eager chieftains went the banner's countless armament. Each captain, like a noble steed, oarsed by the lash to double speed, pressed onward, filled with cheer and pride, by Rama's and his brother's side, who high above the banner throng, on mighty backs were borne along, like the great lords of day and night, seized by the eclipsing planet's might. Then Lakshman, radiant as the morn, on Angad's shoulders high upborne, with sweet consoling words that woke new ardour to his brother spoke. Soon shalt thou turn, thy queen regained, and impious Ravan's lifeblood drained, in happiness and high renown, to dear Ayodhya's happy town. I see around exceeding fair all omens of earth and air, auspicious bridges sweet and low, to greet the banner army blow. And softly to my listening ear come the glad cries of bird and deer. Bright is the sky around us, bright, without a cloud, the Lord of light. And Sukra, with propitious love, looks on thee from his throne above. The polestar and the sainted seven shine brightly in the northern heaven, and great Trishanku, glorious king, Ikshaku's son, from whom we spring, beams in unclouded glory near, his holy priest whom all revere. Undimmed the two Vishakhas shine, the strength and glory of our line, and Nereid's influence that aids our Rakshas foeman fades and fades. The running brooks are fresh and fair, the boughs their ripening clusters bear, and scented bridges gently sway the leaflet of the tender spray. See, with a glory half divine, the banner's ordered legions shine, bright as the gods' exultant train, who saw the demon Tarak slain. Oh, let thine eyes these signs behold, and bid thy heart be glad and bold. The banner squadrons densely spread over all the country onward sped, while rising from the rapid beat of bears and monkeys' hastening feet, dust hid the earth with thickest veil, and made the struggling sunbeams pale. Now, where Mahendra's peaks arise, came Rama of the lotus eyes, and the long arms' resistless might, and clomb the mountains' wood-crowned height. Thence Dasarath's son beheld, where billowy ocean rose and swelled, past Malaya's peaks and Sahaya's chain, the Banner legions reached the main, and stood in many a martial band on loud resounding ocean's strand. To the fair wood that fringed the tide came Dasarath's son and cried, "At length, my lord Sugriva, we have reached King Varun's realm, the sea, and one great thought still vexing how to cross the flood awaits us now. The broad deep ocean that denies a passage stretched before us lies. Then let us halt and plan the while how best to storm the giant's isle." He ceased. Sugriva on the coast, by trees overshadowed, stayed the host, that seemed in glittering lines to be the bright waves of a second sea. Then from the shore the captains gazed on billows which the breezes raised, to fury as they dashed in foam over Varun's realm, the Asur's home. The sea that laughed with foam and danced with waves whereon the sunbeams glanced, where when the light began to fade, huge crocodiles and monsters played, and when the moon went up the sky, the troubled billows rose on high, from the wild watery world whereon 1,000 moons reflected shone, where awful serpents swam and showed their fiery crests which flashed and glowed, illumining the depths of hell, the prison where the demons dwell. The eye, bewildered, sought in vain the bounding line of sky and main, alike in shade, alike in glow, where sky above and sea below. There, wave-like clouds by clouds were chased, here cloud-like billows roared and raced. Then shone the stars, and many a gem that lit the waters answered them. They saw the great-souled ocean steered to frenzy by the winds and heard, loud as 10,000 drums, the roar of wild waves dashing on the shore. They saw him mounting to defy with deafening voice the troubled sky, and the deep bed beneath him swell in fury as the billows fell. End of Cantos 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cantos 5 to 10 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 5, Rama's Lament. There on the coast in long array the Banner's marshalled legions lay, while Nila's care had ordered well the watch of guard and sentinel, and Minder moved from post to post with Duvid to protect the host. Then Rama stood by Lakshman's side, and mastered by his sorrow cried, "My dear brother, the heart's distress, as days wear on, grows less and less, but my deep-seated grief, alas, grows fiercer as the seasons pass. Though for my queen my spirit longs, and broods indignant over my wrongs, still wilder is my grief to know that her young life is passed in woe. Breathe, gentle gale, O breathe where she lies prisoned, and then breathe on me. And though my love I may not meet, thy kiss shall be divinely sweet. Ah, by the giant shape appalled, on her dear lord for help she called. Still in mine ears the sad cry rings, and tears my heart with poison stings. Through the long daylight and the gloom of night, wild thoughts of her consume my spirit, and my love supplies the torturing flame which never dies. Leave me, my brother, I will sleep, couched on the bosom of the deep, for the cold wave may bring me peace, and bid the fire of passion cease. One only thought my stay must be, that art, one art, holds her and me. To hear, to know, my darling lives, some life-supporting comfort gives, as streams from distant fountains run, over meadows perching in the sun. Ah, when, my foeman at my feet, shall I, my queen, my glory meet? The blossom of her dear face raise, and on her eyes enraptured gaze. Press her soft lips to mine again, and drink a balm to banish pain. Alas, alas, where lies she now, my darling of the lovely brow? On the cold earth, no help at hand, forlorn amid the Rakshas band. King Janak's child still calls on me, her lord and love, to set her free. But soon in glory will she rise, a crescent moon in autumn skies, and those dark rovers of the night, like scattered clouds, shall turn in flight. Canto 6. Ravan's Speech. But when the giant king surveyed his glorious town in ruin laid, and each dire sign of victory won by Hanuman the wind-god's son, he veiled his angry eyes oppressed by shame, and thus his lords addressed. The banner spy has passed the gate of Lanka long inviolate, eluded watch and ward unseen, with his bold eyes the captive queen. My royal roof with flames is red, the bravest of my lords are dead, and the fierce banner in his hate has left our city desolate. Now ponder well the work that lies before us, ponder and advise. With deep observing judgment scan the peril and mature a plan. From counsel sages say the root springs victory, most glorious fruit. First ranks the king when woe impends, who seeks the counsel of his friends, of kinsmen ever faithful found, or those whose hopes with his are bound. Then with their aid his strength applies, and triumphs in his enterprise. Next ranks the prince who plans alone, no counsel seeks to aid his own, weighs loss and gain and wrong and right, and seeks success with honest might. Unwisest he who spawns delays, who counts no cost, no peril weighs, speeds to his aim, defying fate, and risks his all precipitate. Thus too in counsel sages find a best, a worst, a middle kind. When gathered counsellors explore the way by light of holy law, and all from first to last agree, is the best counsel of the three. Next, if debate first waxes high, and each his chosen plan would try, till all agree at last we deem this counsel second in esteem. Worst of the three is this, when each assails with taunt his fellow's speech, when all debate and no consent concludes the angry argument. Consult then, lords, my task shall be to crown with act your wise decree. With thousands of his wild allies, the vengeful Rama hither hies. With unregistered might and speed, across the flood his troops will lead, or for the banner host will drain the channels of the conquered main. Canto 7. Ravan Encouraged. He seized, they scorned with blinded eyes, the foeman and his bold allies, raised reverent hands with one accord, and thus made answer to their lord. Why yield thee, king, to causeless fear, a mighty host with sword and spear, and mace and axe and pike and lance, waits but thy signal to advance? Art thou not he who slew of old the serpent gods and stormed their hold, scaled Mount Kailasha and overthrew Kuvera and his Yaksha crew, compelling Siva's haughty friend beneath a mightier arm to bend? Didst thou not bring from realms afar the marvel of the magic car, when they who served Kubera fell, crushed in the mountain citadel? Attracted by thy matchless fame, to thee a suppliant Maya came, the lord of every Danav band, and won thee with his daughter's hand. Thy arm in hell itself was felt, where Basuki and Sankha dwelt, and they and Takshak overthrown, were forced thy conquering might to own. The gods in vain their blessing gave to heroes bravest of the brave, who strove a year and, sorely pressed, their victor's peerless might confessed. In vain their magic arts they tried, in vain thy matchless arm defied. King Barun's sons with fourfold force, cars, elephants, and foot and horse. But for a while thy power withstood, and conquered, mourned their hardihood. Thou hast encountered face to face King Yama with his murdering mace. Fierce as the wild tempestuous sea, what terror had his wrath for thee? Though death in every threatening form, and woe and torment ours the storm, thine arm a glorious victory won over the dread king who pities none, and the three worlds from terror freed, in joyful wonder praised thy deed. The tribe of warriors strong and dread, as Indra's self over earth had spread, as giant trees that towering stand in mountain glens, they filled the land. Can Raghu's son encounter foes, fierce, numerous, and strong as those? Yet trained in war and practiced well, overmatched by thee, they fought and fell. Stay in thy royal home, nor care the battle and the toil to share, but let the easy fight be won by Indrajit, thy matchless son. All shall die, if thou permit, slain by the hand of Indrajit. Canto 8, Prahasta's Speech. Dark as a cloud of autumn, dread, Prahasta joined his palms and said, Gandharvas, gods, the hosts who dwell in heaven, in air, in earth, in hell, have yielded to thy might, and how shall two weak men oppose thee now? Hanuman came, a foe disguised, and mocked us heedless and surprised, or never had a leaf to flee, and boast that he has fought with me. Command, O king, and this right hand shall sweep the banners from the land, and hill and dale to ocean shore shall know the death-doomed race no more. But let my care the means devise to guard thy city from surprise. Then Durmukh cried of Rakshas race, too long we brook the dire disgrace. He gave our city to flames, he trod the chambers of thy dames. Never shall so weak and vile a thing unpunished brave the giant's king. Now shall this single arm attack and drive the daring banners back, till to the winds of heaven they flee, or seek the depths of earth and sea. Then, brandishing the mace he bore, whose horrid spikes were stained with gore, while fury made his eyeballs red, impetuous Vajradhanshtra said, Why waste a thought on one so vile as Hanuman the banner while Sugriva, Lakshman yet remain, and Rama mightier still unslain? This mace today shall cross the tree, and all the host will turn and flee. Listen, and I will speak. Incline, O king, to hear these words of mine. For the deep plan that I propose will swiftly rid thee of thy foes. That thousands of thy host assume the forms of man in youthful bloom, in war's magnificent array, draw near to Raghu's son and say, thy younger brother Bharat sends this army, and thy cause befriends. Then let our legions hasten near, with bow and mace and sword and spear, and on the banner army rain our steel and stone, till all be slain. If Raghu's sons will fain believe, entangled in the net we weave, the penalty they both must pay, and lose their forfeit lives today. Then, with his warrior soul on fire, Nikumba spoke in burning ire. I, only I, will take the field, and Raghu's son his life shall yield. Within these walls, O chiefs, abide, nor part ye from our monarch's side. Canto 9. Bibhishan's Counsel. A score of warriors forward sprang, and loud the clashing iron rang, of mace and axe and spear and sword, as thus they spake unto their lord. Their king Sugriva will we slay, and Raghu's sons ere close of day, and strike the wretch Hanuman down, the spoiler of our golden town. But sage Vibhishan strove to calm the chieftain's fury palm to palm. He joined in lowly reverence pressed before them, and the throng addressed. Dismiss the hope of conquering one, so stern and strong as Raghu's son. In due control each sense he keeps, with constant care that never sleeps. Whose daring heart has ever conceived the exploit Hanuman achieved, across the fearful sea to spring, the tributary rivers king. O Rakshas lords, in time be wise, nor Rama's matchless power despise, and say, what evil had the son of Raghu to our monarch done, who stole the dame he loved so well, and keeps her in his citadel? If Kara, in his foolish pride, encountered Rama, fought and died, may not the meanest love his life, and guard it in the deadly strife? The mortal dame, O Rakshas king, sore peril to thy realm will bring. Restore her while there yet is time, nor let us perish for thy crime. O let the mortal lady go, ere the avenger bend his bow, to ruin with his airy showers our Lanka with her gates and towers. Let Janak's child again be free, ere the wild banners cross the sea, in their resistless might assail our city and her ramparts scale. Ah, I conjure thee by the ties of brotherhood, be just and wise. In all my thoughts thy good I seek, and thus my prudent counsel speak. Let captive Sita be restored, ere, fierce as autumn's sun, her lord send his keen arrows from the string, to drink the lifeblood of our king. This fury from thy soul dismiss, the bane of duty, peace, and bliss. Seek duty's path and walk therein, and joy and endless glory win. Restore the captive, ere we feel the piercing point of Rama's steel. O spare thy city, spare the lives of us, our friends, our sons and wives. Thus spake Bibhishan, wise and brave. The Rakshas king no answer gave, but bade his lords the council close, and sought his chamber for repose. Canto 10. Bibhishan's Counsel. Soon as the light of morning broke, Vision from his slumber woke, and, duty guiding every thought, the palace of his brother sought. Vast as a towering hill that shows his peaks afar, that palace rose. Here stood, within the monarch's gate, sage nobles skilful in debate. There strayed in glittering raiment true the courts his royal retinue, where in wild measure rose and fell the music of the drum and shell, and talk grew loud, and many a dame of fairest feature went and came. Through doors a marvel to behold, with pearl inlaid on burning gold. Therein Gandharvas o'er the fleet, lords of storm might joy to meet. He passed within the wondrous pile, chief glory of the giant's isle. Thus, ere his fiery course be done, an autumn cloud admits the sun. He heard auspicious voices raise, with loud accord, the note of praise, and sages deep in scripture sing each glorious triumph of the king. He saw the priests in order stand, card oil in every sacred hand, and by them flowers were laid and grain, due offerings to the holy train. The vision to the monarch bowed, raised on a throne above the crowd. Then, skilled in arts of soft address, he raised his voice the king to bless, and sate him on a seat where he, full in his brother's sight, should be. The chieftain there, while none could hear, spoke his true speech for Ravan's ear, and to his words of wisdom lent the force of weightiest argument. O brother, hear, since Rama's queen a captive in thy house has been, disastrous omens day by day have struck our souls with wild dismay. No longer still and strong and clear the flames of sacrifice appear, but, restless with the frequent spark, knit clouds of smoke grow faint and dark. Our ministering priests turn pale to see their wonted offerings fail, and ants and serpents creep and crawl within the consecrated hall. Dried are the udders of our cows, our elephants have juiceless brows, nor can the sweetest pasture stay the charger's long unquiet neigh. Big tears from mules and camels flow, whose tearing coats their trouble show, nor can the leech's art restore their health and vigour as before. Rapacious birds are fierce and bold, not single hunters as of old. In banded troops they chase the prey, or gathering on our temples stay. Through twilight hours which shriek and howl, around the city jackals prowl, and wolves and foul hyenas wait, athirst for blood at every gate. One sole atonement still may cure these evils, and our wail assure. Restore the Metal Dame and win an easy pardon for thy sin. The Rakshas monarch heard and moved, to sudden wrath his speech reproved. No danger, brother, can I see, the Metal Dame I will not free. Though all the gods for Rama fight, he yields to my superior might. Thus the tremendous king who broke the ranks of heavenly warriors spoke, and sternly purposed to resist, his brother from the hall dismissed. End of Cantos 5 to 10. Cantos 11 to 14 of Book 6 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 11. The Summons. Still Ravan's haughty heart repelled, the counsel of the wise repelled, And as his breast with passion burned, his thoughts again to Sita turned. Thus to each sign of danger blind, to love and war he still inclined. Then mounted he his car that glowed with gems and golden net, and rode, where gathered at the monarch's call, the nobles filled the council hall. A host of warriors bright and gay, with coloured robes and rich array, with shield and mace and spear and sword, followed the chariot of their lord. Mid the loud voice of shells and beat of drums he raced along the street, and ere he came was heard afar the rolling thunder of his car. He reached the doors, the nobles bent their heads before him reverent, and welcomed with their loud acclaim, within the glorious hall he came. He sat upon a royal seat, with golden steps beneath his feet, and bade the heralds summon all his captains to the council hall. The heralds heard the words he spake, and sped from house to wake the giants where they slept or spent the careless hours in merriment. These heard the summons and obeyed, from chamber, grove, and colonnade. On elephants or cars they rode, or through the streets impatient strode. As birds on rustling pinions fly through regions of the darkened sky, thus cars and mettled coursers through the crowded streets of Lanka flew. The council hall was reached, and then, as lions seek their mountain den, through massy doors that opened wide, with martial stalk the captains hied. Welcomed with honour, as was meet, they stooped to press their monarch's feet, and each a place in order found, on stool, on cushion, or the ground. Nor did the sage vision long delay to join the noble throng. High on a car that shone like flame, with gold and flashing gems he came, drew near, and spoke his name aloud, and reverent to his brother bowed. Canto 12. Ravan's Speech. The king in council unsurpassed, his eye around the synod cast, and fierce Prahasta first and best of all his captains thus addressed. Brave master of each warlike art, arouse thee and perform thy part, array thy fourfold forces well, to guard our isle and citadel. The captain of the hosts obeyed, the troops with prudent skill arrayed. Then to the hall again he hied, and stood before the king and cried, Each inlet to the town is closed, without within are troops disposed. With fearless heart thine aim pursue, and do the deed thou hast in view. Thus spoke Prahasta in the jail, that moved him for the kingdom's weal, and thus the monarch who pursued his own delight his speech renewed. In ease and bliss, in toil and pain, in doubts of duty, pleasure, gain, your proper path I need not tell, for of yourselves ye know it well. The storm gods, moon, and planets bring new glory to their heavenly king, and ranged about your monarch ye give joy and endless fame to me. My secret counsel have I kept, while senseless Kumbhakarna slept. 6 months the warrior slumbers last, and bind his torpid senses fast. But now his deep repose he breaks, the best of all our champions wakes. I captured Rama's heart to wring, this daughter of Videha's king, and brought her from that distant land, where wandered many a Rakshas band. Disdainful still, my love she spurns, still from each prayer and offering turns. Yet in all lands beneath the sun, No dame may rival Sita, none. Her dainty waist is round and slight, her cheek like autumn's moon is bright, and she like fruit in graven gold mocks her whom Maya framed of old. Faultless in form, how firmly tread her feet whose soles are rosy red. Ah, as I gaze her beauty takes my spirit and my passion wakes. Looking for Rama far away, she sought with tears a year's delay, nor gazing on her love-lit eye could I that honest prayer deny. But baffled hopes and vain desire at length my patient spirit tire. How shall the sons of Raghu sweep to vengeance over the pathless deep? How shall they lead the banner train across the monster-teeming main? One banner yet could find a way to Lanka's town and burn and slay. Take counsel then, remembering still that we from man need fear no ill, and give your sentence in debate, for matchless is the power of fate. Assailed by you, the gods who dwell in heaven beneath our fury fell. And shall we fear these creatures bred in forests by Sugriva led? Even now on ocean's farther strand the sons of Dasarath stand, and follow burning to attack their giant foes on Sita's track. Consult then, lords, for ye are wise, a seasonable plan devise, the captive lady to retain, and triumph when the foes are slain. No power can bring across the foam those banners to our island home, or if they madly will defy our conquering might, they needs must die. Then Kumkarna's anger woke, and wrought at Ravan's words, he spoke. O monarch, when thy ravished eyes first looked upon thy lovely prize, then was the time to bid us scan each peril and mature a plan. Blessed is the king who acts with heed, and never repents one hasty deed, and hapless he whose troubled soul mourns over days beyond control. Thou hast in beauty's toils ensnared, a desperate deed of boldness dared, by fortune saved ere Rama's tale one wound thy mortal bane could deal. But Ravan, as the deed is done, the toil of war I will not shun. Disarm, O rover of the night, thy foeman to the earth shall smite. Though Indra with the lord of flame, the sun and storms against me came. Even Indra, monarch of the skies, would dread my club and mountain size, shrink from these teeth and quake to hear the thunders of my voice of fear. No second dart shall Rama cast, the first he aims shall be the last. He falls, and these dry lips shall drain the blood of him my hand has slain. And Sita, when her champion dies, shall be thine undisputed prize. Canto 13, Ravan's Speech. But Mahabharata saw the sting of keen reproach had galed the king, and humbly, eager to appease his anger, spoke in words like these. And breeds there one so cold and weak, the forest and the gloom to seek, where savage beasts abound, and spare to taste the luscious honey there? Art thou not Lord? And who is he shall venture to give laws to thee? Love thy Bidehan still, and tread upon thy prostrate foeman's head. Over Sita's will let thine prevail, and strength achieve if flattery fail. What though the lady yet be coy, and turn her from the proffered joy? Soon shall her conquered heart relent, and yield to love and blandishment. With us let Kumbhakarna fight, and Indrajit of matchless might, we need not other champions stay, shall lead us forth to rout and slay. Not ours to bribe or soothe or part the foeman's force with gentle art, doomed, conquered by our might, to feel the vengeance of the warrior's steel. The Rakshas monarch heard, and moved by flattering hopes the speech approved. Hear me, he cried, great chieftain, tell what in the olden time befell. A secret tale which, long suppressed, lies prisoned only in my breast. One day, a day I never forget, fair Punjika's Stella I met, when, radiant as a flame of fire, she sought the palace of the sire. In passion's eager grasp I tore from her sweet limbs the robes she wore, and heedless of her prayers and cries, strained to my breast the vanquished prize. Like Nalini with soil stained, the mansion of the sire she gained, and weeping made the outrage known to Brahma on his heavenly throne. He in his wrath pronounced a cause, that Lord who made the universe. If Ravan, thou a second time, be guilty of so foul a crime, thy head in shivers shall be rent, be warned and dread the punishment. Awed by the threat of vengeance still, I force not Sita's stubborn will. Terrific as the sea in might, my steps are like the storm god's flight. But Rama knows not this, or he had never sought to war with me. Where is the man who idly brave the lion in his mountain cave, and wake him when with slumbering eyes, grim, terrible as death, he lies? No, blinded Rama knows me not, never has he seen mine arrows shot, never marked them speeding to their aim, like snakes with cloven tongues of flame. On him those arrows will I turn, whose fiery points shall rend and burn. Quenched by my power when I assail, the glory of his might shall fail. As stars before the sun grow dim, and yield their feeble light to him. Canto 14, Vivian Speech. He ceased, Vivian ill at ease, addressed the king in words like these. O Ravan, O my lord, be aware of Sita, dangerous as fair, nor on thy heedless bosom hang this serpent with a deadly fang. O king, the mighty dame restore to Raghu's matchless son before those warriors of the woodlands vast as mountain peaks approaching fast. Armed with fierce teeth and claws, and close thy city with unsparing foes. O be the mighty dame restored, ere loosened from the clanging cord the vengeful shafts of Rama fly, and low in death thy princes lie. In all thy legions hast thou won a match in war for Raghu's son. Can Kumbhkarna's himself withstand, or Indrajit that mighty hand? In vain with Rama wilt thou strive, thou wilt not save thy soul alive. Though guarded by the Lord of Day, and storm God's terrible array, in vain to Indra wilt thou fly, or seek protection in the sky. In Yama's gloomy mansion dwell, or hide thee in the depths of hell. He ceased, and when his lips were closed, Prahasta thus his rede opposed. O timid heart, to counsel thus, what terrors have the gods for us? Can snake, Gandharva, fiend appall the giant sons who scorned them all? And shall we now our part disgrace, and dread a king of human race? Thus fierce Prahasta counselled ill, but says Vibhishana's constant will the safety of the realm ensued, who does in turn his speech renewed. Yes, when a soul defiled with sin shall mount to heaven and enter in, then, chieftain, will experience teach the truth of thy disdainful speech. Can I or thou, or those or all, our bravest campers, Ramas fall, the chief in whom all virtues shine, the pride of old Ikshaku's line, with whom the gods may scarce compare, in skill to act, in heart to dare? Yea, idly mayst thou vaunt thee, till sharp arrows winged with matchless skill from Rama's bowstring fleet and fierce, as lightning's flame thy body pierce. Nikumba shall not save thee then, nor Ravan from the Lord of Man. O monarch, hear my last appeal, my counsel for thy kingdom's weal. This sentence I again declare, O giant king, beware, beware. Save from the ruin that impends thy town, thy people, and thy friends. O hear the warning ours once more, to Raghu's son the dame restore. End of Cantos 11, 12, 13, and 14. Cantos 15 to 17 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 15, Indrajit's Speech. He ceased, and Indrajit, the pride of Rakshas warriors, thus replied, Is this a speech our king should hear? This counsel of ignoble fear? A scion of our glorious race should never conceive a thought so base. But one, mid all our kin we find, Vibhishan, whose degenerate mind no spark of gallant pride retains, whose coward soul his lineage stains. Against one giant, what can two unhappy sons of Raghu do? Away with idle fears, away, matched with our meanest, what are they? Beneath my conquering prowess fell the Lord of Earth and heaven and hell. Through every startled region, dread of my resistless fury spread, and gods in each remotest sphere confessed the universal fear, rending the air with roar and groan, and Ravat to the earth was thrown. From his huge head the tusks I drew, and smote the gods with fear and near. Shall I, who tame celestials' pride, by whom the fiends are terrified, now prove a weakling little ward, and fail to slay those sons of earth? He ceased, Vibhishan, trained and tried in war and counsel, thus replied, Thy speech is marked with scorn of truth, with rashness and the pride of youth. Yea, to thy ruin like a child thou pratest, and thy words are wild. Most dear, O Indrajit, to thee should Ravan's weal and safety be, for thou art called his son, but thou art proved his direst foeman now. When warned by me, thou hast not tried to turn the coming woe aside. Both thee and him it were meet to slay, who brought thee to this hall today, and dared so rash a youth admit to counsel where the wisest sit. Presumptuous, wild, devoid of sense, filled full of pride and insolence, thy reckless tongue thou wilt not rule, that speaks the counsel of a fool. Who in the fight may brook or shun the arrow shot by Raghu's son, with flame and fiery vengeance sped, dire as his tough who rules the dead. O Ravan, let thy people live, and to the son of Raghu give fair robes and gems and precious ore, and Sita to his arms restore. Canto 16. Ravan's Speech. Then, while his breast with fury swelled, thus Ravan spoke, as fate impelled. Better with foes thy dwelling make, or house thee with the venomed snake, than live with false familiar friends, who further still thy foeman's ends. I know their treacherous mood, I know their secret triumph at thy woe. They in their inward hearts despise the brave, the noble, and the wise. Grieve at their bliss with rancorous hate, and for their sorrows watch and wait. Scan every fault with curious eye, and each slight error magnify. Ask elephants who roam the wild, how were their captive friends beguiled. For fire, they cried, with little care, for javelin and shaft and snare. Our foes are traitors, taught to bind the trusting creatures of their kind. Still shall blessings flow from cows, and Brahmans love their rigorous vows. Still women change their restless will, and friends perfidious walk us ill. What though with conquering feet I tread on every prostrate foeman's head? What though the walls in abject fear their mighty lord in me revere? This thought my peace of mind destroys, and robs me of expected joys. The lotus of the lake receives the glittering rain that gems its leaves, but each bright drop remains apart, so is it still with heart and heart. Deceitful as an autumn cloud, which, though its thunderous voice be loud, on the dry earth no torrent sends, such is the race of faithless friends. No riches of the bloomy spray will tempt the wandering bee to stay, that loves from flower to range, and friends like thee are swift to change. Thou blot upon thy glorious line, if any giant's tongue but thine had dared to give this base advice, he should not live to shame me twice. Then just Bivishan in the heat of anger started from his seat, and with 4 captains of the band sprang forward with his mace in hand. Then fury flashing from his eye looked on the king and made reply. Thy rights, O Ravan, I allow, my brother and mine elder thou. Such, though from duty's path they stray, we love like fathers and obey. But still, too bitter to be borne, is thy harsh speech of cruel scorn. The rash like thee, who scorn control, nor check one longing of the soul, oused by the malignant fate repel the faithful friend who counsels well. 1,000 courtiers wilt thou meet, with flattering lips of smooth deceit, but rare are they whose tongue or ear will speak the bitter truth or hear. Unclose thy blinded eyes and see that snares of death encompass thee. I dread, my brother, to behold the shafts of Rama bright with gold flash fury through the air, and red with fires of vengeance strike thee dead. Lord, brother, king, again reflect, not this mine honest prayer reject. O save thyself, thy royal town, thy people, and thine old renown. Canto 17. Vivishan's Flight. Soon as his bitter words were said, the Raghu's sons Bivishan fled. Their eyes the banner leaders raised, and on the airborne Rakshasas gazed. Bright as a thunderbolt, in size, like Meru's peak that cleaves the skies. In gorgeous panoply arrayed, like Indra's self he stood displayed, and 4 attendants brave and bold shown by their chief in mail and gold. Sugriva then, with dark surmise, bent on their forms his wondering eyes, and thus in hasty words confessed the anxious doubt that moved his breast. Look, look, ye banners, and be aware that giant chief sublime in air, with other four in bright array, comes armed to conquer and to slay. Soon as his warning speech they heard, the banner chieftains undeterred seized fragments of the rock and trees, and made reply in words like these: We wait thy word, the order give, and these thy foes shall cease to live. Command us, mighty king, and all lifeless upon the earth shall fall. Meanwhile Bibhishan with the four stood high above the ocean shore. Sugriva and the chiefs he spied, and raised his mighty voice and cried, From Ravan, lord of giants, I, his brother named Vibhishan, fly. From Janastan he stole the child of Janak by his art beguiled, and in his palace locked and barred, surrounds her with a Rakshas god. I bade him, plied with varied law, his hapless prisoner restore, but he by fate to ruin sent, no credence to my counsel lent. Mad as the fevered wretch who sees, and scorns the balm to bring him ease. He scorned the sage advice I gave, he spurned me like a base-born slave. I left my children and my wife, and fly to Raghu's son for life. I pray thee, banner chieftain, speed to him who saves in hour of need, and tell him, famed in distant lands, that suppliant here Bibhishan stands. The Rakshas seized Sugriva hied to Raghu's noble son and cried, A stranger from the giant host, born over the sea, has reached the coast. A secret foe he comes to slay, as owls attack their heedless prey. It is thine, O king, in time of need, to watch, to counsel, and to lead, our banner legions to dispose, and guard us from our crafty foes. Bibhishan from the giant's isle, King Ravan's brother, comes with guile, and feigning from his king to flee, seeks refuge, Raghu's son, with thee. Arise, O Rama, and prevent, by bold attack, his dark intent, who comes in friendly guise prepared to slay thee by his arts ensnared. Thus asked Sugriva, famed for law, or moving words, and spoke no more. Then Rama thus in turn addressed the bold Hanuman and the rest. Chiefs of the banner legions each, of you heard Sugriva's speech. What think ye now in time of fear, when peril and distress are near? In every doubt the wise depend for counsel on a faithful friend. They heard his gracious words, and then spake reverent to the Lord of Man. O Raghu's son, thou knowest well all things of heaven and earth and hell. It is but thy friendship bids us speak, the counsel Rama need not seek. So duteous, brave, and true art thou, heroic, faithful to thy vow. Deep in the scriptures trained and tried, still in thy friends wilt thou confide. Let each of us in turn impart the secret counsel of his art, and strive to win his chief's assent by force of wisest argument. They ceased, and Angad thus began. With jealous eye the stranger scanned, not yet with trusting heart receive the vision, nor his tale believe. These giants wandering far and wide, their evil nature falsely hide, and watching with malignant skill, assail us when we fear no ill. Well ponder every hope and fear, until thy doubtful course be clear. Then own his merit or detect his guile, and welcome or reject. Then Sarav, the bold and brave, in turn his prudent sentence gave. Yea, Rama, send a skilful spy, with keenest tact to test and try. Then let the stranger, as is just, obtain or be refused thy trust. Then he whose heart was rich in store of Scripture's life-directing law, King Jambavan, stood forth and cried, Suspect, suspect a foe allied, with Ravan, lord of Lanka's isle, and Rakshas sin and Rakshas guile. Then Minda, wisest chief who knew the wrong, the right, the false, the true, pondered a while, then silence broke, and thus his sober counsel spoke. Let one with gracious speech draw near, and gently charm Vision's ear, till he the soothing witchery feel, and all his secret heart reveal. As thou his aims and hopes shalt know, and hail the friend or shun the foe. Not he, Hanuman cried, not he, who taught the gods may rival thee, supreme in power of quickest sense, first in the art of eloquence. But hear me soothly speak, O king, and learn the hope to which I cling. Vision comes no crafty spy, urged by his brother's fault to fly. With righteous soul that loathes the sin, he fled from Lanka and his kin. If strangers question, doubt will rise, and chill the heart of one so wise. Marred by distrust, the parley will end, and thou wilt lose a faithful friend. Nor let it seem so light a thing to sound a stranger's heart, O king. And he, I ween, whatever he say, will never an evil thought betray. He comes a friend in happy time, loading his brother for his crime. His ear has heard thine old renown, the might that struck King Bali down, and set Sugriva on the throne, and looking now to thee alone, he comes thy matchless aid to win, and punish Ravan for his sin. Thus have I tried thy heart to move, and thus Vision's truth to prove. Still in his friendship I confide, but ponder wisest and decide. End of Cantos 15, 16 and 17. Cantos 18 to 20 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 18, Rama's Speech. Then Rama's rising doubt was stilled, and friendly thoughts his bosom filled. Thus, deep in Scripture's law, he spake, The suppliant will I never forsake, nor my protecting aid refuse, when one in name of friendship sues. Though false and folly blot his fame, pity and help he still may claim. He ceased. Sugriva bowed his head, and pondered for a while, and said, Past number be his faults or few. What think ye of the Rakshas who, when threatening clouds of danger rise, deserts his brother's side and flies? Say, brothers, who may hope to find true friendship in his faithful kind. The son of Raghu heard his speech. He cast a hasty look on each of those brave Banner chiefs, and while upon his lips there played a smile, to Lakshman turned and thus expressed the thoughts that moved his gallant breast. Well versed in Scripture's law and sage, and duly reverent to age, is he with long experience taught, who counsels like this Banner lord. Yet here, methinks, for searching eyes, some deeper, subtler matter lies. To you and all the world unknown, the perils of a monarch's throne, while foe and stranger, kith and kin, by his misfortune trust to win. By hope of such advantage led, the vision over the sea has fled. He in his brother's stead would reign, and our alliance seeks to gain, and we his offer may embrace, a stranger and of alien race. But if he comes as spy and foe, what power has he to strike a blow in furtherance of his close design? What is his strength compared with mine? And can I, banner king, forget the great, the universal debt, ever to aid and welcome those who pray for shelter, friends or foes? Hast thou not heard the deathless praise won by the dove in olden days, who conquering his fear and hate welcomed the slayer of his mate, and gave a banquet to refresh the weary fowler of his flesh? Now hear me, banner king, rehearse what Cantos spoke in ancient verse. Saint Kanda's son, who loved the truth and clave to virtue from his youth. Strike not the suppliant when he stands and asks thee with beseeching hands for shelter. Strike him not, although he were thy father's mortal foe. No, yield him, be he proud or meek, the shelter which he comes to seek, and save thy foeman if the deed should cost thy life in desperate need. And shall I hear the wretched cry, and my protecting aid deny? Shall I a suppliant's prayer refuse, and heaven and glory basely lose? No, I'll do for honour's sake, even as the holy Cantos spake, preserve a hero's name from stain, and bliss in heaven and glory gain. Bound by a solemn vow, I swear that all my saving help should share, who sought me in distress and cried, Thou art my hope, and none beside. Then go, I pray thee, banner king, the vision to my presence bring. Here, where he Ravan's self, my vow, forbids me to reject him now. He ceased, the banner king approved, and Rama toward the vision moved. So moves a brother god to greet Lord Indra from his heavenly seat. Canto 19. The Vision's Counsel. When Raghu's son had owned his claim, down from the air the vision came, and with his 4 attendants bent at Rama's feet most reverent. O Rama, thus he cried, in me the vision Ravan's brother see. By him disgraced, thine aid I seek, sure refuge for the poor and weak. From Lanka, friends and wealth I fly, and reft of all on thee rely. On thee, the wretch's foremost friend, my kingdom, joys, and life depend. With glance of favour Rama eyed the Rakshas chief, and thus replied, First from thy lips I fain would hear each brighter hope, each darker fear. Speak, stranger, that I well may know the strength and weakness of the foe. He ceased, the Rakshas chief obeyed, and thus in turn his answer made. O Prince, the self-existent gave this boon to Rama, he may brave all foes in fight, no fiend or snake, Gandharva god, his life may take. His brother Kumbhakarna wise, in might with him who rules the skies. The captain of his armies, fame, perhaps has taught the warrior's name, is terrible Prahasta who King Manibhadra's self overthrew. Where is the warrior found to face young Indrajit, whom armed with brace and goad and bow he stands in mail, and laughs at spear and arrowy hail. Within his city Lanka dwell 10 million giants fierce and fell, who wear each varied shape at will, and eat the flesh of those they kill. These hosts against the gods he led, and heavenly might discomfited. Then Rama cried, I little heed gigantic strength or lofty deed. In spite of all their might has done, the king, the captain, and the son shall fall beneath my fury dead, and thou shalt reign in Ravan's stead. He, though in depths of earth he dwell, or seek protection down in hell, or kneel before the Sire supreme, his forfeit life shall never redeem. Yea, by my brothers' lives I swear, I will not to my home repair, till Ravan and his kith and kin have paid in debt the price of sin. Vibhishan bowed his head and cried, Thy conquering army will I guide, to storm the city of the foe, and aid the tyrant's overthrow. Thus spake Vibhishan. Rama pressed the Rakshas chieftain to his breast, and cried to Lakshman, Haste and bring sea water for the new-made king. He spoke, and over Vibhishan's head the consecrating drops were shed, mid shouts that hailed with one accord the giant's king and Lanka's lord. Is there no way? Hanuman cried. No passage over the boisterous tide? How may we lead the banner host in triumph to the farther coast? Thus, said Vibhishan, I advise, let Raghu's son in suppliant guise entreat the mighty sea to lend his succor and this cause befriend. His channels, as the wise have told, by Sagar's sons were dug of old, nor will high-thoughted ocean scorn a prince of Sagar's lineage born. He ceased, the prudent counsel won, the glad assent of Raghu's son. Then on the ocean shore a bed of tender sacred grass was spread, where Rama at the close of day like fire upon an altar lay. Canto 20. The Spies. Shardula, Ravan's spy, surveyed the legions on the strand arrayed, and bore, his bosom racked with fear, these tidings to the monarch's ear. They come, a rushing tide, 10 leagues they spread from side to side, and on to storm thy city press, fierce rovers of the wilderness. Rich in each princely power and grace, the pride of Dasarath's race, Rama and Lakshman lead their band, and hold them on the ocean sands. O monarch, rise, this peril meet, risk not the danger of defeat. First let each wiser art be tried, bribe them or win them or divide. Such was the counsel of the spy, and Ravan called to Sukha, Fly, Sugriva, lord of banners, seek, and thus my kingly message speak. Great power and might and fame are thine, brave scion of a royal line. King Riksharaja's son in thee, a brother and a friend I see. How wronged by me canst thou complain? What profit here pretend to gain? If from the ood thy wife I stole, of Rama, of the prudent soul, what cause hast thou to mourn the theft? Thou art not injured or bereft. Return, O king, thy steps retrace, and seek thy mountain dwelling place. No, never may thy hosts within my Lanka's walls a footing win, a mighty town whose strength defies the gathered armies of the skies. He ceased, obedient Sukha heard, with wings and plumage of a bird, he rose in eager speed and true, the air upon his errand flew. Borne over the sea with rapid wing, he stood above the banner king, and spoke aloud, sublime in air, the message he was judged to bear. The banner heard the words he spoke, and quick redoubling stroke, on head and pinions hemmed him round, and bore him struggling to the ground. The Rakshas, wounded and distressed, these words to Raghu's son addressed. Quick, quick, this banner host restrain, for heralds never must be slain. To him alone a wretch untrue, the punishment of death is due, who leaves his master's speech unsaid, and speaks another in its stead. Moved by the suppliant's speech and prayer, up sprang the prince and cried, "Forbear!" Saved from his wild assailant's blows, again the Rakshas herald rose, and borne on light wings to the sky, addressed Sugriva from the high. O banner monarch, chief endued, with power and wondrous fortitude, what answer is my king, the fear and scourge of weeping worlds to hear? Go tell thy lord, Sugriva cried, thou Rama's foe art thus defied. His arm the guilty Bali slew, thus, tyrant, shalt thou perish too. Thy sons, thy friends, proud king, and all, thy kith and kin with thee shall fall. And emptied of the giant's brood, burnt Lanka be a solitude. Fly to the sun god's pathway, go, and hide thee deep in hell below. In vain from Rama shalt thou flee, though heavenly warriors fight for thee. Thine arm subdued, securely bold, the vulture king in form and old, but will thy puny strength avail when Raghu's wrathful sons assail? A captive in thy palace lies, the lady of the lotus eyes. Thou knowest not how fierce and strong is he whom thou hast dared to wrong. The best of Raghu's lineage he, whose conquering hand shall punish thee. He ceased, and Angad raised a cry. This is no herald but a spy. Above thee from his airy post, his rapid eyes surveyed our host, where with advantage he might scan our gathered strength from rear to van. Bind him, banners, bind the spy, nor let him back to Lanka fly. They hauled the Rakshas to the ground, they grasped his neck, his pinions bound, and firmly held him while in vain his voice was lifted to complain. But Rama's heart inclined to spare, he listened to the plaint and prayer, and cried aloud, O banners, seers, the captive from his bonds release. End of Cantos 18, 19, and 20. Cantos 21 to 23 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 21. Ocean Threatened. His hands in reverence Rama raised, and southward over the ocean gazed. Then on the sacred grass that made his lowly couch, his limbs he laid. His head on that strong arm reclined, which Sita, best of womankind, had loved in happier days to hold, with soft arms decked with pearls and gold. Then rising from his bed of grass, "This day," he cried, "the host shall pass, triumphant to the southern shore, or the ocean's self shall be no more." Thus vowing in his constant breast, again he turned him to his rest, and there his eyes in slumber closed, silent beside the sea reposed. Thrice rose the day god, thrice he set, the lord of ocean came not yet. Thrice came the night, but Raghu's son no answer by his service won. To Lakshman thus the hero cried, his eyes aflame with wrath and pride. In vain the softer gifts that grace the good are offered to the base. Long-suffering, patience, gentle speech, their thankless hearts can never reach. The world to him its honor pays, whose ready tongue himself can praise, who scorns the true and hates the right, whose hand is ever raised to smite. Each milder art is tried in vain, it wins no glory but the stain, and victory owns no softer charm than might which nerves the warrior's arm. My humble suite is still denied by ocean's overweening pride. This day the monsters of the deep in throes of death shall wildly leap. My shafts shall rend the serpents curled in caverns of the watery world, disclose each sunless deft and bare, the tangled pearl and coral there. Away with mercy! At a time like this compassion is a crime. Welcome the battle and the foe, my bow, my arrows, and my bow. This day the banner's feet shall tread the conquered sea's exhausted bed, and he who never feared before shall tremble to his farthest shore. Red flashed his eyes with angry glow, he stood and grasped his mighty bow, terrific as the fire of doom, whose quenchless flames the world consume. His clanging cord the archer drew, and swift the fiery arrows flew. Fierce is the flashing levin sent by him who rules the firmament. Down through the startled waters sped each missile with its flaming head. The foamy billows rose and sank, and dashed upon the trembling bank. Sea monsters with tremendous form, with crash and roar of thunder storm. Still the wild waters rose and fell, crowned with white foam and pearl and shell. Each serpent, startled from his rest, raised his fierce eyes and glowing crest. And prisoned Danubs where they dwelt, in depths below the terror felt. Again upon his string he laid a flaming shaft, but Lakshman stayed his arm, with gentle reasoning tried to soothe his angry mood, and cried, "Brother, reflect, the wise control the rising passions of the soul. Let ocean grant, without thy threat, the boon on which thy heart is set. That gracious Lord will never refuse when Rama, son of Raghu, sues." He ceased, and voices from the air fell clear and loud, "Spare, Rama, spare!" Canto 22. Ocean Threatened. With angry meanness Rama, best of Raghu's sons, the sea addressed. With fiery flood of airy rain thy channels will I dry and drain, and I and all the banner host will reach on foot the farther coast. Thou shalt not from destruction save the creatures of the teeming wave, and lapse of time shall never efface the memory of the dire disgrace. Thus spoke the warrior, and prepared the mortal shaft which never spared, known mystic weapon by the name of Brahma, red with quenchless flame. Great terror, as he strained the bow, struck heaven above and earth below. Through echoing skies the thunder pealed, and startled mountains rocked and reeled. The earth was black with sudden night, and heaven was blotted from the sight. Then ever and anon the glare of meteors shot through murky air, and with a wild terrific sound red lightning struck the trembling ground. In furious gusts the fierce wind blew, tall trees it shattered and overthrew, and smiting with a giant stroke huge masses from the mountain broke. A cry of terror long and shrill came from each valley, plain, and hill, Each ruined dale, each riven peak, re-echoed with a wail or shriek. While Raghu's son undaunted gazed, the waters of the deep were raised, and, still uplifted more and more, leapt in wild flood upon the shore. Still Rama looked upon the tide, and kept his post unterrified. Then from the seething flood upreared, majestic ocean's form appeared. As rising from his eastern height, springs through the sky the Lord of Light. Attendant on their monarch came, sea serpents with their eyes aflame. Like lazulite mid burning gold, his form was wondrous to behold. Bright with each fairest precious stone, a chain about his neck was thrown. Calm shone his lotus eyes beneath the blossoms of his heavenly reed, and many a pearl and sea-born gem flashed in the monarch's diadem. There Ganga, tributary queen, and Sindhu by his lord were seen, and every stream and brook renowned in ancient story got him round. Then as the waters rose and swelled, the king with suppliant hands upheld his glorious head to Rama bent, and thus addressed him reverent. Air, ether, fire, art, water, true, to nature's will their course pursue, and I, as ancient laws ordain, unfordable must still remain. Yet, Raghu's son, my counsel hear, I never for love or hope or fear will pile my waters in a heap, and leave a pathway through the deep. Still shall my care for thee provide an easy passage over the tide, and like a city's paven street shall be the road beneath thy feet. He ceased, and Rama spoke again. This spell is never invoked in vain. Where shall the magic shaft to spend the fury of its might descend? Shoot, ocean cried, thine arrow fought with all its fury to the north, where scared Drumakulya lies, whose glory with thy glory vies. There dwells a wild Avira race, as vile in act as foul of face, fierce Dashus who delight in ill, and drink my tributary rill. My soul no longer may endure their neighborhood and touch impure. At these, O son of Raghu, aim thine arrow with the quenchless flame. Swift from the bow, as Rama drew his cord, the fiery arrow flew. Art groaned to feel the wound, and sent a rush of water through the rent. And famed forever is the well of Brahna, where the arrow fell. Then every brook and lake beside, throughout the region Rama tried. But yet he gave a boon to bless, and fertilize the wilderness. No fell disease should taint the air, and shape and kind should prosper there. Art should produce each pleasant root, the stately trees should bend with fruit, oil, milk, and honey should abound, and fragrant herbs should clothe the ground. Then spake the king of brooks and seas to Raghu's son in words like these: Now let a wondrous task be done by Nala, Vishwakarma's son, who, born of one Bana race, inherits by his father's grace a share of his celestial art, called Nala to perform his part. And he, divinely taught and skilled, a bridge athwart the sea shall build. He spoke and vanished. Nala best of Banu chiefs the king addressed. Over the deep sea where monsters play, a bridge, O Rama, will I lay. For, sharer of my father's skill, mine is the power and mine the will. It is vain to try each gentler art, to bribe and soothe the thankless heart. In vain on such is mercy spent, it yields to naught but punishment. Through fear alone will ocean know a passage over his waves below. My mother, ere she bore her son, this boon from Vishwakarma won. O Mandari, thy child shall be in skill and glory next to me. But why unbidden should I feel thine ear with praises of my skill? Command the banner hosts to lay foundations for the bridge today. He spoke, and swift at Rama's haste upsprang the banners from their rest. The mandate of the king obeyed, and sought the forest's mighty shade. Unrooted trees to earth they threw, and to the sea the timber drew. The stately palm was bowed and bent, ashokas from the ground were rent, and towering salts and light bamboos, and trees with flowers of varied hues, with loveliest creepers wreathed and crowned, shook, reeled, and fell upon the ground. With mighty engines piles of stone, and seated hills were overthrown, unprisoned waters sprang on high, in rain descending from the sky. And ocean, with a roar and swell, heaved wildly when the mountains fell. Then the great bridge of wondrous strength was built 100 leagues in length. Rocks huge as autumn clouds bound fast, with cordage from the shore were cast, then fragments of each riven hill, and trees whose flowers adorned them still. Wild was the tumult, loud the din, as ponderous rocks went thundering in. Ere set of sun, so toiled each crew, 10 leagues and 4 the structure grew. The labours of the second day gave 20 more of ready way, and on the 5th, when sank the sun, the whole stupendous work was done. Over the broad way the banners sped, nor swayed it with their countless tread. Exultant on the ocean strand, the vision stood, and mace in hand, longed eager for the onward way, and shaft impatient at delay. Then thus to Rama, trained and tried in battle, King Sugriva cried, Come, Hanuman's broad bank ascend, let Angad help the Lakshman lend. These high above the sea shall bear their burden through the ways of air. So with Sugriva borne overhead, Ikshaku's sons the legions led. Behind, the banner hosts pursued their march in endless multitude. Some skimmed the surface of the wave, to some the air a passage gave. Amid their ceaseless roar the sound of ocean's fearful voice was drowned. As over the bridge by Nala planned, they hastened on to Lanka's strand, where by the pleasant brooks, mid trees, loaded with fruit, they took their ease. Canto 23. The Omens. Then Rama, peerless in the skill that marks each sign of good and ill, strained his dear brother to his breast, and thus with prudent words addressed. Now, Lakshman, by the water's side, in fruitful groves the host divide, that warriors of each woodland race may keep their own appointed place. Dire is the danger, loss of friends, of banners and of bows impends. Disdained with dust the bridges blow, and earth is shaken from below. The tall hills rock from foot to crown, and stately trees come toppling down. In threatening shape, with voice of fear, the clouds like cannibals appear, and rain in fitful torrents red, with sanguinary drops is shed. Long streaks of lurid light invest the evening skies from east to west, and from the sun at times a ball of angry fire is seen to fall. From every glen and brake is heard the boding voice of beast and bird. From den and lair night prowlers run, and shriek against the falling sun. Up springs the moon, but hot and red, kills the sad night with woe and dread. No gentle loss, but the gloom that heralds universal doom. A cloud of dust and vapor mars the beauty of the evening stars. And wild and fearful is the sky, as though the wreck of worlds were nigh. Around our heads in boding flight, whale, hawk and vulture, crow and kite, and every bird of happy note shrieks terror from his altered throat. Sword, spear, and shaft shall strew the plain, dyed red with torrents of the slain. The day the banner troops shall close around the city of our foes. End of Cantos 21 to 23. Cantos 24 to 28 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 24. The Spies Return. As shine the heavens with autumn's moon, refulgent in the height of noon, so shone with light which Rama gave that army of the bold and brave. As from the sea it marched away in war's magnificent array, and earth was shaken by the beat and trampling of unnumbered feet. Then to the giant's ears were borne the mingled notes of drum and horn, and clash of timbers smote the sky, and shouting and the battle cry. The sound of martial strains inspired each chieftain, and his bosom fired, while giants from their walls replied, and answering shouts the foe defied. Then Rama looked on Lanka where bright banners floated in the air, and pierced with anguish at the view, his loving thoughts to Sita flew. There prisoned by the giant lies my lady of the tender eyes, like Rohini, the queen of stars, overpowered by the fiery Mars. Then turned he to his brother chief, and cried in agony of grief, See on the hill, divinely planned, and built by Vishwakarma's hand, the towers and domes of Lanka rise in peerless beauty to the skies. Bright from afar the city shines, with gleam of palaces and shrines, like pale clouds through the region spread, by Vishnu's self inhabited. Fair gardens grow and woods between, the stately domes are fresh and green, where trees their bloom and fruit display, and sweet birds sing on every spray. Each bird is mad with joy, and bees sing labouring in the bloomy trees, on branches by the bridges bowed, where the gay coil's voice is loud. This said, he ranged with warlike art each body of the host apart. There in the centre, Rama cried, Be Angad's place by Nila's side. Let Rishabh of impetuous might be lord and leader on the right, and Gandhamadhan, next in rank, be captain of the farther flank. Lakshman and I the hosts will lead, and Jambuban of our Zain breed, with bold Susain unused to fear, and Vegadarshi guide the rear. Thus Rama spoke, the chiefs obeyed, and all the banner hosts arrayed, showed awful as the autumn sky, when clouds embattled form on high. Their arms were mighty trees overthrown, and massy blocks of mountain stone. One hope in every warlike breast, one firm resolve they onward pressed, to die in fight or batter down the walls and towers of Lanka's town. Those marshalled legions Rama eyed, and thus to King Sugriva cried, Now, monarch, ere the hosts proceed, let Suka, Ravan's spy, be freed. He spoke,
The banner gave consent, and loosed him from imprisonment. And Suka, trembling and afraid, his homeward way to Ravan made. Loud laughed the lord of Lanka's isle, "Where hast thou stayed this weary while? Why is thy plumage marred, and why to twisted cords thy pinions tie? Say, comest thou in evil plight, the victim of banners pied?" He ceased. The spy his fear controlled, and to the king his story told. "I reached the ocean's distant shore, thy message to the king I bore. In sudden wrath the banners rose, they struck me down with furious blows. They seized me helpless on the ground, my plumage rent, my pinions bound. They would not, headlong in their ire, consider, listen, or inquire. So fickle, wrathful, rough, and rude is the wild forest multitude. There, marshalling the banner bands, King Rama with Sugriva stands. Rama, the matchless warrior, who Virata and Kavanda slew, Khara and countless giants more, and tracks his queen to Lanka's shore. A bridge athwart the sea was cast, and over it have his legions passed. Hark, heralded by horns and drums, the terrible avenger comes. Even now the giant's isle he fills with warriors huge as clouds and hills, and burning with vindictive hate, will thunder soon at Lanka's gate. Yield or oppose him, choose between thy safety and the mighty queen. He ceased, the tyrant's eyeballs blazed with fury as his voice he raised. "No, if the dwellers of the sky, Gandharva's fiance assail me, I will keep the mighty lady still, nor yield her back for fear of ill. When shall my shafts with iron hail my foeman Raghu's son assail? Take us the bees with eager wing, beat on the flowery trees of spring. Oh, let me meet my foe at length, and strip him of his vaunted strength. Fierce is the sun who shines afar, stealing the light of every star. Strong as the sea's impetuous might, my ways are like the tempest's flight. But Rama knows not this, or he, in terror from my face, would flee." Canto 25. Ravan's Spies. When Rama and the host he led across the sea had safely sped, thus Ravan, moved by wrath and pride, to Suka and to Saran cried, "O counsellors, the banner host has passed the sea from coast to coast, and Dasarath's son has wrought a wondrous deed surpassing told. And now in truth I needs must know the strength and number of the foe. Go ye, to Rama's host repair, and count me all the legions there. Learn well what power each captain leads, his name and fame for warlike deeds. Learn by what artist's wondrous aid that bridge athwart the sea was made. Learn how the banner host came over and halted on the island shore. Mark Rama, son of Raghu well, his valor, strength, and weapons tell. Watch his advisers one by one, and Lakshman, Raghu's younger son. Learn with observant eyes and bring unerring tidings to your king." He ceased, then swift in banner guise, forth on their errand sped the spies. They reached the banners and dismayed, their never-ending lines surveyed. Now they try in mere despair to count the countless legions there. That crowded valley, plain and hill, that pressed about each cave and rill. Though sea-like over the land were spread the endless hosts which Rama led. The bridge by thousands yet was lined, and eager myriads pressed behind. But sage Vibhishan's watchful eyes had marked the giants in disguise. He gave command the pair to siege and told a tale in words like these. O Rama, these, well known erewhile, are giant sons of Lanka's isle. 2 counsellors of Ravan sent to watch the invading armament. The vision ceased at Rama's look. The Rakshas and boys quailed and shook. Then suppliant hand to hand they pressed, and thus Ikshaku's son addressed. O Rama, bear the truth to speak. Our monarch Ravan bade us seek the banner legions and survey their numbers, strength, and vast array. Then Rama, friend and hope and guide of suffering creatures, thus replied. Now, giants, if your eyes have scanned our armies, numbering every band, mark lord and chief, and gazed their fill, return to Ravan when ye will. If aught remain, if aught anear, ye fain would scan with closer view. The vision, ready at your call, will lead you forth and show you all. Think not of bonds and capture, fear, no loss of life, no peril here. For captive, helpless, and unarmed, an envoy never should be harmed. Again to Lanka's town repair, speed to the giant monarch there, and be these words to Ravan told, fierce brother of the Lord of Gold. Now, tyrant, tremble for thy sin, call up thy friends, thy kith and kin, and let the power and might be seen, which made thee bold to steal my queen. Tomorrow shall thy mournful eye behold thy bravest warriors die, and Lanka's city, tower and wall, struck by my fiery shafts, will fall. Then shall my vengeful blow descend, its rage on thee and thine to spend. Fierce is the fiery bolt that flew from heaven against the dawn of crew, mid those rebellious demons sent by him who rules the firmament. Thus spake Ikshaku's son, and ceased. The giants from their bonds released, lauded the king with glad accord, and hasted homeward to their lord. Before the tyrant, side by side, Sukha and Saran stood and cried. Division seized us, king, and fain his helpless captives would have slain. But glorious Rama saw us, he, great-hearted hero, made us free. There in one spot our eyes beheld 4 chiefs on earth unparalleled, who with the guardian gods may vie, who rule the regions of the sky. There Rama stood, the boast and pride of Raghu's race by Lakshman's side. There stood the sage Bibhishan, there Sugriva strong beyond compare. These 4 alone can batter down gate, rampart, wall, and Lanka's town. Nay, Rama matchless in his form, a single foe that town would storm. So wondrous are his weapons, he needs not succor of the tree. Why speak we of the countless train that fills the valley, hill, and plain, the millions of the banner breed, whom Rama and Sugriva lead? O king, be wise, contend no more, and Sita to her lord restore. Canto 26. The Banner Chiefs. Not if the gods in heaven who dwell, Gandharvas and the fiends of hell, in bended opposition rise, against me will I yield my prize. Still trembling from the ungentle touch of banner hands, ye fear too much, and bid me, heedless of the shame, give to her lord the metal dame. Thus spoke the king in stern reproof, then mounted to his palace roof. Aloft over many a story raised, and on the lands beneath him gazed. There by his faithful spies he stood, and looked on sea and hill and wood. There stretched before him far away the banner's numberless array. Scarce could the meadows stand green beneath their trampling feet be seen. He looked a while with furious eye, then question does the nearer spy. Bend sudden, bend the gauge, and show the leaders of the banner foe. Tell me their heroes' names and teach the valor, power, and might of each. Obedient sudden, eyed the van, the leaders marked, and thus began. The chief conspicuous at the head of warriors in the forest bred, who hither bends his ruthless eye and shouts his fearful battle cry, whose voice with pealing thunder shakes all Lanka with the groves and lakes, and hills that tremble at the sound, is Nila, for his might renowned. First of the banner lords controlled, by King Sugriva lofty souled, he who his mighty arm extends, and his fierce eye on Lanka bends. In stature like a stately tower, in colour like a lotus flower, who with his wild earth-shaking cries thee, Ravan, to the field defies, is angered by the Sugriva's care, anointed his imperial ire. In wondrous strength, in martial fire, peer of King Bali's self, his sire. For Rama's sake in arms arrayed, like Varun called to Sakra's aid. Behind him, guarded by warlike bands, Nala, the mighty banner stands. The son of Bissakarma he, who built the bridge athwart the sea. Look farther yet, O king, and mark that chieftain clothed in sandal bark. It is Sita, famed among his peers, a sage whom all his race reveres. See, in Sugriva's ear he speaks, then hasting back his post reseeks, and turns his practised eye to view the squadrons he has formed anew. Next Kumud stands who roamed of yore on Gomati's delightful shore, feared where the waving woods invest his seat on Mount Sandrochan's crest. Next him a chieftain strong and dread comes Chanda at his legion's head. Exulting in his warrior might, he hastens, burning for the fight, and boasts that his unaided powers shall cast to earth thy walls and towers. Mark, mark that chief of Lion Gate, who views thee with a glance of hate, as though his very eyes would burn the city walls to which they turn. It is Ramba, Banner King. He dwells in Krishnagiri's tangled dells, where Bindar's pleasant slopes are spread, and fair Sudarshan lifts his head. There, listening with erected ears, Sarava, mighty chief, appears. His soul is burning for the strife, nor dreads the jeopardy of life. He trembles as he moves for ire, and bounds around his glance of fire. Next, like a cloud that veils the skies, a chieftain of terrific size, conspicuous mid the banners, comes, with battle shout like rolling drums. It is Panas, trained in war and tried, who dwells in Pariyadra's side. He far away, the chief who throws a glory over the martial rows that ranged behind their captain's stand, exulting on the ocean strand, is Binata, the fierce in fight, preeminent like Dardar's height. That chieftain bending down to drink on lovely Vena's baddened brink is Kratan. Now he lifts his eyes, and thee to mortal fray defies. Next Gavaya comes, whose haughty mind scorns all the warriors of his kind. He comes to trample, such his boast, on Lanka with his single host. Canto 27. The Banner Chiefs. Yet more remain, brave chiefs who stake their noble lives for Rama's sake. See, glorious golden-coated one, who glisters like the morning sun, whom thousands of his race surround. It is Hara, for his strength renowned. Next comes a mighty chieftain he, whose legions, armed with rock and tree, press on in numbers passing tale, the ramparts of our town to scale. O Ravan, see the king advance, terrific with his fiery glance, guarded by the bravest of his train, majestic as the god of rain. Bajanya, when his host of clouds about the king embattled crowds. On Rikshavan's high mountain nursed, in Narmada his lakes he tossed. Dhumra, proud Arsayan chief, who leads wild warriors from the forest breeds, his brother, next in strength and age, in Jambavan the famous sage. Of yore his might and skill he lent to him who rules the firmament, and Indra's liberal boons repaid the chieftain for the timely aid. There, like a gloomy cloud that flies, borne by the tempest through the skies, Brahmati stands. He roams of yore the forest wilds on Ganga's shore, where elephants were struck with dread, and trembling at his coming fled. There on his foes he loved to sate the old hereditary hate. Look, Gaja and Gavaksha show their lust of battle with the foe. See Nala burning for the fray, and Nila chafing at delay. Behind the eager captains press wild hosts in numbers numberless, and each for Rama's sake would fall, or force his way through Lanka's wall. Canto 28. The Chieftains. There silence ceased, and Sukha broke the silence, and to Ravan spoke. O monarch, yonder chiefs survey, like elephants in size are they, and tower like stately trees that grow where Ganga's noising waters flow. Yea, tall as mountain pines that fling long shadows over the snow-crowned king. They all in wild Kashkinda dwell, and serve their lord Sugriva well. The gods and bright Gandharva's seed, they take each form that suits their need. Now, farther look, O monarch, where those chieftains stand, a glorious pair, conspicuous for their godlike frames. Duvid and Minda are their names. Their lips the drink of heaven have known, and Brahma claims them for his own. Their chieftain, whom thine eyes behold, refulgent like a hill of gold, before whose wrathful might the sea, roused from his rest, would turn and flee. The peerless banner, he who came to Lanka for the mortal dame, the wind-god's son Hanuman, thou hast seen him once, behold him now. Still nearer let thy glance be bent, and mark that prince preeminent, mid chieftains for his strength and size, and splendour of his lotus eyes. Far to the worlds his virtues shine, the glory of Ikshaku's line. The path of truth he never leaves, and still through all the duty cleaves. Deep in the Vedas, skilled to wield the mystic shafts to him revealed, whose flaming darts to heaven ascend, and through the earth a passage rend. In might like him who rules the sky, like Yama when his wrath grows high, whose queen, the darling of his soul, thy magic art deceived and stole. There royal Rama stands and longs for battle to avenge his wrongs. Near on his right a prince, in heel like pure gold, freshly varnished wear. Broad is his chest, his eye is red, his black hair curls about his head. It is Lakshman, faithful friend, who shares his brother's joys, his brother's cares. By Rama's side he loves to stand, and serve him as his better hand, for whose dear sake without a sigh the warrior youth would gladly die. On Rama's left Vibhishan view, with giants for his retinue. King-making drops have dealed his head, appointed monarch in thy stead. Behold that chieftain sternly still, high towering like a rooted hill, supreme in power and pride of place, the monarch of the banner race. Raised high above his woodland kind, in might and glory, frame and mind, his head above his host he shows, conspicuous as the Lord of Snows. His home is far from hostile eyes, where deep in woods Kashkinda lies, a glistering chain whose flowers bedeck with burnished gold adorns his neck. Queen Fortune, loved by gods and kings, to him her chosen favourite clings. That chain he owes to Rama's grace, and Tara and his kingly place. In him the great Sugriva know, whom Rama rescued from his foe. End of Cantos 24, 25, 26, 27 and 28.
Cantos 29 to 33 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 29. Sardula captured. The giant viewed with honest can the banners and the lords of man. Then thus with grief and anger moved, in bitter tone the spies reproved. Can faithful servants hope to please their master with such fates as these? Or hope ye with wild words to wring the bosom of your lord and king? Such words were better said by those who come arrayed our mortal foes. In vain your ears have heard the sage, and listened to the law of age, untaught, though lectured many a day, the first great lesson to obey. It is marvel Ravan reigns and rules, whose counselors are blind and fools. Has death no terrors that ye dare to tempt your monarch to despair? From whose imperial mandate flow disgrace and honor, weal and woe? Yea, forest trees, when flames offend, about their scorching trunks may stand, but naught can set the sinner free, when kings the punishment decree. I would not in mine anger spare the traitorous foe-praising pair, but years of faithful service plead for pardon, and they shall not bleed. Henceforth to me be dead, depart far from my presence and my heart. Thus spoke the angry king. The two cried, Long live Ravan, and withdrew. The giant monarch turned and cried to strong Mahudar at his side, Go thou, and spies more faithful bring, more duteous to their lord the king. Swift at his word Mahudar shed, and came returning at the head of long-tried messengers who bent before their monarch reverent. Go quickly hence, said Ravan, scan with keenest eyes the foeman's plan, learn who, as nearest friends, advise and mould each secret enterprise. Learn when he wakes and goes to rest, sound every purpose of his breast. Learn what the prince intends today, watch keenly all, and come away. With joy they heard the words he said. Then with Sardul at their head, about the giant king they went, with circling paces reverent. By fair Suvila's grassy side, the chiefs of Raghu's race they spied, where, shaded by the waving oud, Vibhishan and Sugriva stood. A while they rested there and viewed the banners' countless multitude. Vibhishan, with observant eyes, knew at a glance the giant spies, and bade the warriors of his train
bind the rash foes with cord and chain. Sardula's is the sin, he cried. He in it the banner's hands had died. But Rama from their fury freed the captive in his utmost need, and merciful at sight of woe, loosed all the spies and bade them go. Then home to Lanka's monarch fled the giant chiefs discomfited. Canto 30, Sardula's Speech. They told their lord that Rama still lay waiting by Suvela's hill. The tyrant, flushed with angry glow, heard of the coming of the foe, and thus with close inquiry pressed Sardula, spokesman for the rest. Why art thou sad, night rover? Speak. Has grief or terror changed thy cheek? Have the wild banners hostile bands assailed thee with their mighty hands? Sardula heard, but scarce might speak. His trembling tones were faint and weak. O giant king, in vain we try the purpose of the foe to spy. Their strength and number none may tell, and Rama guards his legions well. He leaves no hope to prying eyes, and parley with the chiefs denies. Each road and path a banner god of mountain size has closed and barred. Soon as my feet an entrance found, by giants was I seized and bound, and wounded sore I fell beneath their fists and knees and hands and teeth. Then trembling, bleeding, well nigh dead, to Rama's presence was I led. He in his mercy stooped to save, and freedom to the captive gave. With rocks and shattered mountains he has bridged his way athwart the sea, and he and all his legions wait, embattled close to Lanka's gate. Soon will thy host thy wall assail, and swarming on the rampart scale. Now, O my king, his consort yield, or arm thee with the sword and shield. This choice is left thee, choose between thy safety and the mighty queen. Canto 31, The Magic Head. The tyrant's troubled eye confessed the secret fear that filled his breast. With dread of coming woe dismayed, he called his counsellors to aid. Then sternly silent, deep in thought, his chamber in the palace sought. Then, as the surest hope of all, the monarch bade his servants call. Bid Dujiva, whom magic skill made master of the means of ill. Then spake the lord of Lanka's isle, Come, Sita with thine arts beguile, with magic skill and deftest care, a head like Rama's own prepare. This head, long shafts and mighty bow, to Janak's daughter will we show. He ceased, Vidujiva obeyed, and wondrous magic skill displayed, and Ravan for the art he showed, an ornament of price bestowed. Then to the grove where Sita lay, the lord of Lanka took his way. Pale, wasted, weeping on the ground, the melancholy queen he found, whose thoughts in utmost stress of ill were fixed upon her husband's tale. The giant king approached the dame, declared in tones of joy his name, then heeding not her wild distress, bespake her, stern and pitiless. The prince to whom thy fancies cling, though loved and wooed by Lanka's king, who slew the noble Kanda, he is slain by warriors sent by me. Thy living root is hewn away, thy scornful pride is tamed today. Thy lord in battle's front has died, and Sita shall be Ravan's bride. Hence, idle thoughts, thy hope is fled. What wilt thou, Sita, with the dead? Rise, child of Janak, rise and be the queen of all my queens and me. Incline thine ear, and I will tell, dear lady, how thy husband fell. He breezed his way across the sea, with countless troops to fight with me. Then setting sun had flushed the west, when on the shore they took their rest. Weary with toil, no watch they kept, securely on the sands they slept. Prahasta's troops assailed our foes, and smote them in their deep repose. Scarce could their bravest prove their might, they perished in the dark of night. Axe, spear, and sword, directed well, upon the sleeping myriads fell. First in the fight Prahasta's sword reft off his head thy slumbering lord. Roused at the din the vision rose, the captive of surrounding foes. And Lakshman through the woods that spread around him with his banners fled. Hanuman fell, one deadly stroke the neck of King Sugriva broke, and Mindil sank and Duvid lay, gasping in blood his life away. The banners died or fled dispersed, like cloudlets when the storm has burst. Some rose aloft in air, and more ran to the sea and filled the shore. On shore, in woods, on hill and plain, our conquering giants left the slain. Thus my victorious host overthrew the banners and thy husband slew. See, rudely stained with dust and red, with dropping blood the severed head. Then turning to a Rakshas slave, the ruthless king his mandate gave, and straight Vidujiva who bore the head still wet with dripping gore. The arrows and the mighty bow bent down before his master low. Vidujiva, cried Ravan, place the head before the lady's face, and let her see with weeping eyes that low in death her husband lies. Before the queen the giant laid the beauteous head his art had made, and Ravan cried, thine eyes will know these arrows and the mighty bow. With fame of this by Rama strung, the earth and heaven and hell have rung. Prahasta brought it hither when his hand had slain thy prince of man. Now, widowed queen, thy hopes resign, forget thy husband and be mine. Canto 32. Sita's Lament. Again her eyes with tears overflowed, she gazed upon the head he showed, gazed on the bow, so famed of yore, the glorious bow which Rama bore. She gazed upon his cheek and brows, the eyes of her beloved's spouse, his lips, the lustre of his hair, the priceless gem that glittered there. The features of her lord she knew, and, pierced with anguish at the view, she lifted up her voice and cried, Kaikeyi, art thou satisfied? Now all thy longings are fulfilled, the joy of Raghu's race is killed, and ruined is the ancient line, destroyer by that fraud of thine. Ah, what offence, O cruel dame, what fault in Rama couldst thou blame, to drive him clad in hermit dress with Sita to the wilderness? Great trembling seized her fame, and she fell like a stricken plantain tree. As light as dead she lay, at length, slowly regaining sense and strength. On the dear head she fixed her eye, and cried with very bitter cry, Ah, when thy cold dead cheek I view, my hero, I am murdered too. Then first the faithful woman's eyes see sorrow when her husband dies. When thou, my lord, wast nigh to save, some stealthy hand thy dead wound gave. Thou art not dead, rise, hero, rise, long life was thine, as spake the wise, whose words I ween are ever true, for fate lies open to their view, our Lord, and shall thy head recline on earth's cold breast, forsaking mine, counting her chill lap dearer far than I and my caresses are. Ah, is it thus these eyes behold thy famous bow adorned with gold, whereon of yore I loved to bind sweet garlands that my hands had twined? And hast thou sought in heaven a place amid the founders of thy race, where in the home deserved so well thy sires and Dasarath dwell? Or dost thou shine a brighter star in skies where blessed immortals are, forsaking in thy lofty scorn the race wherein thy sires were born? Turn to my gaze, O turn thine eye. Why are thy cold lips silent? Why? When first we met, as youth and maid, when in thy hand my hand was laid, thy promise was thy steps should be through life in duty's path with me. Remember, faithful still, thy vow, and take me with thee even now. Is that broad bosom where I hung, that neck to which I fondly clung, where flowery garlands breathed their scent, by hungry dogs and vultures rent? Shall no funeral honours grace the parted lord of Raghu's race, whose bounty liberal feasts bestowed, for whom the fires of worship glowed? Kaushalya, wild with grief, will see one sole survivor of the tree, who in their hermit garments went to the dark woods in banishment. Then at her cry shall Lakshman tell how, slain by night, the banners fell, how to thy side the giants crept, and slew the hero as he slept. Thy fate and mine the queen will know, and broken-hearted die of woe. For my unworthy sake, for mine, Rama, the glory of his line, who breezed his way across the main, is basely in a puddle slain. And I, the graceless wife he wed, have brought this ruin on his head. Me too on him, O Ravan, slay, the wife beside her husband lay. By his dear body let me rest, cheek close to cheek and breast to breast. My happy eyes I then will close, and follow whither Rama goes. Thus cried the miserable dame, when to the king a warder came, before the giant monarch bowed, and said that, followed by a crowd of councillors and lords of state, Prahasta stood before the gate, and sent by some engrossing care, craved audience of his master there. The anxious tyrant left his seat, and hastened forth the chief to meet, then summoning his nobles all, took counsel in his regal hall. When Lanka's lord had left the queen, the head and bow no more were seen. The giant king his nobles eyed, and, terrible as Yama, cried, O faithful lords, the time is come. Gather our hosts with beat of drum. Nigh to the town our foeman draws. Be prudent, nor reveal the cause. The nobles listened and obeyed. Swift were the gathered troops arrayed, and countless rovers of the night stood burning for the hour of night. Canto 33. Sadama. But Sadama, of gentler mood, with beating eyes the mourner viewed, stole to her side and softly told glad tidings that her heart consoled, revealing with sweet voice and smile the secret of the giant's guile. She, one of those who night and day watching in turns by Sita lay, the Rakshas-born felt pity's touch, and loved the helpless lady much. I heard, she said, thy bitter cry, heard Ravan's speech and thy reply, for, hiding in the thicket near, no word or tone escaped mine ear. When Ravan hasn't fought, I bent my steps to follow as he went, and learned the secret cause that drove the monarch from the Asoka grove. Believe me, queen, thou needst not weep, for Rama slaughtered in his sleep. Thy lion lord of man defies, by day attack, by night surprise. Can even giants slay with ease, vast hosts who fight with brandished trees? For whom would I that never sleeps, his constant watch thy Rama keeps? Lord of the mighty arm and chest, of worldly warriors first and best, whose fame through all the regions rings, proud scion of 100 kings, who guards his life and loves to lend his saving succor to a friend, whose bow no hand but his can strain, thy Lord, thy Rama, is not slain. Obedient to his master's will, a great magician trained in ill, with daftest art surpassing thought, that marvellous illusion wrought. Let rising hope thy grief dispel, look up and smile, for all is well. And gentle Lakshmi, fortune's queen, regards thee with a favouring mien. Thy Rama with his banner train has thrown a bridge athwart the main, has led his countless legions over, and reigns them on this southern shore. These eyes have seen the hero stand, guarded by his hosts on Lanka's strand, and breathless spies each moment bring fresh tidings to the giant king, and every peer and lord of state is called to council and debate. She ceased. The sound, long, loud, and clear, of gathering armies smote her ear, where call of drum and shell rang out, the timbre and the battle shout. And while the din the echoes woke, again to Janak's child she spoke. Hear, lady, hear the loud alarms that call the Rakshas troops to arms. From stable and from stall they lead the elephant and neighing steed. Brace harness on with daftest care, and chariots for the fight prepare. Swift over the trembling ground carrier, mailed horsemen armed with axe and spear. And here and there, in road and street, the terrible battalions meet. I hear the gathering, near and far, the snorting steed, the rattling car. Bold chieftains, leaders of the brave, press densely on, like wave on wave, and bright the evening sunbeams glance on helm and shield, on sword and lance. Hark, lady, to the ringing steel, hark to the rolling chariot wheel, hark to the mettled courser's neigh, and drums loud thunder far away. The Queen of Fortune holds thee dear, for Lanka's troops are struck with fear, and Rama with the lotus eyes, like Indra, monarch of the skies, with conquering arm will slay his foe, and free his lady from her woe. Soon will his breast support thy head, and tears of joy thine eyes will shed. Soon by his mighty arm embraced, the long-lost rapture wilt thou taste, and Rama, meet for highest bliss, will gain his garden in thy kiss. End of Cantos 29 to 33. Cantos 34 to 40 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 34, Sarama's Tidings. Thus Sarama her story told, and Sita's spirit was consoled, as when the first fresh rain is shed, the parching earth is comforted. Then, filled with chill for Sita's sake, again in gentle tones she spake, and, skilled in arts that soothe and please, addressed the queen in words like these. Thy husband, lady, will I seek. Say the fond words thy lips would speak, and then, unseen of any eye, back to thy side will swiftly fly. My airy flights are speedier far than Garuda's and the tempest are. Then Sita spake, her former woe still left her accents faint and low. I know thy steps, which naught can stay, can arch through heaven and hell their way. Then if thy love and changeless will would solve the helpless captive still, go forth and learn each plot and guile planned by the Lord of Lanka's isle. With magic art like maddening wine, he cheats these weeping eyes of mine, torments me with his sweet, nor spares reproof or flattery, threats or prayers. These gods surround me night and day. My heart is sad, my senses stray, and helpless in my woe I fear the tyrant Ravan even here. Then Sarama replied, I go to learn the purpose of thy foe, soon by thy side again to stand, and tell thee what the king has planned. She sped, she heard with eager ears the tyrant speak his hopes and fears, where gathered at their master's call, the nobles filled the council hall. Then swiftly to her promise true, back to Asoka Grove she flew. The lady on the grassy ground, longing for her return, she found, who with a gentle smile to greet the envoy led her to a seat. Through her worn frame a shiver ran, as Sarama her tale began. There stood the royal mother, she besought her son to set thee free, and to her counsel, tears and prayers, the elder nobles added theirs. Oh, be the metal queen restored, with honor to her angry lord. Let Janastan's unhappy fight be witness of the hero's might. Hanuman over the waters came, and looked upon the guarded dame. Let Lanka's chiefs who fought and fell the prowess of the leader tell. In vain they sued, in vain she wept, his purpose still unchanged he kept. As clings the miser to his gold, he would not lose thee from his hold. No, never till in death he lies, will Lanka's lord release his prize. Soon slain by Rama's arrows all, the giants with their king will fall, and Rama to his home will lead, his black-eyed queen from bondage freed. An awful sound that moment rose from Lanka's fast approaching foes, where drum and shell in mingled peal made art in terror rock and reel. The hosts within the walls arrayed stood trembling, in their hearts dismayed, thought of the tempest soon to burst, and Lanka's lord their reign caused. Canto 35. My Levant Speech. The fearful notes of drum and shell upon the ear of Ravan fell. One moment quailed his haughty look, one moment in his fear he shook. But soon recalling wonted pride, his counsellors he sternly eyed, and with a voice that thundered true, the council hall began anew. Lords, I have heard, your tongues have told, how Raghu's son is fierce and bold. To Lanka shore has breezed his way, and he there leads his wild array. I know your might, in battle tried, fighting and conquering by my side. Why now, when such a foe is near, looks eye to eye in silent fear? He ceased, his mother's sire well known, for wisdom in the counsel shown. My Ravan, sage and faithful guide, thus to the monarch's speech replied. Long reigns the king in safe repose, unmoved by fear of vanquished foes, whose feet by saving knowledge led, in justice path the light to tread, who knows to sheathe the sword or wield, to order peace to strike or yield, prefers, when foes are stronger, peace, and bids a doubtful conflict cease. Now, king, the choice before thee lies. Make peace with Rama and be wise. This day the captive queen restore, who brings the foe to Lanka shore. The sire by whom the worlds are swayed, of yore the gods and demons made. With these injustice sided those, fair justice for her champions chose. Still justice dwells with gods above, injustice fiends and giants love. Thou through the worlds that fear thee long, hast scorned the right and loved the wrong, and justice with thy foes allied gives might resistless to their side. Thou, guided by thy wicked will, hast found delight in deeds of ill, and sages in their holy rest have trembled by thy power oppressed. But they who check each vain desire are clothed with might which burns like fire. In them the power and glory live, which chill and saintly fervor give. Their constant task, their sole delight, in worship and each holy rite, to chant aloud the Veda hymn, nor let the sacred fires grow dim. Now through the air like thunder ring the echoes of the chants they sing. The vapors of their incense rise, and veil with cloudy pall the skies. And Rakshas might grows weak and faint, killed by the power of sage and saint. By Brahma's boon thy life was screened from god, Gandharva, Yaksha, fiend, but banners, man and bears arrayed against thee now thy shores invade. Red meteors, heralds of despair, flash frequent through the lurid air, foretelling to my troubled mind the ruin of the Rakshas kind. With awful thundering overhead, clouds black as night are densely spread, and oozing from the gloomy pole, great drops of blood on Lanka fall. Dogs roam through house and shrine to steal the sacred oil and curd and meal. Cats pair with tigers, hounds with swine, and asses' foals are born of kine. In these and countless signs I trace the ruin of the giant race. It is Vishnu's self who comes to storm thy city, clothed in Rama's form. For, well I ween, no mortal hand the ocean with a bridge has panned. O giant king, the dame release, and see to Raghu's son for peace. Canto 36. Ravan's reply. But Ravan's breast with fury swelled, and thus he spake, by death impelled, while on the brows in anger bent, fierce glances from his eyes were sent. The bitter words which thou, misled, by friendly thought hast fondly said, which praise the foe and counsel fear, unheeded fall upon mine ear. How canst thou deem a mighty foe this Rama who, in stress of woe, seeks, banished as his sire decreed, assistance from the banner breed? Am I so feeble in thine eyes, though feared by dwellers of the skies, whose might in many a battle shown the glorious race of giants own? Shall I, for fear of him, restore the lady whom I hither bore, exceeding fair like beauty's queen, without her well-loved lotus seen. Around the chief let Lakshman stand, Sugriva and each banner band. Soon, my Ravan, thine eyes will see this boasted Rama slain by me. I in the brunt of war defy the mightiest warriors of the sky, and if I stoop to combat man, shall I be weak and trampled down? This mangled trunk the foe may rend, but Ravan never can yield or bend. And be it vice or virtue, I this nature never will belie. What marvel if he bridge the sea? Why should this deed disquiet thee? This, only this I surely know, back with his life he shall not go. Thus in loud tones the king exclaimed, and mute stood my Ravan ashamed. His reverend head he humbly bent, and slowly to his mansion went. But Ravan stayed, and deep in care held counsel with his nobles there, all entrance to secure and close, and guard the city from their foes. He bade the chief Prahasta wait, commander at the eastern gate, the fierce Mahodar, strong and brave, to keep the southern gate he gave, where Mahabharata's might should aid the chieftain with his hosts arrayed. To guard the west, no chief more fit, he placed the warrior Indrajit, his son, the giant's joy and boast, surrounded by a Rakshas host. And mighty Saran hastened forth with succor to protect the north. I will myself, the monarch cried, be present on the northern side. These orders for the wall's defence the tyrant gave, then parted thence, and by the hope of victory fired, to chambers far within retired. Canto 37. Preparations. Lords of the legions of the Ood, the chieftains with division stood, and strangers in the foeman's land, their hopes and fears in council scanned. See where Lanka's towers ascend, which Ravan's power and might defend, which gods Gandharvas fiends would fail to conquer if they durst assail. How shall our legions pass within the city of the foe to win, with massive walls and portals barred, which Ravan keeps with surest guard? With anxious looks the walls they eyed, and sage Vivishan thus replied, These lords of mine can answer, they within the walls have found their way, their foeman's plan and order learned, and hither to my side returned. Now, Rama, let my tongue declare how Ravan's hosts are stationed there. Prahasta heads in warlike state his legions at the eastern gate. To guard the southern portal stands Mahodar, guarded by Rakshas bands, where mighty Mahabharata, sent by Ravan's haste, his aid has lent. Guard of the gate that fronts the west is valiant Indrajit, the best of warriors, Ravan's joy and pride, and by the youthful chieftain's side are giants armed for fierce attacks, with sword and mace and battle axe. North, where approach is dreaded most, the king, encompassed with a host of giants trained in war, whose hands wield maces, swords, and lances, stands. All these are chiefs whom Ravan chose, as mightiest to richest his foes, and each a countless army leads, with elephants and cars and steeds. Then Rama, while his spirit burned for battle, words like these returned. To eastern gate be Nila's care, opponent of Brahasta there, and southern gate with troops arrayed, let Angad, Bali's son, invade. The gate that fronts the falling sun shall be by brave Hanuman won. Soon through its portals shall he lead his myriads of banner breed. The gate that fronts the north shall be assailed by Lakshman and by me, for I myself have sworn to kill the tyrant who delights in ill. Armed with the boon which Brahma gave, the gods of heaven he loves to brave, and through the trembling walls he flies, oppressor of the just and wise. Thou, Jambavan, and thou, O King of banners, all your bravest bring, and with your hosts in dance array, straight to the centre force your way. But let no banner in the storm disguise him in human form. Ye chiefs who change your shapes at will, retain your banner semblance still. Thus when we battle with the foe, both man and banners will e'er know. In human form will 7 appear, myself, my brother Lakshman here, Bibhishan and the 4 he led, from Lanka's city when he fled. Thus Raghu's son the chiefs addressed, then gazing on Savela's crest, transported by the lovely sight, he longed to climb the mountain height. Canto 38. The Ascent of Savela. Come, let us scale, the hero cried, this hill with various metals dyed. This night upon the breezy crest, Sugriva, Lakshman, I will rest. With sage Vibhishan, faithful friend, his counsel and his law to lend. From those tall peaks each eager eye the foeman's city shall espy, who from the wood my darling stole, and brought long anguish on my soul. Thus spake the Lord of Man, and bent his footsteps to the steep ascent, and Lakshman, true in weal and woe, next followed with his shafts and bow. Vibhishan followed next in place, the sovereign of the banner race, and hundreds of the forest kind thronged with impetuous feet behind. The chiefs in woods and mountains bred fast followed to Savela's head, and gazed on Lanka bright and fair as some gay city in the air. On glittering gates, on ramparts raised by giant hands, the chieftains gazed. They saw the mighty hosts that, skilled in arts of war, the city filled, and ramparts with new ramparts lined, and swarthy hosts that stood behind. With spirits burning for the fight, they saw the giants from the height, and from 100 throats rang out defiance and the battle shout. Then sank the sun with dying flame, and soft the shades of twilight came, and the full moon's delicious light was shed upon the tranquil night. Canto 39. Lanka. They slept secure. The sun arose, and called the chieftains from repose. Before the wandering banners gay, with grove and garden, Lanka lay, where golden buds the champak showed, and bright with bloom Ashoka glowed, and palm and sal and many a tree, with leaf and flower were fair to see. They looked on wood and lawn and glade, on emerald grass and dusky shade, where creepers filled the air with scent, and luscious fruit the branches bent, where bees inebriate loved the throng, and each sweet bird was loud in song. The wandering banners passed the bound that circled the enchanting ground, and as they came a sweet breeze drew the odorous alleys softly blew. Some banners, at their king's behest, onward to bannered Lanka pressed, while, startled by the stranger's tread, the birds and deer before them fled. Earth trembled at each step they took, and Lanka at their shouting shook. Bright rose before their wondering eyes Trikuta's peak that kissed the skies, and clothed with flowers of every hue, afar its golden radiance drew. Most fair to see the mountain's head, 100 leagues in length was spread. There Ravan's town, securely placed, the summit of Trikuta graced. Over leagues of land she stretched in pride, 100 long and 20 wide. They saw a lofty wall enfold the city built of blocks of gold. They saw the beams of morning fall on dome and fane within the wall. Bright with the sign that mansion gives, where Vishnu in his glory lives, white crested like the Lord of Snows, before them Ravan's palace rose. High on 1,000 pillars raised, with gold and precious stone it blazed, guarded by the giant warder's crown, an ornament of Lanka's town. Canto 40. Ravan attacked. Still stood the son of Raghu where Savela's peak rose high in air, and with Sugriva turned his eye to scan each quarter of the sky. There on Trikuta, nobly planned and built by Vishwakarma's hand, he saw the lovely Lanka dressed in all her varied beauty rest. High on a tower above the gate, the tyrant stood in kingly state. The royal canopy displayed, above him leant its grateful shade, and servants from the giant band his cheek with jewelled chowries fanned. Red sandal over his breast was spread, his ornaments and robe were red. There shows a cloud of darksome hue, with golden sunbeams flashing through, while Rama and the chiefs intent upon the king their glances bent. Up sprang Sugriva from the ground, and reached the turret at a bound. Unterrified the banner stood, and wrought with wondrous hardihood. The king in bitter words addressed, and thus his scorn and hate expressed. King of the giant race in me, the friend and slave of Rama, see. Lord of the world, he gives me power to smite thee in thy fenced tower. While through the air his challenge rang, at Ravan's face the banner sprang, snatched from his head the kingly crown, and dashed it in his fury down. Straight at his foe the giant flew, his mighty arms about him threw, with strength resistless swung him round, and dashed him panting to the ground. Unharmed amid the storm of blows, swift to his feet Sugriva rose. Again in furious fight they met, with streams of blood their limbs were wet, each grasping his opponent's waist, thus with their branches interlaced, which, crimson with the flowers of spring, from side to side the bridges swing. In furious wrestle you may see the kingshuk and the seemal tree. They fought with fists and hands alike, prepared to parry and to strike. Long time the doubtful combat waged, with matchless strength and fury raised. Each fiercely struck, each guarded well, till closing from the tower they fell, and grasping each other's throat, lay for an instant in the moat. They rose, and each in fiercer mood the sanguinary strife renewed. Well matched in size and strength and skill, they fought the dubious battle still. While sweat and blood their limbs bedewed, they met, retreated, and pursued. Each stratagem and art they tried, stood front to front and swerved aside. His hand a while the giant stayed, and called his magic to his aid. But brave Sugriva, swift to know the guileful purpose of the foe, gained with light leap the upper air, and breath and strength and spirit dare. Then, joyous as for victory won, returned to Raghu's royal son. End of Cantos 34 to 40.
Cantos 41 to 44 of Book 6 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 41, Rama's Envoy. When Rama saw each bloody trace on King Sugriva's limbs and face, he cried, while sorrowing at the view, his arms about his friend he threw. Too venturous, chieftain, kings like us bring not their lives in peril thus, nor save when counsel shows the need, attempt so bold, so rash a deed. Remember, I the vision all have sorrowed, fearing for thy fall. Oh, do not, for us all I speak, these desperate adventures seek. I could not, cried Sugriva, brook upon the giant king to look, nor challenge to the deadly strife the fiend who robbed thee of thy wife. Now Lakshman, marshal, Rama cried, our legions where the woods are wide, and stand we ready to oppose the fury of our giant foes. This day our armies shall ascend the walls which Ravan's powers defend, and floods of Rakshas blood shall stain the streets encumbered with the slain. Down from the peak he came and viewed the banners ordered multitude, each captain there for battle bound, each fiery eye to Lanka turned. On, where the royal brothers led, to Lanka's walls the legions sped. The northern gate, where giant foes swarmed round their monarch, Rama chose, where he in person might direct the battle and his troops protect. What arm but his the post might keep, where strong as he who sways the deep, mid thousands armed with bow and mace, stood Ravan, mightiest of his race. The eastern gate was Nila's post, where marshal stood his banner host, and Minda with his troops arrayed, and Duvid stood to lend him aid. The southern gate was Angad's care, who ranged his bold battalions there. Hanuman by the port that faced the setting sun his legions placed, and King Sugriva held the wood east of the gate where Ravan stood. On every side the myriads met, and Lanka's walls of close beset, that scarce the roving gale could win a passage to the hosts within. Loud as the angry ocean's roar, when wild waves lash the rocky shore, 10,000 throats upsent a shout that tore the firmament. And Lanka, with each grove and brook, the tower and wall and rampart shook. The giants heard and were appalled. Then Raghu's son to Angad called, and led by kingly duty gave this order merciful as brave. Go, Angad, Ravan's presence seek, and thus my words of warning speak. How art thou changed and fallen now, O monarch of the giants thou, whose impious fury you'd not spare, saint, nymph, or spirit of the air, whose foot in haughty triumph trod on Yaksha, king and serpent god. How art thou fallen from thy pride, which Brahma's favour fortified. With myriads at thy Lanka's gate, I stand my righteous ire to sate, and punish thee with sword and flame, the tyrant fiend who stole my dame. Now show the might, employ the guile, O monarch of the giants' isle, who stole the helpless dame away. Call up thy power and strength today,
Once more I warn thee, Rakshas king, this hour the mighty lady bring, and yielding while there yet is time, seek, suppliant, pardon for the crime. Or I will leave beneath the sun no living Rakshas, no, not one. In vain from battle wilt thou fly, or borne on pinions seek the sky. The hand of Rama shall not spare, his fiery shaft shall smite thee there. He ceased, and Angad bowed his head. Thence like embodied flame he sped, and lighted from his airy road within the Rakshas king's abode. There sate the centre of a ring of counsellors the giant king. Swift through the circle Angad pressed, and spoke with fury in his breast. Sent by the Lord of Koshal's land, his envoy here, O king, I stand. Angad, the son of Bali, fame, has happily taught thine ears my name. Thus in the words of Rama I am come to warn thee or defy. Come forth, and fighting in the vain, display the spirit of a man. This arm shall slay thee tyrant all, thy nobles, kith and kin shall fall. And earth and heaven, from terror freed, shall joy to see the oppressor bleed. The vision, when his foe is slain, anointed king in peace shall reign. Once more I counsel thee, repent, avoid the mortal punishment. With honour due the dame restore, and pardon for thy sin implore. Loud rose the king's infuriate cry, seize the Ravana, let him die. 4 of his band their lord obeyed, and eager hands on Angad laid. He, purposing his strength to show, gave no resistance to the foe, but swiftly round his captors cast his mighty arms and held them fast. Fierce shout and cry around him rang, light to the palace roof he sprang. There his detaining arms unwound, and hauled the giants to the ground. Then smiting with a fearful stroke, a turret from the roof he broke, as when the fiery levin sent by Indra from the clouds has rent the proud peak of the Lord of Snow, and flung the stony mass below. Again with loud terrific cry he sprang exulting to the sky, and joyous for his errand done, stood by the side of Raghu's son. Canto 42. The Sally. Still was the cry, the banner foes around the leaguered city close. King Ravan from the terrace gazed, and saw with eyes where fury blazed. The banner host in serried ranks pressed the moat and lined the banks, and, first in splendour and in place, the lion lord of Raghu's race. And Rama looked on Lanka where gay flags were streaming to the air, and while keen sorrow pierced him through, his loving thoughts to Sita flew. There in deep affliction lies my darling with the fawn-like eyes. There on the cold bare ground she keeps sad vigil, and for Rama weeps. Mad with the thought, "Charge, charge!" he cried, "let earth with Rakshas blood be dyed." Responsive to his call rang out a loud universal shout, as myriads filled the moat with stone, trees, rocks, and mountains overthrown, and charging at their leader's call, pressed forward furious to the wall. Some in their headlong ardour scaled the rampart's height, the god assailed, and many a ponderous fragment rent from portal, tower, and battlement, whose gates, adorned with burnished gold, were loosened and lifted from their hold, and post and pillar with a sound like thunder fell upon the ground. At every portal, east and west, and north and south, the chieftains pressed, each in his post appointed led his myriads in the forest bred. "Charge, let the gates be opened wide! Charge, charge, my giants!" Ravan cried. They heard his voice, and loud and long rang the wild clamour of the throng, and shell and drum their notes upsent, and every martial instrument fought at the bidding of their lord. From every gate the giants poured, as when the waters rise and swell, whose waves preceding waves impel. Again from every banner throat a scream of fierce defiance smote. The welkin, earth and sea and sky, re-echoed with the awful cry. The roar of elephants, the neigh of horses eager for the fray, the frequent clash of warriors' steel, the rattling of the chariot wheel. Fierce was the deadly fight, opposed, in terrible array they closed, as when the gods of heaven enraged with rebel fiends wild battle waged. Axe, spear, and mace were wielded well, at every blow a banner fell. But shivered rock and brandished tree brought many a giant on his knee, to perish in his town beneath the deadly wounds of nail and teeth. Canto 43. The Single Combats. Brave chiefs of each opposing side their strength in single combat tried. Fierce in receipt the fight began, with Angad in the battle's van. smṛti, strongest of his race, stood with Prajagya face to face. Hanuman Jambavali met, in mortal opposition set. Bibhishan, brother of the Lord of Lanka, raised his threatening sword, and singled out, with eyes aglow with red, Shatrugna for his foe. The mighty Gaza Tapan sought, and Nila with Nikumva fought. Sugriva Banner King defied fierce Praghas long in battle tried. And Lakshman, fearless in the fight, encountered Virupaksha's might. To meet the royal Rama came wild Agniketu, fierce as flame. Mitraghana, he who loved to strike his foeman and his friend alike, with Rasmiketu known and feared wherever his ponderous flag was reared. And Yajnakopa, whose delight was ruin of the sacred rite. These met and fought with thousands more, and trampled earth was red with gore. Swift as the bolt which Indra sends, when fire from heaven the mountain rends, smote Indrajit with furious blows on Angad, queller of his foes. But Angad from his foeman tore the murderous mace the warrior bore, and low in dust his coursers rolled, his driver and his car of gold. Struck by the shafts, Prajanga sped, the banner chief smṛti bled, but heedless of his gashes he crushed down the giant with a tree. Then Carbon Jambavali smote Hanuman on the chest and throat, but at the car the banner rushed, and chariot, steeds, and rider crushed. Sugriva whirled the huge tree round, and struck fierce Praghas to the ground. One arrow shot from Lakshman's bow laid mighty Virupaksha low. His giant foes round Rama pressed, and shot their shafts at head and breast. But when the iron shower was spent, 4 arrows from his bow he sent, and every missile, deftly sped, cleft from the trunk a giant head. Canto 44. The Night. The Lord of Light had sunk and set. Night came, the foemen struggled yet, and fiercer from the gloom of night grew the wild fury of the fight. Scarce could each warrior's eager eye the foeman from the friend descry. "Rakshas or banner, say," cried each, and foe near foeman by his speech. "Why wilt thou fly, O warrior, stay? Turn on the foe and rend and slay." Such were the cries, such words of fear smote through the gloom each listening ear. Each swordy rover of the night, whose golden armor flashed with light, showed like a towering hill embraced by burning woods about his waist. The giants at the banners flew, and ravening ate the foes they slew. With mortal bite like serpent's fang, the banners at the giants sprang, and car and steeds and they who bore the pennons fell bedewed with gore. No serried band, no farm array the fury of their charge could stay. Down went the horse and rider, down went giant lords of high renown. Though midnight shade was dense and dark, with skill that swerved not from the mark, their bows the sons of Raghu drew, and each keen shaft a chieftain slew. Uprose the blinding dust from meads, ploughed by the cars and trampling steeds, and where the warriors fell the flood was dark and terrible with blood. 6 giants singled Rama out, and charged him with a furious shout, loud as the roaring of the sea when every wind is raging free. 6 times he shot, 6 heads were cleft, 6 giants dead on earth were left. Nor ceased he yet, his bow he strained, and from the sounding weapon rained a storm of shafts whose fiery glare filled all the region of the air, and chieftains dropped before his aim like moths that perish in the flame. Earth glistened where the arrows fell, as shines in autumn nights a dell, which fireflies flashing through the gloom with momentary light illume. But Indrajit, when Bali's son the victory over the foe had won, saw with a fury-kindled eye his mangled steeds and driver die. Then lost in air he fled the fight, and vanished from the victor's sight. The gods and saints glad voices raised, and Angad for his virtue praised, and Raghu's sons bestowed the meed of honour due to valorous deed. Compelled his shattered car to quit, rage filled the soul of Indrajit, who brook not, strong by Brahma's grace, defeat from one of Bana race. In magic mist concealed from view, his bow the treacherous warrior drew, and Raghu's sons were forced to feel the tempest of his winged steel. Then when his arrows failed to kill the princes who defied him still, he bound them with a serpent noose, the magic bond which none might lose. End of Cantos 41, 42, 43 and 44. Cantos 45 to 48 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 45, Indrajit's Victory. Brave Rama, burning still to know the station of his artful foe, gave to 10 chieftains made the best of all the host his high behest. Swift rose in air the banner band, each region of the sky they scanned, but Ravan's son by magic skill checked them with arrows swifter still. When streams of blood from chest and side the dauntless banner's limbs had dyed, the giant in his misty shroud showed like the sun obscured by cloud. Like serpents hissing through the air, his arrows smote the princely pair, and from their limbs at every rent a stream of rushing blood was sent. Like kingshook trees they stood, that show in spring their blossoms crimson glow. Then Indrajit with fury eyed Ikshaku's royal sons and cried, "Not mighty Indra can assail, or see me when I choose to veil my form in battle, and can ye, children of art, contend with me? The arrowy noose this hand has shot has bound you with a hopeless knot, and slaughtered by my shafts and bow, to Yama's hall this hour ye go." He spoke and shouted, then anew the arrows from his bowstring flew, and pierced, well aimed with perfect art, each limb and joint and vital part. Transfixed with shafts in every limb, their strength relaxed, their eyes grew dim, as 2 tall standards side by side, with each sustaining rope untied, fall levelled by the howling blast, so art's majestic lords at last beneath the airy tempest reeled, and prostrate pressed the battlefield. Canto 46, Indrajit's Triumph. The banner chiefs, whose piercing eyes scanned eagerly the earth and skies, saw the brave brothers wounded sore, transfixed with darts and stained with gore. The monarch of the banner race, with wise vision, reached the place. Angad and Nila came behind, and others of the forest kind. And standing with Hanuman they lamented for the fallen pair. Their melancholy eyes they raised, in fruitless search a while they gazed. But magic arts vision knew, not hidden from his keener view. Though veiled by magic from the rest, the son of Ravan stood confessed. Fierce Indrajit with savage pride the fallen sons of Raghu eyed, and every giant heart was proud, as does the warrior cried aloud. Slain by mine arrows Rama lies, and closed in death are Lakshman's eyes. Dead are the mighty princes who Dushyant and Kara smote and slew. The gods and fiends may toil in vain to freedom from the binding chain. The haughty chief, my father's dread, who drove him sleepless from his bed, while Lanka, troubled like a brook, in rain time heard his name and shook. He whose fierce hate our lives pursued lies helpless by my shafts subdued. Now fruitless is each wondrous deed wrought by the race the forests breed, and fruitless every toil at last, like cloudlets when the rains are past. Then rose the shout of giants loud, as thunder from the bursting cloud, when deeming Rama dead they raised their voices and the conqueror praised. Still motionless as lie the slain, the brothers pressed the bloody plain. No sigh they drew, no breath they heaved, and lay as though of life bereaved. Proud of the deed his art had done, to Lanka's town went Ravan's son, where as he passed all fear was stilled, and every heart with triumph filled. Sugriva trembled as he viewed each fallen prince with blood bedewed, and in his eyes, which overflowed with tears, the flame of anger glowed. Calm, cried the vision, calm thy fears, and stay the torrent of thy tears. Still must the chance of battle change, and victory still the light derange. Our cause again will she befriend, and bring us triumph in the end. This is not dead, each prince will break the spell that holds him unawake, nor long shall numbing magic bind the mighty arm, the lofty mind. He ceased, his finger bathed in dew, across Sugriva's eyes he drew. From dulling mist his vision freed, and spoke these words to soothe the need. No time is this for fear, away with fainting heart and wake delay. Now even the tear which sorrow wrings from loving eyes destruction brings. Up, on to battle at the head of those brave troops which Rama led. Or guardian by his side remain, till sense and strength the prince regain. Soon shall the transbound pair revive, and from our hearts all sorrow drive. Though prostrate on the earth he lie, deem not that Rama's death is nigh. Deem not that Lakshmi will forget, or leave her darling champion yet. Rest here, and be thy heart consoled. Ponder my words, be firm and bold. I, foremost in the battlefield, will rally all who faint or yield. Their staring eyes betrayed their fear. They whisper each in other's ear. They, when they hear my cheering cry, and see the friend of Rama nigh, will cast their gloom and fears away, like faded wreaths of yesterday. Thus calmed he King Sugriva's dread, then gave new heart to those who fled. Fierce Indrajit his soul on fire, with pride of conquest sought his sire, raised reverent hands and told him all the battle and the prince's fall. Rejoicing at his foe's defeat, upsprang the monarch from his seat, caught by his giant courtiers round, his warrior son his arms he wound, close kisses on his head applied, and heard again how Rama died. Canto 47, Sita. Still on the ground where Rama slept, their fateful watch the banners kept. Their angered stood overwhelmed with grief, and many a lord and warrior chief. And ranged in densest mass around, their three-armed legions held the ground. Far ranged each banner's eager eye, now swept the land, now sought the sky, all fearing, if a leaf was stirred, a Rakshas in the sound they heard. The Lord of Lanka in his hall, rejoicing at his foeman's fall, commanded, and the warders came, whoever watched the mighty dame. "Go," cried the Rakshas king, "relate to Janak's child her husband's fate. Low on the earth her Rama lies, and dark in death are Lakshman's eyes. Bring forth my car, and let her ride, to view the chieftains side by side, the lord to whom her fancy turned, for whose dear sake my love she spurned, lies smitten as he fiercely led the battle with his brother dead. Lead forth the royal lady, go, her husband's lifeless body show, then from all doubt and terror free, her softening heart will turn to me." They heard his speech, the car was brought, that shady grove the warders sought, where mourning Rama night and day, the melancholy lady lay. They placed her in the car, and through the yielding air they swiftly flew. The lady looked upon the plain, looked on the heaps of banners slain, saw where, triumphant in the fight, thronged the fierce rovers of the night, and banner chieftains, mournful-eyed, watched by the fallen brother's side. There stretched upon his gory bed, each brother lay as lie the dead, with shattered mail and splintered bow, pierced by the arrows of the foe. When on the pair her eyes she bent, burst from her lips a wild lament. Her eyes overflowed, she groaned and sighed, and thus in trembling accents cried. Canto 48, Sita's Lament. False are they all, proved false today, the prophets of my fortune, they, who in the tranquil time of old a blessed life for me foretold, predicting I should never know a childless dame's a widow's woe. False are they all, their words are vain, for thou, my Lord and life, art slain. False was the priest, and vain his law, who blessed me in those days of yore, by Rama's side in bliss to reign, for thou, my Lord and life, art slain. They hailed me happy from my birth, proud empress of the Lord of art. They blessed me, but the thought is pain, for thou, my Lord and life, art slain. Ah, fruitless hope, each glorious sign that stamps the future queen is mine, with no ill-omened mark to show a widow's crossing hour of woe. They say my hair is black and fine, they praise my brow's continuous line, my even teeth divided well, my bosom for its graceful swell. They praise my feet and fingers oft, they say my skin is smooth and soft, and call me happy to possess the 12 fair marks that bring success. But ah, what profit shall I gain? Thou, O my Lord and life, art slain. The flattering seer, in former days, my gentle girlish smile would praise, and swear that holy water shed by Brahman hands upon my head should make me queen, a monarch's bride. How is the promise verified? Matchless in might the brothers slew, in Janus tongue the giant crew, and forced the indomitable sea to let them pass to rescue me. Theirs was the fiery weapon hurled by him who rules the watery world. Theirs the dire shaft by Indra sped. Theirs was the mystic Brahma's head. In vain they fought, the bold and brave. A coward's hand their dead wounds gave. By secret shafts and magic spell, the brothers, peers of Indra, fell. That foe, if seen by Rama's eye, one moment had not lived to fly. Though swift as thought, his utmost speed had failed him in the hour of need. No might, no tear, no prayer may stay fate's dark inevitable day. Nor could their matchless valor shield these heroes on the battlefield. I sorrow for the noble dead, I mourn my hopes forever fled, but chief, my weeping eyes overflow for Queen Kaushalya's hopeless woe. The widowed queen is counting now each hour prescribed by Rama's vow, and lives because she longs to see once more her princely sons and me. Then Trijatha, of gentler mould, though Rakshas born, her grief consoled. Dear queen, thy causeless woe dispel. Thy husband lives, and all is well. Look round, in every banner face, the light of joyful hope I trace. Not thus, believe me, shine the eyes of warriors when their leader dies. An army, when the chief is dead, flies from the field dispirited. Here, undisturbed in farm array, the banners by the brothers stay. Love prompts my speech, no longer grieve. Ponder my counsel and believe. These lips of mine from earliest youth have spoken and shall speak the truth. Deep in my heart thy gentle grace and patient virtues hold their place. Turn, lady, turn once more thine eye. Though pierced with shafts the heroes lie, on brows and cheeks with blood drops wet, the light of beauty lingers yet. Such beauty never is found in death, but vanishes with parting breath. Oh, trust the hope these tokens give, the heroes are not dead, but live. Then Sita joined her hands and sighed, Oh, may thy words be verified. The car was turned, which fleet as thought the mourning queen to Lanka brought. They led her to the garden where again she yielded to despair, lamenting for the chiefs who bled on earth's cold bosom with the dead. End of Cantos 45, 46, 47 and 48. Cantos 49 to 52 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 49, Rama's Lament. Ranged round the spot where Rama fell, each banner chief stood sentinel. At length the mighty hero broke the trance that held him and awoke. He saw his senseless brother died with blood from head to foot, and cried, What have I now to do with life, or rescue of my present wife, when thus before my weeping eyes, slain in the fight, my brother lies? A queen like Sita I may find among the best of womankind, but never such a brother tried in war, my guardian, friend and guide. If he be dead, the brave and true, I will not live but perish too. How reft of Lakshman shall I meet my mother and Kaikeyi greet? My brother's eager question broke, and fond Sumitra's longing look. What shall I say, overwhelmed with shame, to cheer the miserable dame? How, when she hears her son is dead, will her sad heart be comforted? Ah me, for longer life unfit, this mortal body will I quit. For Lakshman slaughtered for my sake, from sleep of death will never wake. Ah, when I sank oppressed with care, thy gentle voice could soothe despair. And art thou, O my brother, killed? Is that dear voice forever stilled? Cold are those lips, my brother, whence came never word to breed offence. Ah, stretched upon the gory plain, my brother lies untimely slain. Numbed is the mighty arm that slew the leaders of the giant crew. Transfixed with shafts, with bloodstreams red, thou liest on thy lowly bed. So sinks to rest, his journey done, mid airy rays the crimson sun. Thou, when from home and sire I fled, the woods' wild ways with me wouldst tread. Now close to thine my steps shall be, for I in death will follow thee. The vision now will cause my name, and Rama as a braggart blame, who promised, but his word is vain, that he in Lanka's isle should reign. Return, Sugriva, reft of me, lead back thy banners over the sea, nor hope to battle face to face with him who rules the giant race. Well have ye done and nobly fought, and death in desperate combat sought. All that heroic might can do, brave banners, has been done by you. My faithful friends I now dismiss. Return, my last farewell is this. Bedewed with tears was every cheek, as does the banners heard him speak. The vision on the field had stayed the banner hosts who fled dismayed. Now lifting up his mace on high, with martial step the chief drew nigh. The hosts who watched by Rama's side beheld his shape and giant stride. It is he, it is Ravan's son, they thought, and all in flight their safety sought. Canto 50. The Broken Spell. Sugriva viewed the flying crowd, and thus to Angad cried aloud, Why run the trembling hosts as flee storm-scattered bergs across the sea? Dost thou not mark, the chief replied, transfixed with shafts, with bloodstreams dyed, with arrowy toils about them wound, the sons of Raghu on the ground. That moment brought Vibhishan near. Sugriva knew the cause of fear, and ordered Jambavan, who led the bears, to check the hosts that fled. The king of bears his haste obeyed, the banner's headlong flight was stayed. A little while Vibhishan eyed the brothers fallen side by side. His giant fingers wet with dew across the hero's eyes he drew. Still on the pair his sad look bent, and spoke these words in wild lament. Ah, for the mighty chiefs brought low by coward hand and stealthy blow, brave pair who loved the open fight, slain by that rover of the night. Dishonest is the victory won by Indrajit, my brother's son. I on their might for aid relied, and in my cause they fought and died. Lost is the hope that soothed each pain. I live, but live no more to reign, while Lanka's lord, untouched by ill, exules in safe distance still. Not thus, Sugriva said, repine, for Lanka's isle shall still be thine, nor let the tyrant and his son exult before the fight be done. These royal chiefs, though now dismayed, freed from the spell by Garu's aid, triumphant yet the foe shall meet, and lay the robber at their feet. His hope the banner monarch told, and thus Vibhishan's grief consoled. Then to Sushain, who at his side expectant stood, Sugriva cried, When these regain their strength and sense, fly, bear them to Kishkinda hands. Here with my legions will I stay, the tyrant and his kinsmen slay, and rescued from the giant king, the mighty lady will I bring. like glory lost of old, restored by Sakra, heaven's almighty Lord. Sushane made answer, Hear me yet. When gods and fiends in battle met, so fiercely fought the demon crew, so wild a storm of arrows flew, that heavenly warriors, faint with pain, sank smitten by the ceaseless rain. Brihaspati, with harp and spell, cured the sore wounds of those who fell, and skilled in arts that heal and save, new life and sense and vigour gave. Far on the milky ocean shore still grow those harps in boundless store. Let swiftest banners deeder speed, and bring them for our utmost need. Those harps that on the mountain spring, let Panas and Sampati bring. For well the wondrous leaves they know, that heal each wound and life bestow. Beside that sea which, charmed of yore, the Amrit on its surface bore, where the white billows lash the land, Chandra's fair height and Drona stand, planted by gods, each glittering steep looks down upon the milky deep. Let fleet Hanuman bring us thence those harps of wondrous influence. Meanwhile the rushing wind grew loud, red lightnings flashed from banks of cloud, and mountains shook, the wild waves rose, and smitten with resistless blows, unrooted fell each stately tree that fringed the margin of the sea. All life within the waters feared. Then as the Vanas gazed appeared King Garuda's self, a wondrous sight, disclosed in flames of fiery light. From his fierce eye in sudden dread all serpents in a moment fled, and those transformed to shaft the bound, the princes vanished in the ground. On Raghu's sons his eyes he bent, and hailed the Lord's omnipotent. Then over them stooped the feathered king, and touched their faces with his wing. His healing touch their pangs allayed, and closed each rent the shafts had made. Again their eyes were bright and bold, again the smooth skin shone like gold, again within their shell enshrined came memory and each power of mind. And from those numbing bonds released, their spirit chilled and strength increased. Firm on their feet they stood, and then thus Rama spake, the Lord of man. By thy dear grace in sorest need, from deadly bonds we both are freed. To these glad eyes as welcome now, as Ajah, O Messiah, art thou. Who art thou, mighty being, say, thus glorious in thy bright array? He ceased. The king of birds replied, while flashed his eye with joy and pride. In me, O Raghu's son, behold, one who has loved thee from of old. Garuda, the lord of all that fly, thy guardian and thy friend am I. Not all the gods in heaven could loose these numbing bonds, this serpent noose, wherewith fierce Ravan's son, renowned for magic arts, your limbs had bound. Those arrows fixed in every limb were mighty snakes transformed by him. Bloodthirsty rays, they live beneath the art and slay with venom teeth. On smite the lord of Lanka's isle, but guard you from the giant's guile, who each dishonest art employ, and by deceit brave foes destroy. So shall the tyrant Ravan bleed, and Sita from his power be freed. Thus Garuda spake, then swift as thought, the region of the sky he sought, where in the distance like a blaze of fire he vanished from the gaze. Then the glad banner's joy rang out in many a wild tumultuous shout, and the loud roar of drum and shell startled each distant sentinel. Canto 51. Tumrakshas Sally. King Ravan, where he sat within, heard from his hall the deafening din, and with his spirit ill at ease, addressed his lords in words like these. That warlike shout, those joyous cries, loud as the thunder of the skies, upsent from every banner throat, some newborn confidence to note. Hark, how the sea and trembling shore re-echo with the banner's roar. Though airy chains, securely twined, both Rama and his brother bind, still must a fierce triumphant shout disturb my soul with rising doubt. Swift envoys to the army send, and learn what change these cries portend. Obedient at their master's call, fleet giants clomb the circling wall. They saw the banners formed and led, they saw Sugriva at their head. The brothers from their bonds released, and hope grew faint and fear increased. Their faces pale with doubt and dread, back to the giant king they sped, and to his startled ear revealed the tidings of the battlefield. The flush of rage a while gave place to chilling fear that changed his face. "What," cried the tyrant, "are my foes, freed from the binding snake's dead close, with venom clasped round head and limb, bright as the sun and fierce like him? The spell a god bestowed of yore, the spell that never failed before? If arts like these be useless, how shall giant strength avail us now? Go forth, Tamraksha, good at need, the bravest of my warriors lead, force through the foe thy conquering way, and Rama and the banner slay." Before his king, with reverence due, Tamraksha bowed him and withdrew. Around him at his summons came fierce legions led by chiefs of fame, while armed with sword and spear and mace, they hurried to the gathering place, and rushed to battle, borne at speed by elephant and car and steed. Canto 52. Tamraksha's Death. The banners saw the giant foe pour from the gate in gallant show, rejoiced with warriors' fierce delight, and shouted longing for the fight. Near came the hosts, and nearer yet, dire was the tumult as they met, as, serried line to line opposed, the banners and the giants closed. Fierce on the foe the banners rushed, and wielding trees the foremost crushed. But, feathered from the heron's wing, with eager flight from sounding string, against them shot with surest aim a ceaseless storm of arrows came, and pierced in head and chest and side full many a banner fell and died. They perished slain in fierce attacks, with sword and pike and battle axe. But myriads following undismayed, their valor in the fight displayed. Unnumbered banners rent and torn, with shaft and spear to art were borne, but crushed by branchy trees and blocks of jagged stone and shivered rocks, which the wild banners wielded well, the bravest of the giants fell. Their trampled banners strewed the fields, and broken swords and spears and shields, and, crossed by blows which none might stay, cars, elephants, and riders lay. Tamraksha turned his furious eye, and saw his routed legions fly. Still dauntless, with terrific blows, he struck and slew his foremost foes. At every blow, at every thrust, he laid a banner in the dust. So fell they 'neath the sword and lance, in battle's wild Gandharva dance, where clang of bow and clash of sword did duty for the silvery cord, and hoofs that rang and steeds that neighed loud concert for the dancers made. So fiercely from Tamraksha's bow his arrows rained in ceaseless flow, the banner legions turned and fled, to all the winds discomfited. Hanuman saw the banners fly, he heaved a mighty rock on high, His keen eyes flashed with wrathful fire, and rapid as the wind his sire, strong as the rushing tempests are, he hurled it at the advancing car. Swift through the air the missile sang, the giant from the chariot sprang, ere crushed by the terrific blow, lay pole and wheel and flag and bow. Hanuman's eyes with fury blazed, a mountain's rocky peak he raised, poised it on high in act to throw, and rushed upon his giant foe. To Rakshasa he raised his mace, and smote Hanuman on the face, who, maddened by the wound's keen pang, again upon his foeman sprang, and on the giant's head the rock descended with registless shock. Crushed was each limb, a shapeless mass, he lay upon the blood-stained grass. End of Cantos 49 to 52.
Cantos 53 to 58 of Book 6 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 53, Vajradhanshtra's Sally. When Ravan in his palace heard the mournful news, his wrath was stirred, and gasping like a furious snake, to Vajradhanshtra thus he spake. Go forth, my fiercest captain, lead the bravest of the giants' breed. Go forth, the sons of Raghu slay, and by their side Sugriva lay. He ceased. The chieftain bowed his head, and forth with gathered troops he sped. Cars, camels, steeds were well arrayed, and coloured banners over them played. Rings decked his arms, about his waist the life-protecting mail was braced, and on the chieftain's forehead set glittered his cap and coronet. Borne on a bannered car that glowed with golden sheen, the warrior rode, and footmen marched with spear and sword, and bow and mace behind their lord. In pomp and pride of warlike state, they sallied from the southern gate, but saw, as on their way they sped, dread signs around and overhead. For there were meteors falling fast, though not a cloud its shadow cast, and each ill-omened bird and beast, foreboding death, the fear increased. While many a giant slipped and reeled, falling before he reached the field. They met in mortal strife engaged, and long and fierce the battle raged. Spears, swords uplifted, gleamed and flashed, and many a chief to earth was dashed. A siegeless storm of arrows rained, and limbs were pierced and blood distained. Terrific was the sound that filled the air, and every heart was chilled, as hurtling over the giants flew the rocks and trees which banners threw. Fierce as a hungry lion when unwary deer approach his den, Angad, his eyes with fury red, waving a tree above his head, rushed with wild charge which none could stay, where stood the giants' dense array. Like tall trees levelled by the blast, before him fell the giants fast, and out that streamed with blood was strewn, with warriors, steeds, and cars overthrown. Canto 54, Vajradhanshtra's Death. The giant leader fiercely rained his arrows, and the fight maintained. Each time the clanging cord he drew, his sudden shaft a banner slew. Then, as the creatures he has made fly to the Lord of Life for aid, to Angad from protection fled the banner hosts dispirited. Then raised the battle fiercer yet, when Angad and the giant met. 100,000 arrows hot with flames of fire the giant shot,
and every shaft he deftly sent, his foeman's body pierced and rent. From Angad's limbs ran floods of gore, a stately tree from out he tore, which, maddened as his glaciers bled, he hurled at his opponent's head. His bow the dauntless giant drew, to meet the tree's swift arrows flew, checked the huge missile's onward way, and harmless on the earth it lay. A while the banner chieftain gazed, then from the earth a rock he raised, rent from a thunder-splitten height, and cast it with resistless might. The giant marked, and mace in hand, leapt from his chariot to the sand. Ere the rough mass descending broke the seat, the wheel, the pole and yoke. Then Angad seized the shattered hill, whereon the trees were flowering still, and with full force the jagged peak fell crashing on the giant's cheek. He staggered, reeled, and fell. The blood gushed from the giant in a flood. Reft of his might, each sense astray, a while upon the sand he lay. But strength and wandering sense returned. Again his eyes with fury burned, and with his mace upraised on high, he wounded Angad on the thigh. Then from his hand his mace he drew, and closer to his foeman drew. Then with their fists they fought and smote, on brow and cheek and chest and throat. Worn out with toil, their limbs bedewed with blood, the strife they still renewed, like Mercury and fiery Mars, met in fierce battle mid the stars. A while the deadly fight was stayed, each armed him with his trusty blade, whose sheath with tinkling bells supplied, and golden net adorned his side, and grasped his ponderous ladder shield, to fight till one should fall or yield. Unnumbered wounds they gave and took, their wearied bodies reeled and shook. At length upon the sand that drank streams of their blood the warriors sank. But as a serpent rears his head, sore wounded by a pigeon's tread, so Angad, fallen on his knees, yet gathered strength his sword to seize, and severed by the glittering blade, the giant's head on earth was laid. I omit Cantos 55, 56, 57 and 58, which relate how Akampan and Prahasta sally out and fall. There is little novelty of incident in these cantos, and the results are exactly the same as before. In Canto 15, Akampan, at the command of Ravan, leads forth his troops. Evil omens are seen and heard. The enemies meet, and many fall on each side, and banners transfixed with arrows, the Rakshasas crushed with rocks and trees. In Canto 56, Akampan sees that the Rakshasas are worsted, and fights with redoubled rage and vigor. The banners fall fast under his nets of arrows. Hanuman comes to the rescue. He throws mountain peaks at the giant, which are dexterously stopped with flights of arrows, and at last beats him down and kills him with a tree. In Canto 57, Ravan is seriously alarmed. He declares that he himself, Kumbhakarna or Prahasta, must go forth. Prahasta sallies out, vaunting that the fowls of the air shall eat their fill of banner flesh. In Canto 58, the two armies meet. Dire is the conflict, ceaseless is the rain of stones and arrows. At last Nila meets Prahasta and breaks his bow. Prahasta leaps from his car, and the giant and the banner fight on foot. Nila, with a huge tree, crushes his opponent, who falls like a tree when its roots are cut. End of Cantos 53 to 58. Cantos 59 and 60 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by om123. Canto 59. Ravan's Sally. They told him that the chief was killed, and Ravan's breast with rage was filled. Then, fiercely moved by wrath and pride, thus to his lords the tyrant cried, "No longer, nobles, may we show this lofty scorn for such a foe, by whom our bravest with his train of steeds and elephants is slain. Myself this day will take the field, and Raghu's sons their lives shall yield." High on the royal car that glowed with glory from his face he rode. The tambour shell and drum pealed out, and joyful was each giant's shout. A mighty host with eyeballs red, like flames of kindled fire, he led. He passed the city gate and viewed, arrayed, the banner multitude. Those wielding massy rocks, and these armed the stems of uptorn trees. And Rama, with his eyes aglow, with warlike ardour viewed the foe, and thus the brave vision best of weapon-wielding chiefs addressed. What captain leads this bright array, where lances gleam and banners play, and thousands armed with spear and sword await the bidding of their lord? "Seest thou," the vision answered, "one whose face is as the morning sun, preeminent for hugest frame? Akampan is the giant's name. Behold that chieftain, chariot borne, whom Brahma's chosen gifts adorn. He wields a bow like Indra's own, a lion on his flag is shown. His eyes with baleful fire are lit, it is Ravan's son, it is Indrajit. There, brandishing in mighty hands his huge bow, Atikaya stands. And that proud warrior, over whose head a moon-bright canopy is spread, whose might in many a battle tried, has named imperial Indra's pride. Who wears a crown of burnished gold, is Lanka's lord, the lofty-souled." He ceased, and Rama knew his foe, and laid an arrow on his bow. "Woe to wretch," he cried, "whom fate abandons to my deadly hate." He spoke, and, firm by Lakshman's side, the giant to the fray defied. The lord of Lanka bade his train of warriors by the gates remain, to guard the city from surprise by Rama's forest-born allies. Then, as some monster of the sea cleaves swift advancing billows, he charged with impetuous onset through the foe and cleft the host in two. Sugriva ran, the king to meet, a hill uprooted from its seat. He hurled, with trees that graced the height, against the rover of the night, but cleft with shafts that checked its way, harmless upon the earth it lay. Then fiercer Ravan's fury grew, an arrow from his side he drew, swift as a thunderbolt aglow with fire, and launched it at the foe. Through flesh and bone a way it found, and stretched Sugriva on the ground. Sushane and Nala saw him fall, Gavaksha, Gavaya heard their call, and poising hills in act to fling, they charged amain the giant king. They charged, they hauled the hills in vain, he checked them with his airy rein, and every brave assailant felt the piercing wounds his missiles dealt. Then smitten by the shafts that came, keen, fleet, and thick, with certain aim, they fled to Rama, sure defense against the oppressor's violence. Then reverent palm to palm applied, thus Lakshman to his brother cried, "To me, my lord, the task entrust, to lay this giant in the dust." "Go then," said Rama, "bravely fight, beat down this rover of the night.
But he, unmatched in bold emprise, fears not the Lord of art and skies. Keep on thy good, with keenest eye, thy moments of attack espy. Let hand and eye in due accord protect thee with the bow and sword. Then Lakshman round his brother drew his mighty arms in honour due, bent lowly down his reverend head, and onward to the battle sped. Hanuman from afar beheld how Ravan's shafts the banners quelled. To meet the giant's car he ran, raised his right arm, and thus began: If Brahma's boon thy life has screened from Yaksha, god, Gandharva, fiend, with these contending fear no ill, but tremble at the banner's tail. With fury flashing from his eye, the Lord of Lanka made reply: Strike, banner, strike, the fray begin, and hope eternal fame to win. This arm shall prove thee in the strife, and end thy glory and thy life. Remember, cried the wind god's son, remember all that I have done. My prowess, king, thou knowest well, shown in the fight when Aksha fell. With heavy hand the giant smote Hanuman on the chest and throat, who reeled and staggered to and fro, stunned for a moment by the blow. Till, mustering strength, his hand he reared, and struck the foe whom Indra feared. His huge limbs bent beneath the shock, as mountains in an earthquake rock, and from the gods and sages pealed shouts of loud triumph as he reeled. But strength returning nerved his frame, his eyeballs flashed with fiercer flame. No living creature might resist that blow of his tremendous fist, which fell upon Hanuman's flank, and to the ground the banner sank. No sign of life his body showed, and Ravan in his chariot rode at Nila, and his arid rain fell on the captain and his train. Fierce Nila stayed his banner band, and heaving with his single hand a mountain peak with vigorous swing, hurled a huge missile at the king. Hanuman life and strength regained, born for the fight, and thus complained: Why, coward giant, didst thou flee, and leave the doubtful fight with me? 7 mighty arrows keen and fleet the giant launched the hill to meet, and all its force and fury stayed, the harmless mass on earth was laid. And raised the banner chief beheld the mountain peak by force repelled, and rained upon the foe a shower of trees uptorn with bronze and flower. Still his keen shafts which pierced and rent each flying tree the giant sent. Still was the banner doomed to feel the tempest of the winged steel. Then smarting from that arrowy storm, the banner chief condensed his form, and lightly leaping from the ground, on Ravan's standard footing found. Then springing unimpeded down, stood on his bow and golden crown. The banner's nimble lips amazed Ikshaku's son, who stood and gazed. The giant, raising in his heart, laid on his bow a fiery dart. The banner on his flagstaff eyed, and thus in tones of fury cried: Well skilled in magic lore art thou, but will thine art avail thee now? See if thy magic will defend thy life against the dart I send. Thus Ravan spake, the giant king, and loosed the arrow from the string. It pierced, with direst fury sped, the banner with its flaming head. His father's might, his power innate, preserved him from the threatened fate. Upon his knees he fell, distained with streams of blood, but life remained. Still Ravan for the battle burned. At Lakshman next his car he turned, and chose the main with furious show, straining in mighty hands his bow. Come, Lakshman cried, essay the fight, leave foes unworthy of thy might. Thus Lakshman spoke, and Lanka's lord heard the dread thunder of the cord, and mad with burning rage and pride, in hasty words like these replied, Joy, joy is mine, O Raghu's son, thy fate today thou canst not shun. Slain by mine arrows, thou shalt tread the gloomy pathway of the dead. Thus as he spoke, his bow he drew, and 7 keen shafts at Lakshman flew. But Raghu's son, with surest aim, cleft every arrow as it came. Thus with fleet shafts each warrior shot against his foe and rested not. Then one choice weapon from his store, by Brahma's self bestowed of yore, fierce as the flames that end the world, the giant king at Lakshman hurled. The hero fell, and racked with pain, scarce could his hand his bow retain. But sense and strength resumed their seat, and, lightly springing to his feet, he struck with one tremendous stroke, and Ravan's bow in splinters broke. From Lakshman's cord 3 arrows flew, and pierced the giant monarch true. Sore wounded, Ravan closed, and round Ikshaku's son his strong arms wound. With strength unrivalled, Brahma's gift, he strove from earth his foe to lift. Shall I, he cried, who overthrow Mount Meru and the Lord of Snow, and heaven and all who dwell therein, be foiled by one of Rama's kin? But though he heaved and toiled and strained, unmoved Ikshaku's son remained. His frame by those whose arms compressed the giant's God-given force confessed, but conscious that himself was part of Vishnu, he was firm in heart. The wind god's son the fight beheld, and rushed at Ravan, rays impelled. Down crashed his mighty hand, the foe, full in the chest received the blow. His eyes grew dim, his knees gave way, and senseless on the earth he lay. The wind god's son to Rama bore deep wounded Lakshman stained with gore. He whom no fight might lift or bend was light as air to such a friend. The dart that Lakshman's side had cleft, untouched, the hero's body left, and flashing through the air afar, resumed its place in Ravan's car. And waxing well, though wounded sore, he felt the deadly pain no more. And Ravan, though with deep wounds pained, slowly his sense and strength regained, and furious still and undismayed, on bow and shaft his hand he laid. Then Hanuman to Rama cried, Ascend my back, great chief, and ride, like Vishnu born on Garu's wing, to battle with the giant king. So, burning for the dire attack, rode Rama on the banner's back, and with fierce accents loud and slow, thus gave defiance to the foe, while his strained bowstring made a sound, like thunder when it shakes the ground. Stay, monarch of the giants, stay, the penalty of sin to pay. Stay, whither wilt thou fly, and how escape the death that waits thee now? No word the giant king returned, his eyes with flames of fury burned. His arm was stretched, his bow was bent, and swift his fiery shafts were sent. Red torrents from the banner flowed, then Rama near to Ravan strode, and with keen darts that never failed, the chariot of the king assailed. With surest aim his arrows flew, the driver and the steeds he slew, and shattered with the pointed steel car, flag, and pole, and yoke and wheel. As Indra hurls his bolt to smite Mount Meru's heaven ascending height, so Rama with a flaming dart struck Lanka's Ravan near the heart, who reeled and fell beneath the blow, and from loose fingers dropped his bow. Bright as the sun, with crescent head, From Rama's bow an arrow sped, and from his forehead, proud no more, cleft the bright coronet he wore. Then Rama stood by Ravan's side, and to the conquered giant cried, "Well hast thou fought, thine arm has slain strong heroes of the Bana train. I will not strike or slay thee now, for weary fain to fight art thou. To Lanka's town thy footsteps bend, and there the night securely spend. Tomorrow come with car and bow, and then my prowess shalt thou know." He ceased. The king in humbled pride rose from the art and naught replied. With wounded limbs and shattered crown, he sought again his royal town. Canto 60. Kumbhakarna roused. With humbled heart and broken pride, through Lanka's gate the giant hied, crushed like an elephant beneath a lion's spring and murderous teeth. All like a serpent neath the wing and talons of the feathered king. Such was the giant's wild alarm at arrows shot by Rama's arm. Shafts with red lightning round them curled, like Brahma's bolts that end the world. Supported on his golden throne, with failing eye and humble tone, "Giants," he cried, "the toil is vain, fruitless the penance and the pain. If I, whom Indra owed his peer, secure from gods a mortal fear, my soul remembers now too late Lord Brahma's words who spoke my fate. Tremble, proud giant," thus they ran, "and dread thy death from slighted man. Secure from gods and demons live, and serpents by the boon I give. Against their power thy life is charmed, but against man is still unarmed. This Rama is the man foretold by Honorinya's lips of old. Fear, Ravan, basest of the base, for of mine own imperial race a prince in aftertime shall spring, and thee and thine to ruin bring." And Vedvati, ere she died, slain by my ruthless insult, cried, "A scion of my royal line shall slay, vile wretch, both thee and thine." She in a later birth became King Janak's child, now Rama's dame. Nandiswara foretold this fate, and Uma, when I moved her hate, and Ramba and the lovely child of Varun by my touch defiled. I know the fated hour is nigh. Hence, captains, to your stations fly. Let warders on the rampart stand, place at each gate a watchful band, and terror of immortal eyes, let mightiest Kumbhakarna rise. He slumbering, free from care and pain, by Brahma's cause for months has lain. But when Prahasta's death he hears, mine own defeat and doubts and fears, the chief will rise to smite the foe, and his unrivalled valour show. Then Raghu's royal sons and all the banners 'neath his might will fall. The giant lords his haste obeyed. They left him trembling and afraid, and from the royal palace strode to Kumbhakarna's vast abode. They carried garlands sweet and fresh, and reeking loads of blood and flesh. They reached the dwelling where he lay, a cave that reached a league each way, sweet with fair blooms of lovely scent, and bright with golden ornament. His breathings came so fierce and fast, scarce could the giants brook the blast. They found him on a golden bed, with his huge limbs at length outspread. They piled their heaps of venison near, fat buffaloes and boars and deer. With wreaths of flowers they fanned his face, and incense sweetened all the place. Each raised his mighty voice as loud as thunders of an angry cloud, and cons their steering summons gave, that echoed through the giant's cave. Then on his breast they rained their blows, and high the wild commotion rose, when cymbal vied with drum and horn, and war cries on the gale are borne. Through all the air loud discord spread, and, struck with fear, the birds fell dead. But still he slept, and took his rest. Then dashed they on his shaggy chest clubs, maces, fragments of the rock. He moved not once, nor felt the shock. The giants made one effort more, with shell and drum and shout and roar. Club, mallet, mace, in fury plied, rained blows upon his breast and side. And elephants were ours to aid, and camels groaned and horses neighed. They drenched him with 100 pails. They tore his ears with teeth and nails. They bound together many a mace, and beat him on the head and face. And elephants with ponderous tread stamped on his limbs and chest and head. The unusual weight his slumber broke. He started, shook his sides, and woke. And heedless of the wounds and blows, yawning with thirst and hunger, rose. His jaws like hell gaped fierce and wide, dire as the flame 'neath ocean's tide. Red as the sun on Meru's crest, the giant's face his wrath expressed, and every burning breath he drew was like the blast that rushes through. The mountain cedars up he raised his awful head with eyes that blazed like comets, dire as death in form, who treads the worlds with fire and storm. The giants pointed to their stores of buffaloes and deer and boars, and straight he gorged him with a flood of wine with marrow, flesh, and blood. He ceased, the giants ventured near, and bent their lowly heads in fear. Then Kumbhakarn, glared with eyes, still heavy in their first surprise, still drowsy from his troubled rest, and thus the giant band addressed. How have you dared my sleep to break? No trifling cause should bid me wake. Say, is all well? Or tell the need that drives you with unruly speed. To wake me, mark the words I say, the king shall tremble in dismay. The fire be quenched and Indra slain, ere ye shall break my rest in vain. Your Bhaksha answered, Chieftain, hear, no god of fiend excites our fear, but man in arms our walls assail. We tremble lest their might prevail. For vengeful Rama vows to slay the foe who stole his queen away, and matchless for his warlike deeds, a host of mighty banners leads. And now a monstrous banner came, laid Lanka waste with ruthless flame. And Aksha, Ravan's offspring, slew with all his warrior retinue. Our king who never trembled yet, for heavenly hosts in battle met, at length the general dread has shared, overthrown by Rama's arm and spared. He ceased, and Kumbhakarn spake, I will go forth and vengeance take, will tread their hosts beneath my feet, then triumph flashed our king will meet. Our giant bands shall eat their fill of banners, whom this arm shall kill. The prince's blood shall be my draught, the chieftains shall by you be quaffed. He spake, and with an eager stride that shook the earth to Ravan hide. End of Cantos 59 and 60. Cantos 61 to 65 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 61. The Banner's Alarm. The son of Raghu near the wall saw proudly towering over all the mighty giant stride along, attended by the warrior throng. Hot Kumbhakarna's heavy feet awake the echoes of the street, and with the lust of battle fired, taunt Vibhishan and inquired, Vibhishan, tell that chieftain's name, who rears so high his mountain frame, with glittering helm and lion eyes, preeminent in might and size. Above the rest of giant bird, he towers the standard of the odd, and all the banners when they see the mighty warrior turn and flee. In him Vibhishan answered, No, Visharva's son, thy mortal's foe. Fierce Kumbhakarna, mightier far than gods and fiends and giants are. He conquered Yama in the fight, and Indra trembling owned his might. His arm the gods and fiends subdued, Gandharvas and the serpent brood. The rest of his gigantic race are wondrous strong by God-giving grace. But nature at his birth to him gave matchless power and strength of limb. Scarce was he born, fierce monster, when he killed and ate 1,000 men. The trembling race of man appalled, on Indra for protection called, and he, to save the suffering world, his bolt at Kumbhakarna hurled. So awful was the monster's yell, that fear on all the nations fell. He, rushing on with furious roar, a tusk from huge Airavat tore, and dealt the gods so dire a blow, that Indra reeling left his foe. And with the gods and mortals fled, to Brahma's throne dispirited. O Brahma, thus the suppliants cried, some refuge for this woe provide. If thus his maw the giants sate, soon will the world be desolate. The self-existent calmed their woe, and spake in anger to their foe. As thou wast born, Pulastya's son, that worlds might weep by thee undone, thou like the dead henceforth shalt be, such is the curse I lay on thee. Senseless he lay, nor spoke nor stirred, such was the power of Brahma's word. But Ravan, troubled for his sake, thus to the self-existent spake, who loves the tree his care has reared, when golden fruit has first appeared. Not thus, O Brahma, deal with one descended from thine own dear son. Still thou, O Lord, thy word must keep. He may not die, but let him sleep. Yet fix a time for him to break the chains of slumber and awake. He ceased, and Brahma made reply, 6 months in slumber shall he lie, and then arising for a day shall cast the numbing bonds away. Now Ravan, in his doubt and dread, has roused the monster from his bed, who comes in this the hour of need, on slaughtered banner's flesh to feed. Each banner, when his awestruck eyes behold the monstrous chieftain, flies. With hopeful words their minds deceive, and let our trembling hosts believe they see no giant but displayed, a lifeless engine deftly made. Then Rama called to Nila, Haste, let troops near every gate be placed, and armed with fragments of the rock and trees, each lane and alley block. Thus Rama spake, the chief obeyed, and swift the banners stood arrayed, as when the black clouds their battle form, the summit of a hill to storm. Canto 62. Ravan's Request. Along bright Lanka's royal road, the giant, roused from slumber, strode, while from the houses on his head a rain of fragrant flowers was shed. He reached a monarch's gate whereon reached gems and golden fretwork shone. Through court and corridor that shook beneath his tread his way he took, and stood within the chamber where his brothers sat in dark despair. But sudden, at the grateful sight, the monarch's eye again grew bright. He started up, forgot his fear, and drew his giant brother near. The younger pressed the elder's feet, and paid the king observance meet. Then cried, O monarch, speak thy wail, and let my care thy word fulfill. What sudden terror and dismay have burst the bonds in which I lay? Fierce flashed the flame from Ravan's eye, as does in wrath he made reply. Fair time I win, for sleep is this, to lull thy soul in tranquil bliss, unheeding, in oblivion drowned, the dangers that our lives surround. Brave Rama, Dasarath's son, a passage over the sea has won, and with the banner monarch's aid, round Lanka's walls his hosts arrayed. Though never in the deadly field my Rakshas troops were known to yield, the bravest of the giant train have fallen by the banners slain. Hence comes my fear, O fierce and brave. Go forth, our threatened Lanka save. Go forth, a dreadful vengeance take. For this, O chief, I bade thee wake. The gods and trembling fiends have felt the furious blows thine arm has dealt. Earth has no warrior, heaven has none, to match thy might, Palestia's son. Cantos 63. Kumbhakarna's Boast. Then Kumbhakarna laughed aloud, and cried, O monarch, once so proud, we warned thee, but thou wouldst not hear, and now the fruits of sin appear. We warned thee, I, thy nobles all, who loved thee in thy council hall. Those sovereigns who with blinded eyes neglect the foe their hearts despise, soon, falling from their high estate, bring on themselves the stroke of fate. Except at length thy life to save, the counsel sage Vibhishan gave. The prudent counsel spurned before, and Sita to her lord restore. The monarch frowned, by passion moved, and thus in angry words reproved. Wilt thou thine elder brother school, forgetful of the ancient rule, that bids thee treat him as the sage, who guides thee with the law of age? Think on the dangers of the day, nor idly throw thy words away. If led astray, by passion steered, I in the pride of power have erred. If deeds of old were done amiss, no time for vain reproach is this. Up, brother, let thy loving care the errors of thy king repair. To calm his wrath, his soul to ease, the younger spake in words like these. Yea, from our bosoms let us cast all idle sorrow for the past. Let grief and anger be repressed, again be firm and self-possessed. This day, O monarch, shalt thou see the banner legions turn and flee, and Rama and his brothers slain, with their heart's blood shall dye the plain. Yea, if the God who rules the dead and Barun their battalions led, if Indra with the storm gods came against me and the Lord of Flame, still would I fight with all and slay thy banded foes, my king, today. If Raghu's son this day would stand the blow of mine uplifted hand, deep in his breast my darts shall sink, and torrents of his lifeblood drink. Oh, fear not, in my promise trust, this arm shall lay him in the dust, shall leave the fierce Sugriva dyed with gore and Lakshman by his side, and strike the great Hanuman down, the spoiler of our glorious town. Canto 64. Mahodhar's Speech. He ceased, and when his lips were closed, Mahodar thus his rede opposed. Why wilt thou shame thy noble bard, and speak like one of little worth? Why boast thee thus in youthful pride, rejecting wisdom for thy guide? How well thy single arm oppose the victor of 1,000 foes, who proved in Janastan his might, and slew the rovers of the night, the remnant of those legions they, who saw his power that fatal day. Now in this leaguered city dread, the mighty chief from whom they fled. And wouldst thou meet the Lord of Man, beard the great lion in his den, and when thine eyes are open, break the slumber of a deadly snake, who may an equal battle wage with him, so awful in his rays, fierce as the god of death whom none may vanquish, Dasarath's son. But Ravan, shall the lady still refuse compliance with thy will? Now listen, king, to this design, which soon shall make the captive thine. This day through Lanka's streets proclaim that four of us of highest fame, with Kumbhakarna at our head, will strike the son of Raghu dead. Forth to the battle will we go, and prove our prowess on the foe. Then if our bold attempt succeed, no farther plans thy hopes will need. But if in vain our warriors strive, and Raghu's son be left alive, we will return, and wounded sore, our armour stained with gouts of gore, will show the shafts that rent each frame, keen arrows marked with Rama's name, and say we giants have devoured the princes whom our might overpowered. Then let the joyful tidings spread that Raghu's royal sons are dead. To all around thy pleasure show, gold, pearls, and precious robes bestow. Gay garlands round the portals twine, enjoy the banquet and the wine. Then go, the scornful lady seek, and woo her when her heart is weak. Rich robes and gold and gems display, and gently wile her grief away. Then will she feel her hopeless state, widowed, forlorn, and desolate. Know that on thee her bliss depends, far from her country and her friends. Then her proud spirit overthrown, the lady will be all thine own. Canto 65. Kumbhakarna's speech. But haughty Kumbhakarna spurned his counsel, and to Ravan turned. Thy life from peril will I free, and slay the foe who threatens thee. A hero never vaunts in vain, like bellowing clouds devoid of rain. Nor, monarch, be thine ear inclined to counsellors of slavish kind, who with mean arts their king mislead, and mar each gallant plan and deed. Oh, let not words like his beguile the glorious king of Lanka's isle. Thus scornful Kumbhakarna cried, and Ravan with a laugh replied, Mahodar fears and fain would shun the battle with Ikshaku's son. Of all my giant warriors, who is strong as thou and brave and true? Ride, conqueror, to the battle ride, and tame the foeman's senseless pride. Go forth like Yama to the field, and let thine arm thy trident wield. Scared by the lightning of thine eye, the banner hosts will turn and fly. And Rama, when he sees thee near, with trembling heart will own his fear. The champion hard and well content, forth from the hall his footsteps bent. He grasped his spear, the foeman's dread, black iron all, both shaft and head, which, dyed in many a battle, bore great spots of slaughtered victims' gore. The king upon his neck had thrown the jewelled chain which graced his own, and garlands of delicious scent about his limbs for ornament. Around his arms gay bracelets clung, and pendants in his ears were hung. Adorned with gold about his waist, his coat of mail was firmly braced, and like Narayan, or the god who rules the sky, he proudly trod. Behind him went a mighty throng of giant warriors tall and strong, on elephants of noblest breeds, with cows, with camels, and with steeds, and armed with spear and axe and sword, were fain to battle for their lord. End of Cantos 61 to 65. Cantos 66 to 68 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 66, Kumbhakarna's Sally. In pomp and pride of warlike state, the giant passed the city gate. He raised his voice, the hills, the shore of Lanka's sea returned their roar. The banners saw the chief draw nigh, whom not the ruler of the sky, nor Yama, monarch of the dead, might vanquish, and affrighted fled. When rail angered Bali's son saw the scared banners turn and run, undaunted still he kept his ground, and shouted as he gazed around, "O Nala Nila, stay nor let your souls your generous word forget. O Kumud and Gavaksha, why, like base-born banners, will they fly? Turn, turn, nor shame the order does. This giant is no match for us." They heard his voice, the flight was stayed. Again for war they stood arrayed, and hurled upon the foe a shower of mountain peaks and trees in flower. Still on his limbs their missiles rained, unmoved their blows he still sustained, and seemed unconscious of the stroke when rocks against his body broke. Fierce is the flame when woods are dry, he charged with fury in his eye. Like trees consumed with fervent heat, they fell beneath the giant's feet. Some over the ground dyed red with gore, fled wild with terror to the shore, and, deeming that all hope was lost, ran to the bridge they erst had crossed. Some clomb the trees their lives to save, some sought the mountain and the cave, some hid them in the bosky dell, and there in death-like slumber fell. When Angad saw the chieftains fly, he called them with a mighty cry, "Once more, O banners, charge once more, on to the battle as before. In all her compass art has not to hide you save one secret spot. What? Leave your arms, each nobler dame will scorn her consort for the shame. This blot upon your names efface, and keep your valor from disgrace. Stay, chieftains, wherefore will ye run, a band of warriors scared by one?" Scarce would they hear, they would not stay, and basely spoke in wild dismay. "Have we not fought, and fought in vain? Have we not seen our mightiest slain? The giant's matchless force we fear, and fly because our lives are dear." But Bali's son with gentle art dispelled their dread and cheered each heart. They turned and formed and waited still, obedient to the prince's will. Canto 67, Kumbhakarna's Death. Thus from their flight the banners turned, and every heart for battle burned, determined on the spot to die, or gain a warrior's meed on high. Again the banners stooped to seize their weapons, rocks, and fallen trees, Again the deadly fight began, and fiercely at the giant ran. Unmoved, the monster kept his place. He raised on high his awful mace, whirled the huge weapon round his head, and laid the foremost banners dead. 8,000 fell bedewed with gore, then sank and died 700 more. Then 30, 20, 10, or 8, at each fierce onset met their fate. And fast the fallen were devoured, like snakes by Garu's beak overpowered. Then Duvid from the banner van, armed with an uptorn mountain, ran, like a huge cloud when fierce winds blow, and chose amain the mountain foe. With wondrous force the hill he trew, over Kumbhakarna's head it flew, and falling on his host afar, crushed many a giant steed and car. Rocks, trees, by fierce Hanuman sped, rained fast on Kumbhakarna's head, whose spear each deadlier missile stopped, and harmless on the plain it dropped. Then with his furious eyes aglow, the giant rushed upon the foe, where with a woody heel upheaved, Hanuman's might his jaws received. Through his vast frame the giant felt the angry blow Hanuman dealt. He reeled a moment, sore distressed, then smote the banner on the breast, as when the war god's furious stroke through Karuncha's hill a passage broke. Fierce was the blow, and deep and wide the rent with crimson torrents dyed. Hanuman, maddened by the pain, roared like a cloud that brings the rain, and from each Raksha's throat rang out loud clamour and exultant shout. Then Nila hurled with mastered might the fragment of a mountain height, nor would the rock the foe have missed, but Kumbhakarna raised his fist, and smote so fiercely that the mass fell crushed to powder on the grass. 5 chieftains of the banner race charged Kumbhakarna face to face, and his huge frame they wildly beat with rocks and trees and hands and feet. Round Rishabh first the giant wound his arms and hurled him to the ground, where speechless, senseless, and wounded sore, he lay, his face besmeared with gore. Then Nila with his fist he slew, and Sarav with his knee overthrew, nor could Gavaksha's strength withstand the force of his terrific hand. At Gandhamadhan's eager call rushed thousands to avenge their fall, nor ceased those banners to assail with knee and fist and tooth and nail. Around his foes the giant threw his mighty arms and nearer drew the captives subject to his will, then snatched them up and ate his fill. There was no respite then, no pause, fast gaped and closed his hell-like jaws. Yet, prisoned in that gloomy cave, some banners still their lives could save. Some through his nostrils found a way, some through his ears resought the day. Like Indra with his thunder, like the god of death in act to strike, the giant seized his ponderous spear, and chose the foe in swift career. Before his might the banners fell, nor could their hosts his jaws repel. Then trembling, nor ashamed to run, they turned and fled to Raghu's son. When Bali's warrior son beheld their flight, his heart with fury swelled. He rushed with his terrific shout to meet the foe and stay the rout. He came, he hurled a mountain peak, and smote the giant on the cheek. His ponderous spear the giant threw, fierce was the cast, the aim was true. But Angad, trained in war and tried, saw ere it come and leapt aside. Then with his open hand he smote the giant on the chest and throat. That blow the giant scarce sustained, but sense and strength were soon regained. With force which nothing might resist, he caught the banner by the wrist, whirled him as if in pastime round, and dashed him senseless on the ground. There low on earth his foe lay crushed. At King Sugriva next he rushed, who, waiting for the charge, stood still, and heaved on high a shattered hill. He looked on Kumbhakarna died, with streams of blood, and fiercely cried, "Great glory has thine arm achieved, and thousands of their lives bereaved. Now leave a while thy meaner foes, and brook the hills Sugriva throws." He spoke, and hurled the mass he held. The giant's chest the stroke repelled. Then on the banners fell despair, and Rakshas clamour filled the air. The giant raised his arm, and fast came the tremendous spear he cast. Hanuman caught it as it flew, and nabbed it on his knee in two. The giant saw the broken spear, his clouded eye confessed his fear. Yet at Sugriva's head he sent a pick from Lanka's mountain rent. The rushing mass no might could stay. Sugriva fell, and senseless lay. The giant stooped his foe to seize, and bore him thence as bears the breeze. A cloud in autumn through the sky, he heard the sad immortal sigh. And shouts of triumph long and loud went up from all the Rakshas crowd. Through Lanka's gate the giant passed, holding his struggling captive fast, while from each terrace, house and tower fell on his haughty head a shower of fragrant scent and flowery rain, blossoms and leaves and scattered grain. By slow degrees the banner's lord felt life and sense and strength restored. He heard the giant's joyful boast, he thought upon his banner host. His teeth and feet he fiercely plied, and bit and rent the giant's side, who, mad with pain and smeared with gore, hurled to the ground the load he bore. Regardless of a storm of blows, swift to the sky the banner rose. Then lightly like a flying ball, high overleapt the city wall, and joyous for deliverance won, regained the sight of Raghu's son. And Kumbhakarna, mad with hate and fury, sallied from the gate. The carnage of the foe renewed, and filled his maw with gory food, slaying with headlong frenzy blind both banner foes and giant kind. Nor with Sumitra's valiant son the might of Kumbhakarna shone, who through his harness felt the sting of keen shafts loosened from the string. His heart confessed the warrior's power, and bleeding from the ceaseless shower that smote him on the chest and side, with words like these the giant cried, well fought, Sumitra's son! Eternal glory hast thou won, for thou in desperate fight hast met the victor never conquered yet, whom, borne on huge Airavat's back, even Indra trembles to attack. Go, son of Queen Sumitra, go! Thy valour and thy strength I know. Now all my hope and honest will is Rama in the fight to kill. Let him beneath my weapons fall, and I will meet and conquer all. The chieftain of Sumitra born made answer as he laughed in scorn, Yea, thou hast won a victor's fame from trembling gods and Indra's shame. There waits thee now a mightier foe, whose prowess thou hast yet to know. There, famous in 100 lands, Rama the son of Raghu stands. Straight at the king the giant sped, and earth was shaken at his tread. His bow the hero grasped and strained, and deadly shafts in torrents rained. As Kumbhakarna felt each stroke, from his huge mouth burst fire and smoke. His hands were loosed in mortal pain, and dropped his weapons on the plain. Though reft of spear and sword and mace, no terror changed his haughty face. With heavy hands he rained his blows, and smote to death 1,000 foes. Wherever the furious monster strode, while down his limbs the red blood flowed, like torrents down a mountain side, banners and bears and giants died. High over his head a rock he swung, and the huge mass at Rama flung. But Rama's arrows, bright as flame, shattered the mountain as it came. Then Raghu's son, his eyes aglow, with burning anger chose the foe, and as his bow he strained and tried, with fearful clang the cord replied. Wrought at the bowstring's threatening clang, to meet his foe the giant sprang. High towering with enormous frame, huge as a wood-crowned hill he came. But Rama, firm and self-possessed, in words like these the foe addressed. Draw near, O Rakshas Lord, draw near, nor turn thee from the fight in fear. Thou meetest Rama face to face, destroyer of the giant race. Come, fight, and thou shalt feel this hour, laid low in death, thy conqueror's power. He ceased, and mad with wrath and pride, the giant champion thus replied. Come thou to me, and thou shalt find a foeman of a different kind. No cutter, no Virata, thou hast met a mightier warrior now. The strength of Kumbhakarna fear, and dread the iron mace I rear. This mace in days of yore subdued the gods and Danav multitude. Prove, lion of Ikshaku's line, thy power upon these limbs of mine. Then after trial shalt thou bleed, and with thy flesh my hunger feed. He ceased, and Rama, undismayed, upon his cord those arrows laid, which pierced the stately sal trees true, and Bali, king of banners, slew. They flew, they smote, but smote in vain, those mighty limbs that felt no pain. Then Rama sent with surest aim the dart that bore the wind god's name. The missile from the giant tore his huge arm, and the mace it bore, which crushed the banners where it fell, and dire was Kumbhakarna's yell. The giant seized a tree, and then rushed madly at the Lord of Man. Another dart, Lord Indra's own, to meet his furious onset thrown. His left arm from the shoulder lopped, and like a mountain peak it dropped. Then from the bow of Rama sped 2 arrows, each with crescent head. And winged with might which naught could stay, they cut the giant's legs away. They fell, and awful was the sound, as those vast columns shook the ground, and sky and sea and hill and cave in echoing roars their answer gave. Then from his side the hero drew a dart that like the tempest flew. No deadlier shaft has ever flown than that which Indra called his own. Nor could the giant's mail-armed neck the fury of the missile check. Through skin and flesh and bone it smote, and rent asunder head and throat. Down with the sound of thunder rolled the head adorned with rings of gold, and crushed to pieces in its fall a gate, a tower, a massive wall. Hurled to the sea the body fell, terrific was the ocean's swell, nor could swift fin and nimble leap save the crushed creatures of the deep. Thus he, who plagued in impious pride the gods and Brahmans, fought and died. Glad were the hosts of heaven, and long the air re-echoed with their song. Canto 68, Ravan's Lament. They ran to Ravan in his hall, and told him of his brother's fall. Fierce as the god who rules the dead, Upon the routed foe he fed, and victor for a while at length, fell slain by Rama's matchless strength. Now like a mighty hill in size, his mangled trunk extended lies, and where he fell, a bleeding mass blocks Lanka's gate that none may pass. The monarch heard, his strength gave way, and fainting on the ground he lay. Grieved at the giant's mournful tale, long shrill was Atikaya's wail, and Trisiras in sorrow bowed his triple head and wept aloud. Mahodar, Mahaparsha shed hot tears and mourned their brother dead. At length his wandering sense restored, in loud lament cried Lanka's lord, "Our chief, for might and valour famed, whose arm the haughty foeman tamed, forsaking me, thy friends and all, why hast thou fled to Yama's hall? Why hast thou fled to taste no more the slaughtered foeman's flesh and gore? Ah me, my life is done today, my better arm is lopped away, whereon in danger I relied, and fearless gods and fiends defied. How could a shaft from Rama's bow the matchless giant overthrow, whose iron frame so strong of yore the crushing bolt of Indra bore? This day the gods and sages meet, and triumph at their foes' defeat. This day the Bana chiefs will boast, and with new ardour fired, their host in fiercer onset will assail our city and the rampart scale. What care I for a monarch's name, my empire or the mighty dame? What joy can power and riches give, or life that I should care to live, unless this arm in mortal fray the slayer of my brother slay? For me, of Kumbhakarna reft, death is the only solace left, and I will seek, overwhelmed with woes, the realm to which my brother goes. Ah me, ill-minded, not to take his counsel when the vision spake. When he this evil day foretold, my foolish heart was overbold. I drove my sage adviser hence, and reaped the fruits of mine offence. End of Cantos 66 to 68. Cantos 69 to 71 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph to H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 69. Naratank's Death. Pierced to the soul by sorrow's sting, thus wailed the evil-hearted king. Then Trisiras stood forth and cried, "Yea, father, he has fought and died, our bravest, and the loss is sore. But rouse thee, and lament no more. Hast thou not still thy coat of mail, thy bow and shafts which never fail? 1,000 asses draw thy car, which roars like thunder hard afar. Thy valour and thy warrior skill, thy God-given strength are left thee still. Unarmed, thy matchless might subdued, the gods and Danav multitude. Armed with thy glorious weapons, how shall Raghu's son oppose thee now? O sire, within thy palace stay, and I myself will sweep away thy foes like Gadur when he makes a banquet of the reading snakes. Soon Raghu's son shall press the plain, as Narak fell by Vishnu slain, or Samba in rebellious pride, who met the king of gods and died. The monarch heard, his courage grew, and life and spirit came anew. Devatank and Naratank heard, and their fierce souls with joy were stirred. And the Tikaya burned to fight, and heard the summons with delight, while from the rest loud rang the cry, I too will fight, and I, and I. The joyous king his sons embraced, with gold and chains and jewels graced, and sent them forth with stirring speech of benison and praise to each. Forth from the gate the princes sped, and ranged for war the troops they led. The banner legions jousted anew, and trees and rocks for missiles flew. They saw Naratang's mighty form, borne on a steed that marked the storm. To check his charge in vain they strove, straight through their host his way he clove. As springs a dolphin through the tide, and countless banners fell and died, and mangled limbs and corpses lay, to mark the chiefs and sanguined way. Sugriva saw them fall or fly, when fierce Naratang's steed was nigh, and marked the giant where he sped, over heaps of dying or of dead. He bade the royal Angad face, that bravest chief of giant race. As springs the sun from clouds dispersed, so Angad from the banners burst. No weapon for the fight he bore, save nails and teeth, and sought no more. Leave, giant chieftain, thus he spoke, leave foes unworthy of thy stroke, and bend against a nobler heart the terrors of thy deadly dart. Naratang heard the words he spake, fast breathing like an angry snake. With bloody teeth his lips he pressed, and hurled his dart at Angad's breast. True was the aim, and fierce the stroke, yet on his breast the missile broke. Then Angad at the giant flew, and with a blow his courser slew. The fierce hand crushed through flesh and bone, and steed and rider fell overthrown. Naratang's eyes with fury blazed, his heavy hand on high he raised, and struck in savage wrath the head of Bali's son, who reeled and bled. Fainted a moment and no more, then stronger, fiercer than before, smote with that feast which naught could stay, and crushed to death the giant lay. Canto 70. The Death of Trishiras. Then raised the Rakshas chiefs and all, burned to avenge Naratang's fall. Devatang raised his club on high, and rushed at Angad with a cry. Behind came Trishiras, and near Mahoda charged with levelled spear. There Angad stood to fight with three. High over his head he waved a tree, and at Devatang swift and true, as Indra's flaming bolt it flew. But caught by giant shafts in twain, with minished force it flew in vain. A shower of trees and blocks of stone from Angad's hand was fiercely thrown, but well his club Devatang plied, and turned each rock and tree aside. Nor yet by tree such foes assailed, the heart of Angad sank or quailed. He slew the mighty beast that bore Mahoda, from his head he tore. A bleeding tusk and blow on blow fell fiercely on his Rakshas foe. The giant reeled, but strength regained, and furious strokes on Angad rained, who, wounded by the storm of blows, sank on his knees, but swiftly rose. Then Trishiras, as up he sprang, drew his great bow with awful clang, and fixed 3 arrows from his sheath, full in the forehead of the chief. Hanuman saw, nor long delayed, to speed with Nila to his aid, who at the 3-faced giant sent a peak from Lanka's mountain rent. But Trishiras, with certain aim, shot rapid arrows as it came, and shivered by their force it broke, and fell to earth with flash and smoke. Then as the Wingard's son came nigh, Devatang reared his mace on high. Hanuman smote him on the head and stretched the monstrous giant dead. Fierce Trishiras with fury strained his bow, and showers of arrows rained that smote on Nila's side and chest. He sank a moment, sore distressed, but quickly gathered strength to seize a mountain with its crown of trees. Crushed by the hill, disdained with gore, Mahodar fell, to rise no more. Then Trishiras raised high his spear, which chilled the trembling foe with fear, and like a flashing meteor through the air at Hanuman it flew. The banner shunned the threatened stroke, and with strong hands the weapon broke. The giant drew his glittering blade, dire was the wound the weapon made. Deep in the banner's ample chest, who for a moment sore oppressed, raised his broad hand, regaining might, and struck the rover of the night. Fierce was the blow, with one wild yell, low on the earth the monster fell. Hanuman seized his fallen sword, which served no more its senseless lord, and from the monster triple-necked smote his huge heads with crowns bedecked. Then Mahabharata burned with ire, fierce flashed his eyes with vengeful fire. A moment on the dead he gazed, then his black mace aloft was raised, and down the mass of iron came, that struck and shook the banner's frame. Hanuman's chest was well nigh crushed, and from his mouth red torrents gushed. Yet served one instant to restore his spirit from the foe he tore, his awful mace, and smote and laid the giant in the dust dismayed. Crushed were his jaws and teeth and eyes, breathless and still he lay as lies a summit from a mountain rent by him who rules the firmament. Canto 71. Atikaya's Death. But Atikaya's wrath grew high to see his noblest kinsman die. He, fiercest of the giant race, presuming still on Brahma's grace, proud tamer of the immortal's pride, whose power and might with Indra's vied, for blood and vengeful Karna's burned, and on the foe his fury turned. High on a car that flashed and glowed, bright as 1,000 suns he rode. Around his princely brows was set a rich bejewelled coronet. Gold pendants in his ears he wore, he strained and tried the bow he bore. And ever as a shaft he aimed, his name and royal race proclaimed. Scarce might the banners brook to hear his clanging bow and voice of fear. To Raghu's elder son they fled, their sure defence in woe and dread. Then Rama bent his eyes afar, and saw the giant in his car, fast following the flying crowd, and roaring like a rainy cloud. He with the last of battle fired, turned to vision and inquired, "Say, who is this, of mountain size, this archer with the lion eyes? His car, which strikes our host with awe, 1,000 eager coursers draw. Surrounded by the flashing spears, which line his car, the chief appears, like some huge cloud, when lightnings play about it on a stormy day. And the great bow he joys to hold, whose banded back is bright with gold, as Indra's bow makes glad the skies, that best of chariots glorifies. Oh, see the sun-like splendor flung from the great flag above him hung, where blazoned with refulgent lines, Rahu the dreadful dragon shines. Full 30 quivers near his side, his car with shafts is well supplied, and flashing like the light of stars, gleam his 2 mighty scimitars. Say, best of giants, who is he, before whose face the banners flee?" Thus Rama spake, the vision-eyed, the giant's chief, and thus replied, "This Rama, this is Ravan's son. High fame his youthful might has won. He, best of warriors, bows his ear, the wisdom of the wise to hear. Supreme is he mid those who know the mastery of sword and bow. Unrivaled in the bold attack, on elephants or coursers' back. He knows beside each subtler art to win the foe, to bribe or part. On him the giant hosts rely, and fear no ill when he is nigh. This peerless chieftain bears the name of Atikaya, heels of frame, whom Dhanyamalini of yore to Ravan, lord of Lanka, bore. Roused by his bowstrings' awful clang, to meet their foes the banners sprang. Armed with tall trees from Lanka's wood, and rocks and mountain peaks they stood. The giant's arrows gold bedecked, the storm of hurtling missiles checked, and ever on his foemen poured fierce tempest from his clanging cord. Nor could the banner chiefs sustain his shafts' intolerable rain. They fled, the victor gained the place where stood the lord of Raghu's race, and cried with voice of thunder, "Lo, borne on my car with shaft and bow, I, champion of the giants, scorn to fight with weaklings humbly born. Come forth your bravest if he dare, and fight with one who will not spare." Forth sprang Sumitra's noble child, and strained his ready bow and smiled, and giants trembled as the clang through heaven and earth re-echoing rang. The giant to his string applied a pointed shaft and proudly cried, "Turn, turn, Sumitra's son, and fly, for terrible as that am I. Fly, nor that youthful form oppose, untrained in war, to warriors' blows. What, wilt thou waste thy childish breath, and wake the dormant fire of death? Cast down, rash boy, that useless bow, preserve thy life uninjured, go." He ceased, and steered by wrath and pride, Sumitra's noble son replied, "By warlike deed, not words alone, the valour of the brave is shown. Cease with vain boasts my scorn to move, and with thine arm thy prowess prove. Borne on thy car with sword and bow, with all thine arms thy valour show. Fight, and my deadly shafts this day low in the dust thy head shall lay, and, rushing fast in ceaseless flood, shall rend thy flesh and drink thy blood." His giant foe no answer made, but on his string an arrow laid. He raised his arm, the cord he drew, at Lakshman's breast the arrow flew. Sumitra's son, his foeman's dread, shot a fleet shaft with crescent head, which cleft that arrow pointed well, and harmless to the earth it fell. A shower of shafts from Lakshman's bow fell fast and furious on the foe, who quailed not as the missile smote with idle force his iron coat. Then came the friendly wind god near, and whispered thus in Lakshman's ear, "Such shafts as these in vain assail thy foe's impenetrable mail. A more tremendous missile try, or never may the giant die. Employ thy mighty spell and aim, the weapon known by Brahma's name." He ceased. Sumitra's son obeyed. On his great bow the shaft was laid, and with a roar like thunder true as Indra's flashing bolt it flew. The giant poured his shafts like rain to check its course, but all in vain. With spear and mace and sword he tried to turn the fiery dart aside. Winged with a force which naught could check, it smote the monster in the neck, and sundered from his shoulders rolled to earth his head and helm of gold.
End of Cantos 69 to 71. Cantos 72 to 75 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 72. Ravan's Speech. The giants bent in rage and grief, their eyes upon the fallen chief. Then flying wild with fear and pale, to Ravan bore the mournful tale. He heard how Atikaya died, then turned him to his lords and cried, "Where are they now, my bravest where? Wise to consult and prompt to dare? Where is the Raksha skilled to wield all weapons in the battlefield? Akampan and Prahasta's might, and Kumbhakarn bold in fight. These and many a Rakshas more, each master of the arms he bore, who every foe in fight overthrew, the victors none could ever subdue, have perished by the might of one, the vengeful arm of Raghu's son. In vain I cast mine eyes around, no match for Rama here is found, no chief to stand before that bow, whose deadly shafts have caused our woe. Now, warriors, to your stations hence, provide ye for the wall's defence, and be the Ashoka garden where the lady lies your special care. Be every lane and passage barred, set at each gate a chosen guard, and with your troops where danger calls, be ready to defend the walls. Each movement of the banners mark, observe them when the skies grow dark, be ready in the dead of night, and ere the morning bring the light. Taught by our laws we may not scorn these legions of the forest born. He ceased, the Rakshas lords obeyed, each at his post his troops arrayed, and torn with pangs that pierced him through, the monarch from the hall withdrew. Canto 73. Indrajit's Victory. But Indrajit, the fierce and bold, with words like these his sire consoled. Dismiss, O king, thy grief and dread, and be not thus disquieted. Against this numbing sorrow strive, for Indrajit is yet alive, and none in battle may withstand the fury of his strong right hand. This day, O sire, thine eyes shall see the sons of Raghu slain by me. He ceased, he bade the king farewell. Clear, mid the roar of drum and shell, the clash of sword and harness rang, as to his car the warriors sprang. Close followed by his Rakshas train, through Lanka's gate he reached the plain. Then down he leapt, and bade a band of giants by the chariot stand. Then with due rites, as rules require, did worship to the Lord of Fire. The sacred oil, as texts ordain, with wreaths of scented flowers and grain, within the flame in order due, that mightiest of the giants trear. There on the ground were spear and blade, and arrowy leaves and field laid, an iron ladle deep and wide, and robes of sanguine colours dyed. Beside him stood a sable goat, the giant seized it by the throat, and straight from the consuming flame auspicious signs of victory came. For swiftly calling to the right, the fire leapt up with willing light, undimmed by smoky cloud and red, like gold upon the offering fed. They brought him, while the flame yet glowed, the dart by Brahma's grace bestowed, and all the arms he wielded well were charmed with text and holy spell.
Then fiercer for the fight he burned, and at the foe his chariot turned, while all his followers lifting high their maces charged with furious cry. Dire, yet more dire the battle grew, as rocks and trees and arrows flew. The giant shot his shafts like rain, and banners fell in myriads slain. Sugriva Angad Nila felt the wounds his hurtling arrows dealt. His shafts the blood of Gaya drank, Hanuman reeled and Mindya sank. Bright as the glances of the sun came the swift darts they could not shun. Caught in the airy nets he wove, in vain the sons of Raghu strove. And Rama, by the darts oppressed, his brother chieftain thus addressed. See, first, this giant warrior sends destruction mid our banner friends. And now his arrows, thick and fast, their binding net around us cast. To Brahma's grace the chieftain owes, the matchless power and might he shows, and mortal strength in vain contends with him whom Brahma's self befriends. Then let us still with dauntless hearts endure this storm of pelting darts. Soon must we sink bereaved of sense, and then the victor hurrying hence will seek his father in his hall and tell him of his foeman's fall. He ceased, overpowered by shaft and spell. The sons of Raghu reeled and fell. The Rakshas on their bodies gazed, and mid the shouts his followers raised, sped back to Lanka to relate in Ravan's hall the prince's fate. Canto 74. The Medicinal Herbs. The shades of falling night concealed the carnage of the battlefield, which, bearing each blazing brand, Hanuman and Vibhishan scanned, moving with slow and anxious tread among the dying and the dead. Sad was the scene of slaughter shown, wherever the torch's light was thrown. Here mountain forms of banners lay, whose heads and limbs were lopped away. Arms, legs, and fingers strewed the ground, and severed heads lay thick around. The earth was moist with sanguine streams, and sighs were heard and groans and screams. There lay Sugriva still and cold, there Angad, once so brave and bold. There Jambavan his might reposed, there Begadashi's eyes were closed. There in the dust was Nala's pride, and David lay by Minda's side. Wherever they looked, the ensanguined plain was strewn with myriads of the slain. They sought with keenly searching eyes King Jambavan supremely wise. His strength had failed by slow decay, and pierced with countless shafts he lay. They saw, and hastened to his side, and thus the sage Vibhishan cried, Thee, monarch of the bears, we seek. Speak, if thou yet art living, speak. Slow came the aged chief's reply, scarce could he say with many a sigh. Torn with keen shafts which pierce each limb, my strength is gone, my sight is dim. Yet though I scarce can raise mine eyes, thy voice, O chief, I recognize. Oh, while these ears can hear thee, say, has Hanuman survived this day? Why ask, Vibhishan cried, for one of lower rank, the wind god's son? Hast thou forgotten, first in place, the princely chief of Raghu's race? Can King Sugriva claim no care, and Angad his imperial heir? Yea, dearer than my noblest friends is who on whom our hope depends. For if the wind god's son survive, all we though dead are yet alive. But if his precious life be fled, though living still we are but dead. He is our hope and sure relief. Thus slowly spoke the aged chief. Then to his side Hanuman came, and with low reverence named his name. Cheered by the face he longed to view, the wounded chieftain lived anew. "Go forth," he cried, "O strong and brave, and in their woe the banners save. No might but thine, supremely great, may help us in our lost estate. The trembling boughs and banners cheer, calm their sad hearts, dispel their fear. Save Raghu's noble sons and heal the deep wounds of the winged steel. High over the waters of the sea, to far Himalaya's summits flee. Kailasha there wilt thou behold, and Rishabh with his peaks of gold. Between them see a mountain rise, whose splendor will enchant thine eyes. His sides are clothed above, below, with all the rarest herbs that grow. Upon that mountain's lofty crest, 4 plants of sovereign powers purchased, spring from the soil, and flashing there, shed radiance through the neighboring air. One draws the shaft, one brings again the breath of life to warm the slain. One heals each wound, one gives anew to faded cheeks their wonted hue. Fly, chieftain, to that mountain's brow, and bring those herbs to save us now. Hanuman heard, and springing through the air like Vishnu's discus flew. The sea was past, beneath him, gay, with bright-winged birds the mountains lay, and brook and lake and lonely glen, and fertile lands with toiling man. On he sped, before him rose the mansion of perennial snows. There soared the glorious peaks as fair as white clouds in the summer air. Here, bursting from the leafy shade, in thunder leapt the wild cascade. He looked on many a pure retreat, dear to the gods and sages' feet. The spot where Brahma dwells apart, the place whence Rudra launched his dart, Vishnu's high seat and Indra's home, and slopes where Yama's servants roam. There was Kuvera's bright abode, there Brahma's mystic weapon glowed. There was the noble hill whereon those herbs with wondrous lustre shone. And ravished by the glorious sight, Hanuman rested on the height. He, moving down the glittering peak, the healing herbs began to seek. But when he thought to seize the prize, they hid them from his eager eyes. Then to the hill in wrath he spake, "Mine arms this day shall vengeance take. If thou wilt feel no pity, none, in this great need of Raghu's son." He seized, his mighty arms he bent, and from the trembling mountain rent his huge head with the life it bore, snakes, elephants, and golden ore. Over hill and plain and watery waste his rapid way again he traced, and mid the wandering banners laid, his burden through the air conveyed. The wondrous harp's delightful scent to all the host new vigor lent. Free from all doubts and wounds and pain, the sons of Raghu lived again, and dead and dying banners healed rose vigorous from the battlefield. Cantos 75, The Night Attack. Sugriva spake in words like these: "Now Bana lords the occasion siege, for now of sons and brothers reft, to Ravan little hope is left. And if our host his gates assail, his weak defence will surely fail." At dead of night the banner bands rushed on with torches in their hands. Scared by the coming of the host, each giant warder left his post. Wherever the banner legions came, their way was marked with hostile flame, that spread fury to devour palace and temple, gate and tower. Down came the walls and porches, down came stately piles that graced the town. In many a house the fire was red, on sandalwood and aloe fed, and scorching flames in billows rolled over diamonds and pearls and gold. On cloth of wool, on silk brocade, on linen robes their fury prayed. Wheels, poles, and yokes were bound, and all the coursers' harness in the stall. And elephants and chariots gear, the sword, the buckler, and the spear. Scared by the crash of falling beams, mid lamentations, groans, and screams, forth rushed the giants through the flames, and with them dragged bewildered dames, each with overwhelming terror wild, still clasping to her breast a child. The swift fire from a cloud of smoke through many a gilded lattice broke, and melting pearl and coral rose over balconies and porticos. The startled crane and peacock screamed, as with strange light the courtyard gleamed, and fierce unusual glare was thrown on shrinking wood and heated stone. From burning stall and stable freed rushed frantic elephant and steed, and goaded by the driving blaze fled wildly through the crowded ways. As art with fervent heat will glow when comes her final overthrow, from gate to gate, from court to spire, proud Lanka was one blaze of fire, and every headlock, rock, and bay shone bright 100 leagues away. Forth, blinded by the heat and flame, ran countless giants huge of frame, and mastering for fierce attack, the banners charged to drive them back, while shout and scream and roar and cry re-echoed through the earth and sky. There Rama stood with strength renewed, and ever as the foe he viewed, shaking the distant regions rang his mighty bow's tremendous clang. Then through the gates Nikumva hied, and Kumva by his brother's side sent forth the bravest and the best to battle by the king's behest. There fought the chiefs in open field, and Angad fell and Dvivid reeled. Sugriva saw, by rage impelled, he crushed the bow which Kumva held. About his foes Sugriva wound his arms, and heaving from the ground, the giant hauled him over the bank, and deep beneath the sea he sank. Like Mandar hill with furious swell, upleapt the waters where he fell. Again he rose, he sprang to land, and raised on high his threatening hand. Full on Sugriva's chest it came, and shook the banner's massive frame. But on the wounded bone he broke his wrist, so furious was the stroke. With force that naught could stay or check, Sugriva smote him 'neath the neck. The fierce blow crashed through flesh and bone, and Kumbha lay in death overthrown. Nikumva saw his brother die, and red with fury flashed his eye. He dashed with mighty sway and swing his axe against the banner king, but shattered on that living rock, it split in fragments at the shock. Sugriva, rising to the blow, raised his heel's hand and smote his foe, and in the dust the giant lay, gasping in blood his soul away. I have briefly dispatched Kumbha and Nikumva, each of whom has in the text a long canto to himself. When day fall, Ravan sends forth Maharaksha, or Crocodile Eye, the son of Khara, who was slain by Rama in the forest before the abduction of Sita. The account of his sailing forth, of his battle with Rama, and of his death by the fiery dart of that hero occupies 2 cantos which I entirely pass over. Indrajit again comes forth and, rendered invisible by his magic art, slays countless banners with his unerring arrows. He retires to the city and returns bearing in his chariot an effigy of Sita, the work of magic, weeping and wailing by his side. He grasps the lovely image by the hair and cuts it down with his scimitar in the sight of the enraged Hanuman and all the banner host. At last, after much fighting of the usual kind, Indrajit's chariot is broken in pieces. His charioteer is slain, and he himself falls by Lakshman's hand, to the inexplicable delight of the high-souled saints, the nymphs of heaven, and other celestial beings. End of Cantos 72 to 75. Cantos 93 to 100 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 93, Ravan's Lament. They sought the king, a mournful train, and cried, "My lord, thy son is slain." By Lakshman's hand, before these eyes, the warrior fell no more to rise. No time is this for vain regret. Thy hero's son a hero met, and he whose might in battle pressed Lord Indra and the gods confessed, whose power was stranger to defeat, has gained in heaven a blissful seat. The monarch heard the mournful tale. His heart was faint, his cheek was pale. His fleeting sense at length regained. In trembling tones he thus complained, "Ah me, my son, my pride, the boast, and glory of the giant host! Could Lakshman's puny might defeat the foe whom Indra feared to meet? Could not thy deadly arrows split proud Mandar's peaks, O Indrajit, and the destroyer's self destroy? And wast thou conquered by a boy? I will not weep. Thy noble deed has blessed thee with immortal meed, gained by each hero in disguise, who fighting for his sovereign dies. Now fearless of all meaner foes, the guardian gods will taste repose. But art to me, with hill and plain, is desolate, for thou art slain. Ah, whither hast thou fled and left thy mother, Lanka, me bereft? Left pride and state and wives behind, and lordship over all thy kind. I fondly hoped thy hand should pay due honours on my dying day. And couldst thou, O beloved, flee, and leave thy funeral rites to me? Life has no comfort left me, none, O Indrajit, my son, my son. Thus wailed he, broken by his woes, but swift the thought of vengeance rose. In awful wrath his teeth he gnashed, and from his eyes red lightning flashed. Hot from his mouth came fire and smoke, as thus the king in fury spoke. Through many 1,000 years of yore, the penance and the pain I bore, and by fierce torment well sustained, the highest grace of Brahma gained. His plighted word my life assured, from gods of heaven and fiends secured. He armed my limbs with burnished mail, whose lawsuit haunts the sunbeams pale. In battle proof against heavenly bands, with thunder in their threatening hands. Armed in this mail, myself will go, with Brahma's gift, my deadly bow. And cleaving through the foes my way, the slayers of my son will slay. Then by his grief to frenzy wrought, the captive in the grove he sought. Swift through the shady path he sped, each trembled at his furious tread. Fierce were his eyes, his monstrous hand held drawn for death his glittering brand. There weeping stood the mitral dame, she shuddered as the giant came. Near drew the rover of the night, and raised his sword in act to smite. But by his nobler heart impelled, one Rakshas lord his arm withheld. Wilt thou, great monarch, thus he cried, wilt thou to heavenly gods allied, blot for all time thy glorious fame, the slayer of a gentle dame? What, shall a woman's blood be spilt, to stain thee with eternal guilt? Thee, deep in all the Vedas' lore, far be the thought for evermore. Ah, look, and let her lovely face this fury from thy bosom chase. He ceased, the prudent counsel pleased, the monarch and his wrath appeased. Then to his council hall in haste the giant lord his steps retraced. I omit 2 cantos, in the first of which Rama with an enchanted Gandharva weapon deals destruction among the Rakshasas sent by Ravan, and in the second the Rakshas dames lament the slain and mourn over the madness of Ravan. Canto 96, Ravan's Sally. The groans and cries of dames who wailed the years of Lanka's lord assailed, for from each house and home was sent the voice of weeping and lament. In troubled thought his head he bowed, then fiercely loosing on the crowd of nobles near his throne he broke the silence and in fury spoke. This day my deadly shaft shall fly, and Raghu's sons shall surely die. This day shall countless banners bleed, and dogs and kites and vultures feed. Go, bid them swift my car prepare, bring the great bow I long to bear, and let my host with sword and shield and spear be ready for the field. From street to street the captains passed, and Rakshas warriors gathered fast, with spear and sword to pierce and strike, and axe and club and mace and pike. I omit several weapons for which I cannot find distinctive names, and among them the Satagni or Santicide, supposed by some to be a kind of firearms or rocket, but described by a commentator under Mahabharata as a stone or cylindrical piece of wood studded with iron spikes. The Ravan's warrior chariot wrought, with gold and rich inlay was brought, mid tinkling bells and weapons clang, the monarch on the chariot sprang, which, decked with gems of every hue, 8 steeds of noble lineage drew. Mid roars of drum and shell rang out from countless throats a joyful shout, as God with hosts in warlike pride through Lanka's streets the tyrant hied. Still, louder than the roar of drums, went up the cry, "He comes, he comes!" Our ever-conquering Lord who trod beneath his feet both fiend and god. On to the gate the warriors swept, where Raghu's sons their station camped. When Ravan's car the portal passed, the sun in heaven was overcast. Earth rocked and reeled from side to side, and birds with boding voices cried. Against the standard of the king a vulture flapped his horrid wing. Big gouts of blood before him dropped, his trembling steeds in terror stopped. The hue of death was on his cheek, and scarce his flattering tongue could speak, when terrible with flash and flame through murky air a meteor came. Still by the hand of death impelled, his onward way the giant held. The banners in the field afar heard the loud thunder of his car, and turned with warriors' fierce delight to meet the giant in the fight. He came, his clanking bow he drew, and myriads of the banners slew. Some through the side and heart he cleft, some headless on the plain were left. Some struggling groaned with mangled ties, or broken arms, or blinded eyes. I omit Cantos 97, 98, and 99, which describe in the usual way 3 single combats between Sugriva and Angad on the banner side, and Birupaksh, Mahodar and Mahabharata on the side of the giants. The weapons of the banners are trees and rocks. The giants fight with swords, axes and bows and arrows. The details are generally the same as those of preceding duels. The giants fall, one in each canto. Canto 100. Ravan in the field. The plain with bleeding limbs was spread, and heaps of dying and of dead. His mighty bow still Rama strained, and shafts upon the giants rained. Still Angad and Sugriva wrought, to fury for the banners fought. Crushed with huge rocks through chest and side, Mahodar Mahabharata died, and Virupaksha, stained with gore, dropped on the plain to rise no more. When Ravan saw the tree overthrown, he cried aloud in furious tone, "Urge, urge the car, my charioteer! The haughty banner's death is near. This very day shall end our griefs for leaguered town and slaughtered chiefs. Rama, the tree whose lovely fruit is Sita, shall this arm uproot, whose branches with protecting shade are banner lords who lend him aid." Thus cried the king, the welkin rang, as forth the eager coursers sprang, and art beneath the chariot shook, with flowery grove and hill and brook. Fast rained his shafts wherever he sped, the conquered banners fell or fled. On rolled the car in swift carrier, till Raghu's noble sons were near. Then Rama looked upon the foe, and strained and tried his sounding bow, till out and all the region rang, re-echoing to the awful clang. His bow the younger chieftain bent, and shaft on Ravan sent. He shot, but Ravan little recked, each arrow with his own he checked, and headless, baffled of its aim, to out the harmless missile came. And Lakshman stayed his arm overpowered, by the thick darts the giant showered. Fierce waxed the fight, and fiercer yet, for Ravan now and Rama met, and each on other poured amain the tempest of his airy rain, while all the sky above was dark, with missiles speeding to their mark, like clouds with flashing lightning twinned, about them hurried by the wind. Not fiercer was the wondrous fight, when Britra fell by Indra's might. All arts of war each foeman knew, and trained alike his bowstring drew. Red-eyed with fury, Lanka's king pressed his huge fingers on the string, and fixed in Rama's brows a flight of arrows winged with matchless might. Still Raghu's son endured and bore that crown of shafts, though wounded sore. Over a dire dart a spell he spoke, with mystic power to aid the stroke. In vain upon the foe it smote, rebounding from the steel-proof coat. The giant armed his bow anew, and wondrous weapons hissed and flew, terrific, deadly, swift of flight, beaked like the vulture and the kite, or bearing heads of fearful make, of lion, tiger, wolf and snake. Then Rama, troubled by the storm of flying darts in every form, shot by an arm that naught could tire, launched at the foe his dart of fire, which, sacred to the Lord of Flame, burnt and consumed wherever it came. And many a blazing shaft beside the hero to his string applied, with fiery course of dazzling hue, swift to the mark each missile flew, some flashing like a shooting star, some as the tongues of lightning are, one like a brilliant plant, one in splendor like the morning sun. Wherever the shafts of Rama burned, the giant's darts were foiled and turned. Far into space his weapons fled, but as they flew struck thousands dead. End of Cantos 93 to 100. Cantos 101 to 103 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 101, Lakshman's Fall. When Ravan saw his darts repelled, with double rage his bosom swelled. He summoned, wrought but undismayed, a mightier charm to lend its aid. And fierce as fire before the blast, a storm of missiles thick and fast, spear, pike and javelin, mace and brand, came hurtling from the giant's hand. But mightier still, the arms employed by Raghu's son their force destroyed, and every dart fell dulled and spent by powers the birds of heaven had lent. With his huge mace Bibhishan slew the steeds that Ravan's chariot drew. Then Ravan hurled in deadly ire a ponderous spear that flashed like fire. But Rama's arrows checked its way, and harmless on the earth it lay. The giant seized a mightier spear, which Death himself would shun with fear. Bibhishan with the stroke had died, but Lakshman's hand his bowstring plied, and flying arrows thick as hail smote fiercely on the giant's mail. Then Ravan turned his aim aside, on Lakshman looked and fiercely cried, Thou again my wrath hast braved, and from his death Bibhishan saved. Now in his stead this spear receive, whose deadly point thy heart shall cleave. He seized, he hurled the mortal dart, by Maya forced with magic art. The spear, with all his fury flung, swift, flickering, like a serpent's tongue, adorned with many a tinkling bell, smote Lakshman, and the hero fell. When Rama saw, he heaved a sigh, a tear one moment dimmed his eye, but tender grief was soon repressed, and thoughts of vengeance filled his breast. The air around him flashed and gleamed, as from his bow the arrows streamed, and Lanka's lord, the foeman's dread, overwhelmed with terror, turned and fled. Canto 102, Lakshman healed. But Rama, pride of Raghu's race, gazed tenderly on Lakshman's face, and as the sight his spirit broke, turned to Shusain and sadly spoke. Where is my power and valour? How shall I halt for battle now, when dead before my weeping eyes my brother, noblest Lakshman, lies? My tears in blinding torrents flow, my hand unnerved has dropped my bow. The pangs of woe have blanched my cheek, my heart is sick, my strength is weak. Ah may my brother, ah that I, by Lakshman's side might sink and die. Life, war and conquest all are vain, if Lakshman lies in battle slain. Why will those eyes my glances shun? Hast thou no word of answer? None. Ah, is thy noble spirit flown, and gone to other worlds alone? Couldst thou not let thy brother seek those worlds with thee? Oh speak, oh speak. Rise up once more, my brother, rise. Look on me with thy loving eyes. Were not thy steps beside me still, in gloomy wood, on breezy hill? Did not thy gentle care assuage thy brother's grief and fitful raise? Didst thou not all his troubles share, his guide and comfort in despair? As Rama, vanquished, wept and sighed, the Banner chieftain thus replied, Great prince, unmanly thoughts dismiss, nor yield thy soul to grief like this. In vain those burning tears are shed, our glory Lakshman is not dead. that on his brow no mark has set, where beauty's lustre lingers yet. Clear is the skin and tender hues of lotus flowers his palms suffuse. O Rama, cheer thy trembling heart, not thus do life and body part. Now, Hanuman, to thee I speak, high thence to tall Mahodaya's peak, where hopes of sovereign virtue grow, which life and health and strength bestow. Bring thou the leaves to balm his pain, and Lakshman shall be well again. He ceased. The wind-god's son obeyed. Swift through the clouds his way he made. He reached the hill, nor stayed to find the wondrous harps of healing kind. From its broad base the mountain he tore, with all the shrubs and trees it bore. Sped through the clouds again and showed to wise Sushane his woody load. Sushane in wonder viewed the hill, and called the sovereign self of ill. Soon as the healing herb he found, the fragrant leaves he crushed and ground. Then over Lakshman's face he bent, who, healed and strengthened by the scent of the blessed herb divinely sweet, rose fresh and lusty on his feet. Canto 103. Indra's Car. Then Raghu's son forgot his woe. Again he grasped his fallen bow, and hurled at Lanka's lord amain the tempest of his airy reign. Drawn by the steeds his lords had brought, again the giant taunt and fought, and drove his glittering chariot nigh, as springs the day-god through the sky. Then as his sounding bow he bent, like thunderbolts his shafts were sent. As when dark clouds in rain-time shed fierce torrents on a mountain's head. High on his car the giant rode, on foot the son of Raghu strode. The gods from their celestial height indignant saw the unequal fight. Then he, whom heavenly hosts revere, Lord Indra called his charioteer. Haste, Matali, he cried, descend, to Raghu's son my chariot lend. With cheering words the chief address, and all the gods thy deed will bless. He bowed, he brought the glorious car, whose tinkling bells were heard afar. Fair as the sun of morning, bright with gold and pearl and legulite. He yoked the steeds of tawny hue, that swifter than the tempest flew. Then down the slope of heaven he hied, and stayed the car by Rama's side. Ascend, O chief, he humbly cried, the chariot which the gods provide. The mighty bow of Indra see, sent by the gods who favour thee. Behold this coat of glittering mail, and spear and shafts which never fail. Cheered by the grace the immortals showed, the chieftain on the chariot rode. Then, as the car-borne warriors met, the awful fight raged fiercer yet. Each shaft that Ravan shot became a serpent red with kindled flame, and round the limbs of Rama hung with fiery jaws and quivering tongue. But every serpent fled dismayed when Raghu's valiant son displayed the weapon of the feathered king and loosed his arrows from the string. But Ravan armed his bow anew, and showers of shafts at Rama flew, while the fierce king in swift career smote with a dart the charioteer. An arrow shot by Ravan's hand laid the proud banner on the sand, and Indra's steeds of heavenly strain fell by the iron tempest slain. On gods and spirits of the air fell terror, trembling, and despair. The sea's white billows mounted high, with froth and foam to drench the sky. The sun by lurid clouds was veiled, the friendly lights of heaven were paled, and fiercely gleaming fiery Mars opposed the beams of gentler stars. Then Rama's eyes with fury blazed, as Indra's heavenly spear he raised. Loud rang the bells, the glistering head, bright flashes through the region shed. Down came the spear in swift descent, the giant's lance was crushed and bent. Then Ravan's horses, brave and fleet, fell dead beneath his arrowy sleet. Fierce on his foeman Rama pressed, and gored with shafts his mighty breast. And spouting streams of crimson dyed the weary giant's limbs and side. I omit Cantos 104 and 105, in which the fight is renewed and Ravan severely reprimands his charioteer for timidity and want of confidence in his master's prowess, and orders him to charge straight at Rama on the next occasion. End of Cantos 101 to 103. Cantos 106 to 110 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 106, Glory to the Sun. There, faint and bleeding fast, apart, stood Ravan raising in his heart. Then moved with ruth for Rama's sake, Agastya came and gently spake. Bend, Rama, bend thy heart and ear, the everlasting truth to hear, which all thy hopes through life will bless, and crown thine arms with full success. The rising sun with golden rays, light of the worlds, adore and praise. The universal King, the Lord, by hosts of heaven and fiends adored. He tempers all with soft control. He is the gods' diviner soul. And gods above and fiends below, and man to him their safety owe. He Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, he, each person of the glorious tree, is every god whose praise we tell, the King of heaven, the Lord of hell. Each god revered from times of old, the Lord of war, the King of gold. Mahindra, time and death is he, the moon, the ruler of the sea. He hears our praise in every form, the mains, gods who ride the storm. Thus winds, Manu, they who stand round Indra and the Saityas band. He is the air and life and fire, the universal source and sire. He brings the seasons at his call, creator, light and nurse of all. His heavenly course he joys to run, maker of day, the golden sun. The steeds that whirl his car are seven, the flaming steeds that flash through heaven. Lord of the sky, the conqueror parts the clouds of night with glistering darts. He, master of the Vedas' law, commands the clouds' collected store. He is the river's surest friend. He bids the rains and they descend. Stars, planets, constellations own, their monarch of the golden throne. Lord of 12 forms, to thee I bow, most glorious King of heaven art thou. O Rama, he who pays aright due worship to the Lord of light, shall never fall oppressed by ill, but find a stay and comfort still. Adore with all thy heart and mind this God of gods, to him resigned, and thou his saving power shalt know, victorious over thy giant foe. This canto does not appear in the Bengal recension. It comes in awkwardly and may, I think, be considered as an interpolation, but I paraphrase a portion of it as a relief after so much fighting and carnage, and as an interesting glimpse of the monotheistic ideas which underlie the Hindu religion. The hymn, does not readily lend itself to metrical translation, and I have not attempted here to give a faithful rendering of the whole. A literal version of the text and the commentary given in the Calcutta edition will be found in the additional notes. A canto here is omitted. It contains fighting of the ordinary kind between Rama and Ravan, and the description of sights and sounds of evil omen foreboding the destruction of the giant. Canto 108. The Battle. He spoke and vanished. Rama raised his eyes with reverence meet and praised the glorious day god full in view, then armed him for the fight anew. Urged onward by his charioteer, the giant's foaming steeds came near, and furious was the battle's din, where each resolved to die or win. The Rakshas host and banner bands stood with their weapons in their hands, and watched in terror and dismay the fortune of the awful fray. The giant chief with rays inflamed his darts at Rama's pennon aimed, but when they touched the chariot made by heavenly hands, their force was stayed. Then Rama's breast with fury swelled, he strained the mighty bow he held, and straight at Ravan's banner flew an arrow as the string he drew, a deadly arrow swift of flight, like some huge snake ablaze with light, whose fury none might ever repel, and split in twain the standard fell. At Rama's steeds sharp arrows hot, with flames of fire the giant shot. Unmoved the heavenly steeds sustained the furious shower the warrior rained, as though soft lotus tendrils smote each haughty crest and glossy coat. Then volleyed swift by magic art, tree, mountain peak, and spear and dart, trident and pike and club and mace, flew hurtling straight at Rama's face. But Rama, with his steeds and car, escaped the storm which fell afar, where the strange missiles as they rushed to earth 1,000 banners crushed. Canto 109. The Battle. With wondrous power and might and skill, the giant fought with Rama still. Each at his foe his chariot drove, and still for death or victory strove. The warrior steeds together dashed, and pole with pole re-echoing clashed. Then Rama, launching dart on dart, made Ravan's coursers swerve and start. Nor was the lord of Lanka slow to rain his arrows on the foe, who showed, by fiery points assailed, no trace of pain, nor shook nor quailed. Dense clouds of arrows Rama shot, with that strong arm which rested not, and spear and mace and club and brand fell in dire rain from Ravan's hand. The storm of missiles fiercely cast stirred up the oceans with its blast, and serpent gods and fiends who dwell below were troubled by the swell. The earth with hill and plain and brook, and grove and garden reeled and shook. The very sun grew cold and pale, and horror stilled the rising gale. God and Gandharva, sage and saint, cried out with grief and terror faint. Oh, may the prince of Raghu's line give peace to Brahmins and to kine, and rescuing the worlds overthrow the giant king, our awful foe. Then to his deadly string the pride of Raghu's race a shaft applied, sharp as a serpent's venomed fang, straight to its mark the arrow sprang, and from the giant's body shred with trenchant steel the monstrous head. There might the triple world behold that severed head adorned with gold. But when all eyes were bent to view Swift in its stead another grew. Again the shaft was pointed well, again the head divided fell. But still, as each to art was cast, another head succeeded fast. 100, bright with fiery flame, fell low before the victor's aim. Yet Ravan by no sign betrayed that death was near or strength decayed. The doubtful fight he still maintained, and on the foe his missiles rained. In air, on earth, on plain, on hill, with awful might he battled still. And through the hours of night and day, the conflict knew no pause or stay. Canto 110. Ravan's Death. Then Matali to Rama cried, "Let other arms the day decide. Why wilt thou strive with useless toil, and see his might thy efforts foil? Launch at the foe thy dart whose fire was kindled by the Almighty Sire." He ceased, and Raghu's son obeyed. Upon his string the hero laid an arrow like a snake that hissed, whose fiery flight had never missed. The arrow Saint Agastya gave, and blessed the chieftain's life to save. That dart the eternal Father made, the monarch of the gods to aid. By Brahma's self on him bestowed, when forth to fight Lord Indra rode. It was fitted with the rushing wind, the glowing sun and fire combined. To the keen point their splendor lent, the shaft at real element. By Meru's hill and Mandar, pride of mountains had its weight supplied. He laid it on the twisted cord, he turned the point at Lanka's lord, and swift the limb-dividing dart pierced the huge chest and cleft the heart. And dead he fell upon the plain, like Britra by the thunderer slain. The Rakshas host, when Ravan fell, sent forth a wild terrific yell, then turned and fled, all hope resigned, through Lanka's gates, nor looked behind. His voice each joyous banner raised, and Rama, conquering Rama, praised. Soft from celestial minstrels came the sound of music and acclaim. Soft, fresh, and cool, a rising breeze brought odors from the heavenly trees, and ravishing the sight and smell, a wondrous rain of blossoms fell, and voices breathed round Raghu's son, champion of gods, well done, well done. End of Cantos 106 to 110. Cantos 111 to 114 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 111. Bibhishan's Lament. Bibhishan saw his brother slain, nor could his heart its woe contain. Over the dead king he sadly bent, and mourned him with a loud lament. "O hero, bold and brave," he cried, "skilled in all arms, in battle tried, spoiled of thy crown, with limbs outspread, why wilt thou press thy gory bed? Why slumber on the earth's cold breast, when sumptuous couches woo to rest? Ah me, my brother overbold, thine is the fate my heart foretold. But love and pride forbade to hear the friend who blamed thy wild career. Fallen is the sun who gave us light, our lordly moon is veiled in night, our beacon fire is dead and cold, 100 waves over it rolled. What could his light and fire avail against Lord Rama's airy hail? Woe for the giant's royal tree, whose stately height was fair to see. His buds were deeds of kingly grace, his bloom the suns who decked his rays. With rifled bloom and mangled bough, the royal tree lies prostrate now. Nay, idly mourn not, Rama cried. The warrior king has nobly died. Intrepid hero, firm through all, so fell he as the brave should fall. And ill beseems it chiefs like us to weep for those who perish thus. Be firm, thy causeless grief restrain, and pay the dues that yet remain. Again the vision sadly spoke. His was the hero arm that broke, embattled gods and Indra's might, unconquered ere today in fight. He rushed against thee, fought and fell, as ocean when his waters swell. Hurling his might against a rock, falls spent and shattered by the shock. Woe for our king's untimely end, the generous lord, the trusty friend. Our sure defense when fear arose, a dreaded scourge to stubborn foes. O let the king thy hand has slain, the honors of the dead obtain. Then Rama answered, hatred dies, when low in dust the foeman lies. Now triumph bids the conflict cease, and needs us in the bonds of peace. Let funeral rites be duly paid, and be it mine thy toil to aid. Canto 112. The Rakshas Dames. High rose the universal wail that mourned the monarch's death, and pale, with crushing woe, her hair unbound, her eyes in floods of sorrow drowned, forth from the inner chambers came, with trembling feet each royal dame. Heedless of those who bade them stay, they reached the field where Ravan lay. There, falling by their husband's side, our king, our dearest lord, they cried. Like creepers shattered by the storm, they threw them on his mangled form. One to his bleeding bosom crept, and lifted up her voice and wept. About his feet one mourner clung, around his neck another hung. One on the giant's severed head, her pearly tears in torrents shed. Fast as the drops the summer shower pours down upon the lotus flower. Ah, he whose arm in anger reared, the king of gods and Yama feared, while panic struck their heavenly train, lies prostrate in the battle slain. Thy haughty heart thou wouldst not bend, nor listen to each wiser friend. Ah, had the dame, as they implored, been yielded to her injured lord, we had not mourned this day thy fall, and happy had it been for all. Then Rama and thy friends content, in blissful peace their days had spent. Thine injured brother had not fled, nor giant chiefs and banners bled. Yet for these woes we will not blame thy fancy for the mighty dame. Fate, ruthless fate, whom none may bend, has ours thee to thy hapless end. Canto 113. Mandodari's Lament. While thus they wept, supreme in place, the loveliest for form and face, Mandodari drew near alone, looked on her lord, and made her moan. Our monarch, Indra feared to stand in fight before thy conquering hand. From thy dread spear the immortals ran, and art thou murdered by a man? Ah, it was no child of art, I know, that smote thee with that mortal blow. It was Death himself in Rama's shape that slew thee, Death whom none escape. Or was it he who rules the skies, who met thee clothed in man's disguise? Ah no, my lord, not Indra he, in battle never could look on thee. One only God, thy match I deem. It was Vishnu's self, the Lord Supreme, whose days through ceaseless time extend, and never began, never shall end. He with the discus, shell, and mace brought rain on the giant race. God by the gods of heaven arrayed, like banner hosts his strength to aid. He Rama's shape and arms assumed, and slew the king whom fate had doomed. In Janastan, when Kara died, with giant legions by his side, no mortal was the unconquered foe in Rama's form who struck the blow. When Hanuman the banner came, and burnt thy town with hostile flame, I counselled peace in anxious fear. I counselled, but thou wouldst not hear. Thy fancy for the foreign dame has brought thee death and endless shame. Why should thy foolish fancy roam? Hadst thou not wives as fair at home? In beauty, form, and grace could she, dear Lord, surpass or rival me. Now will the days of Sita glide in tranquil joy by Rama's side, and I, me, around me raves a sea of woe with whelming waves. With thee in days of old I trod each path beloved by nymph and god. I stood with thee in proud delight on Mandar's side and Meru's height. With thee, my lord, enchanted strayed in Chaitara's lovely shade, and viewed each fairest scene afar, transported in thy radiant car. But source of every joy wast thou, and all my bliss is ended now. Then Rama to Bibhishan cried, whatever the ritual beads provide, obsequial honours duly pay, and these sad mourners' grief allay. Bibhishan answered, wise and true, for duty's changeless law he knew. Nay, one who scorned all sacred vows, and dared to touch another's spouse, fell tyrant of the human race. With funeral rites I may not grace. Him, Raghu's royal son, the best of those who loved the law, addressed. False was the rover of the night, he loved the wrong and scorned the right. Yet for the fallen warrior plead, the dauntless heart, the valorous deed. Let him who never had brooked defeat, the chief whom Indra feared to meet, the ever-conquering Lord obtain the honours that should grace the slain. Bibhishan bade his friends prepare the funeral rites with thoughtful care. Himself the royal palace sought, when sacred fire was quickly brought, with sandalwood and precious scents, and pearl and coral ornaments. Wise Brahmins, while the tears that flowed down their wan cheeks their sorrow sowed, upon a golden litter laid the corpse in finest robes arrayed. Thereon were flowers and pennants hung, and loud the monarch's praise was sung. Then was the golden litter raised, while holy fire in order blazed, and first in place Bibhishan led the slow procession of the dead. Behind, their cheeks with tears bedewed, came sad the widowed multitude. Where, raised as Brahmans ordered, stood piled sandal logs and scented wood. The body of the king was set high on a deerskin coverlet. Then duly to the monarch's shade the offerings for the dead they paid, and southward on the eastern side an altar formed and fire supplied. Then on the shoulder of the dead the oil and clotted milk were shed. All rites were done as rules ordain. The sacrificial goat was slain. Next on the corpse were perfumes thrown, and many a flowery wreath was strewn. And with Bibhishan's ready aid, rich vesture over the king was laid. Then while the tears their cheeks bedewed, parched grain upon the dead they strewed. Last to the wood, as the rules require, the vision set the kindling fire. Then having bade, as texts ordain, to Lanka went the morning train. The vision, when his task was done, stood by the side of Raghu's son, and Rama, freed from every foe, unstrung at last his deadly bow, and laid the glittering shafts aside, and mail by Indra's love supplied. Canto 114, The Vision Consecrated. Joy reigned in heaven where every eye had seen the Lord of Lanka die. In cars whose sheen surpassed the sun's, triumphant rode the radiant ones. And Ravan's death by every tongue, and Rama's glorious deeds were sung. They praised the banners true and brave, the counsel wise Sugriva gave. The deeds of Hanuman they told, the valiant chief supremely bold, the strong ally, the faithful friend, and Sita's truth which naught could bend. To Matali, whom Indra sent, his head the son of Raghu bent, and he with fiery steeds who clove the clouds again to Swarga drove. Round King Sugriva, brave and true, his arms in rapture Rama drew, looked on the host with joy and pride, and thus the noble Lakshman cried, Now let king-making drops be shed, dear brother, on Vibhishan's head, for truth and friendship nobly shown, and make him lord of Ravan's throne. This longing of his heart he told, and Lakshman took an arm of gold, and bade the wind-fleet banners bring sea water for the giant's king. The brimming urn was swiftly brought, then on a throne superbly wrought Vibhishan sat, the giant's lord, and over his brows the drops were poured. As Raghu's son the rite beheld, his loving heart with rapture swelled. But tenderer thoughts within him woke, and thus to Hanuman he spoke, Go to my queen, this message give, say Lakshman and Sugriva live, the death of Lanka's monarch tell, and bid her joy, for all is well. End of Cantos 111 to 114. Cantos 115 to 118 of Book 6 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 115, Sita's Joy. The banner chieftain bowed his head, within the walls of Lanka sped, leave from the new-made king obtained, and Sita's lovely garden gained. Beneath a tree the queen he found, where Rakshas warders watched around. Her pallid cheek, her tangled hair, her raiment showed her deep despair. Near and more near the envoy came, and gently hailed the weeping dame. She started up in sweet surprise, and sudden joy illumed her eyes, for well the banner's voice she knew, and hope reviving sprang and grew. Fair queen, he said, our task is done, the foe is slain, and Lanka won. Triumphant made triumphant friends, kind words of greeting Rama sends. Blessed for thy sake, O spouse most true, my deadly foe I met and slew. Mine eyes are strangers yet to sleep, I built a bridge athwart the deep, and crossed the sea to Lanka's shore, to keep the mighty oath I swore. Now, gentle love, thy cares dispel, and weep no more for all is well. Fear not in Ravan's house to stay, for good vision now bears sway. For constant truth and friendship known, regard his palace as thine own. He greets thee thus, thy heart to cheer, and ours by love will soon be here. Then flushed with joy the lady's cheek, her eyes overflowed, her voice was weak, but struggling with her sobs she broke her silence thus, and faintly spoke. So fast the flood of rapture came, my trembling tongue no words could frame. Never had I heard in days of bliss a tale that gave such joy as this. More precious far than gems and gold, the message which thy lips have told. His reverent hands the banner raised, and thus the lady's answer praised. Sweet are the words, O Queen, which thou, true to thy lord, hast spoken now. Better than gems and pearls of price, yea, or the throne of paradise. But, lady, ere I leave this place, grant me, I pray, a single grace. Permit me, and this vengeful hand shall slay thy guards, this rakshas band, whose cruel insult, threat, and scorn thy gentle soul too long has borne. Thus, stern of mood, Hanuman cried. The mighty lady thus replied, Nay, be not wroth with servants, they, when monarchs bid, must needs obey, and vassals of their lords fulfill each fancy of their sovereign will. To mine own sins the blame impute, for as we sow, we reap the fruit. The tyrant's will these dames obeyed, when their fierce threats my soul dismayed. She ceased, with admiration moved, the banner chief her words approved. Thy speech, he cried, is worthy one, whom love has linked to Raghu's son. Now speak, O Queen, that I may know thy pleasure, for to him I go. The banner ceased, then Janak's child made answer as she sweetly smiled. My first, my only wish can be, O chief, my loving lord to see. Again the banner envoy spoke, and with his words new rapture woke. Queen, ere this sun shall cease to shine, thy Rama's eyes shall look in thine. Again the lord of Raghu's race shall turn to thee his moon-bright face. His faithful brother shalt thou see, and every friend who fought for thee, and greet once more thy king restored, like Sachi to her heavenly lord. To Raghu's son his stamps he bent, and told the message that she sent. Canto 116. The Meeting. He looked upon the archer chief, whose full eye mocked the lotus leaf, and thus the noble banner spake. Now meet the queen, for whose dear sake thy mighty task was first begun, and now the glorious fruit is won. Overwhelmed with woe thy lady lies, the hot tears streaming from her eyes, and still the queen must long and pine, until those eyes be turned to thine. But Rama stood in pensive mood, and gathering tears his eyes bedewed. His sad looks sought the ground, he sighed, and thus to King Vibhishan cried, Let Sita bathe and tire her head, and hither to my side be led, in raiment sweet with precious scent, and gay with golden ornament. The Rakshas king his palace sought, and Sita from her bower was brought. Then Rakshas bearers tall and strong, selected from their menial throng, through Lanka's gate the queen, arrayed in glorious robes and gems, conveyed. Concealed behind the silken screen, swift to the plain they bore the queen. while banners close on every side, with eager looks the litter eyed. The warders at Vivitian's hest, the onward rushing throng repressed, while like the roar of ocean loud rose the wild murmur of the crowd. The son of Rego saw and moved, with anger thus the king reproved. Why vex with hasty blow and threat the banners, and my rights forget? Repress this chill, untimely shown. I count this people as mine own. A woman's god is not her bower, the lofty wall, the fenced tower. Her conduct is her best defence, and not a king's magnificence. At holy rites in war and woe, her face unveiled a dame may show. When at the maiden's choice they meet, when Mary's troops parade the street, and she, my queen, who long has lain in prison racked with care and pain, may cease a while her face to hide, for is not Rama by her side. Lay down the litter on her feet, let Sita come her lord to meet, and let the hosts of woodland race look near upon the lady's face. Then Lakshman and each banner chief, who heard his words, were filled with grief. The lady's gentle spirit sank, and from each eye in fear she shrank, as her sweet eyelids veiled for shame. Slowly before her lord she came. While rapture battled with surprise, she raised to his her wistful eyes. Then with her doubt and fear she strove, and from her breast all sorrow drove. Regardless of the gathering crowd, bright as the moon without a cloud, she bent her eyes, no longer dim, in joy and trusting love on him. Canto 117, Sita's Disgrace. He saw her trembling by his side, and looked upon her face and cried, Lady, at length my task is done, and thou, the prize of war, art won. This arm my glory has retrieved, and all that man might do achieved. The insulting foe in battle slain, and cleared mine honour from its stain. This day has made my name renowned, and with success my labour crowned. Lord of myself, the oath I swore is binding on my soul no more. If from my home my queen was reft, this arm has well avenged the theft, and in the field has wiped away the blood that on mine honour lay. The bridge that spans the foaming flood, the city red with giants' blood, the hosts by King Sugriva led, who wisely counselled, fought and bled. Vivitian's love, our guide and stay, all these are crowned with fruit today. But lady, it was not love for thee that led mine army over the sea. It was not for thee our blood was shed, or Lanka filled with giant dead. No fond affection for my wife inspired me in the hour of strife. I battled to avenge the cause of honour and insulted laws. My love is fled, for on thy fame lies the dark blot of sin and shame. And thou art hateful as the light that flashes on the injured side. The world is all before thee, flee, go where thou wilt, but not with me. How should my home receive again a mistress soiled with deathless stain? How should I brook the foul disgrace, scorned by my friends and all my race? For Ravan bore thee through the sky, and fixed on thine his evil eye. About thy waist his arms he threw, close to his breast his captive drew, and kept thee, vessel of his power, and inmate of his lady's bower. Canto 118, Sita's Reply. Struck down with overwhelming shame, she shrank within her trembling frame. Each word of Rama's like a dart had pierced the lady to the heart, and from her sweet eyes unrestrained the torrent of her sorrows rained. Her weeping eyes at length she dried, and thus mid choking sobs replied, Canst thou, a high-born prince, dismiss a high-born dame with speech like this? Such words befit the meanest hind, not princely birth and generous mind. By all my virtuous life I swear, I am not what thy words declare. If some are faithless, wilt thou find no love or truth in womankind? Doubt others if thou wilt, but own the truth which all my life has shown. If when the giant seized his prey, within his hated arms I lay, and felt the grasp I dreaded, blame fate and the robber, not thy dame. What could a helpless woman do? My heart was mine, and still was true. Why, when Hanuman sent by thee, sought Lanka's town across the sea, couldst thou not give, O Lord of man, thy sentence of rejection then? Then in the presence of the chief, dead, ready death had brought relief. Nor had I nursed in woe and pain this lingering life, alas, in vain. Then hadst thou shunned the fruitless strife, nor jeopardized thy noble life, but spared thy friends and bold allies their vain and weary enterprise. Is all forgotten, all my birth, named Janak's child, from fostering out? That day of triumph when a maid my trembling hand in thine I laid, my meek obedience to thy will, my faithful love through joy and ill, that never failed at duty's call, O King, is all forgotten, all? To Lakshman then she turned and spoke, while sobs and sighs her utterance broke. Sumitra's son, a pile prepare, may refuse in my dark despair. I will not leave to bear this weight of shame, forlorn and desolate. The kindled fire my woes shall end, and be my best and surest friend. His mournful eyes the hero raised, and wistfully on Rama gazed, in whose stern look no ruth was seen, no mercy for the weeping queen. No chieftain dared to meet those eyes, to pray, to question, or advise. The wood was past, the wood was piled, and fain to die stood Janak's child. She slowly paced around her lord, the gods with reverent act adored. Then raising suppliant hands the dame prayed humbly to the Lord of Flame. As this fond heart by virtue swayed, from Raghu's son has never strayed, so universal witness, fire, protect my body on the pyre. As Raghu's son has idly laid this jars on Sita, hear and aid. She ceased, and fearless to the last, within the flames wild fury passed. Then rose a piercing cry from all, dames, children, man, who saw her fall, adorned with gems and gay attire, beneath the fury of the fire. End of Cantos 115 to 118. Cantos 119 to 123 of Book 6 of the Ramayan of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by om123. Canto 119. Glory to Vishnu. The shrill cry pierced through Rama's ears, and his sad eyes overflowed with tears, when lo, transported through the sky, a glorious band of gods was nigh. Ancestral shades, by man revered, in venerable state appeared, and he from whom all riches flow, and Yama, Lord who reigns below, King Indra thousand-eyed, and he who wields the scepter of the sea, the God who shows the blazoned bull, and Brahma, Lord most bountiful, by whose command the worlds were made, all these on radiant cars conveyed, brighter than sunbeams, sought the place where stood the prince of Raghu's race, and from their glittering seats the best of blessed gods the chief addressed. Couldst thou, the Lord of all, couldst thou, Creator of the worlds, allow thy queen, thy spouse, to brave the fire, and give her body to the pyre? Dost thou not yet, supremely wise, thy heavenly nature recognize? They ceased, and Rama thus began. I deem myself a mortal man. Of old Ikshaku's line I spring, from Dasarat, Kaushal's king. He ceased, and Brahma's self replied, O cast the idle thought aside. Thou art the Lord Narayan, thou, the God whom all creatures bow. Thou art the Saviour God who wore of old the semblance of a boar. Thou he whose discus overthrows all present, past, and future foes. Thou Brahma, that whose days extend without beginning, growth, or end. The God who bears the bow of horn, whom four majestic arms adorn. Thou art the God who rules the sense, and sways with gentle influence. Thou all-pervading Vishnu, Lord who wears the ever-conquering sword. Thou art the guide who leads aright, thou Krishna of unequalled might. Thy hand, O Lord, the hills and plains, and art with all her life sustains. Thou wilt appear in serpent form, when sinks the art in fire and storm. Queen Sita of the lovely brows is Lakshmi, thy celestial spouse. To free the worlds from Ravan, thou wouldst take the form thou wearest now. Rejoice, the mighty task is done. Rejoice, thou great and glorious one. The tyrant slain, thy labours end. Triumphant now to heaven ascend. High bliss awaits the devotee who clings in loving faith to thee, who celebrates with solemn praise the Lord of never beginning days. On earth below, in heaven above, great joy shall crown his faith and love. And he who loves the tale divine, which tells each glorious deed of thine, through life's fair course shall never know the fierce assault of pain and woe. Canto 120. Sita restored. Thus spoke the self-existent sire. Then swiftly from the blazing pyre the circling flames were backward rolled, and raising in his gentle hold, alive unharmed, the Maytel dame, the Lord of Fire embodied came. Fair as the morning was her sheen, and gold and gems adorned the queen. Her form in crimson robes arrayed, her hair was bound in glossy braid. Her wreath was fresh and sweet of scent, undimmed was every ornament. Then, standing close to Rama's side, the universal witness cried, From every blot and blemish free, thy faithful queen returns to thee. In word or deed, in look or mind, her heart from thee has never declined. By force the giant bore away from thy lone cot his helpless prey, and in his bowers securely kept, she still has longed for thee and wept. With soft temptation, bribe and threat, he bade the dame her love forget, but, nobly faithful to her lord, her soul the giant's sweet avowed. Receive, O king, thy queen again, pure, ever pure, from spot and stain. Still stood the king in thoughtful mood, and tears of joy his eyes bedewed. Then to the best of gods, the best of warrior chiefs, his mind expressed. It was meet that made the thousands hear the searching fire my queen should clear, for long within the giant's bower she dwelt, the vessel of his power. For else had many a slanderous tongue reproaches on mine honour flung, and scorned the king who, love impelled, his consort from the proof withheld. No doubt had I, but surely knew that Janak's child was pure and true, that come what might, in good and ill, her faithful heart was with me still. I knew that Ravan could not wrong my queen whom virtue made so strong. I knew his heart would sink and fail, nor dare her honour to assail, as ocean, when it raves and roars, fears to overleap his bounding shores. Now to the worlds her truth is shown, and Sita is again mine own. Thus proved before unnumbered eyes, on her pure fame no shadow lies. As heroes to their glory cleave, mine own dear spouse I never will leave. He ceased, and clasped in fond embrace, on his dear breast she hid her face. Canto 121. Dasarath. To him Maheshwar thus replied, O strong-armed hero, lotus-eyed, thou, best of those who love the right, hast nobly fought the wondrous fight. Dispelled by thee the doom that spread through trembling earth and heaven is fled. The worlds exult in light and bliss, and praise thy name, O chief, for this. Now peace to Bharat's heart restore, and bid Kaushalya weep no more. Thy face let Queen Kaikeyi see, let fond Sumitra gaze on thee. The longing of thy friends relieve, the kingdom of thy sires receive. Let sons of gentle Sita born Ikshaku's ancient line adorn. Then from all care and foemen freed, perform the offering of the steed. In pious gifts thy wealth expand, then to the home of gods ascend. Thy sire, this glorious king, behold, among the blessed in heaven enrolled. He comes from where the immortals dwell. Salute him, for he loves thee well. His mandate Raghu's sons obeyed, and to their sire obeisance made, where high he stood above the car, in wondrous light that shone afar. His limbs in radiant garments dressed, whereon no spot of dust might rest. When on the son he loved so well, the eyes of Dasarath fell. He strained the hero to his breast, and thus with gentle words addressed. No joy to me is heavenly bliss, for there these eyes my Rama miss. Enrolled on high with saint and sage, thy woes, dear son, my thoughts engage. Kaikeyi's guile I never forget, her cruel words will haunt me yet. Which sent thee forth, my son, to roam the forest far from me and home. Now when I look on each dear face, and hold you both in fond embrace, my heart is full of joy to see the sons I love from danger free. Now know I what the gods designed, and how in Rama's form enshrined the might of Purushottam lay, the tyrant of the worlds to slay. Ah, how Kaushalya will rejoice to hear again her darling's voice, and all thy weary wanderings o'er, to gaze upon thy face once more. Are blessed, for ever blessed are they, whose eyes shall see the glorious day of thy return in joy at last, thy term of toil and exile past. Ayodhya's Lord, begin thy reign, and day by day new glory gain. He ceased, and Rama thus replied, "Be not disgrace, O sire, denied, those hasty words that cause reproach, which from thy lips in anger broke. Kaikeyi be no longer mine, I cast thee off, both thee and thine. O father, let no sorrow fall on her or hers, thy cause recall." "Yea, she shall live, if so thou wilt," the sire replied, absolved from guilt. Round Lakshman then his arms he threw, and moved by love began anew. "Great store of marriage shall be thine, and brightly shall thy glory shine. Secure on earth thy brother's grace, and high in heaven shall be thy place. Thy glorious king obey and fear, to him the triple world is dear. God, saint and sage, by Indra led, to Rama bow the reverent head. Nor from the Lord, the lofty souled, their worship or their praise withhold. Heart of the gods, supreme is he, the one who never shall cease to be." On Sita then he looked and smiled. "List to my words," he said, "dear child. Let not thy gentle breast retain one lingering trace of wrath or pain. When by the fire thy truth be proved, by love for thee his will was moved. The furious flame thy fate confessed, which shrank not from the awful test. And thou, in every heart enshrined, shalt live the best of womankind." He ceased, he bade the tree adieu, and home to heaven exulting flew. Canto 122, Indra's Boon. Then Indra, he whose fiery stroke slew furious Parker, turned and spoke, "A glorious day, O chief, is this, rich with the fruit of lasting bliss. Well pleased are we love thee well. Now speak, thy secret wishes tell." Thus spake the sovereign of the sky, and this was Rama's glad reply: "If I have won your grace, incline to grant this one request of mine. Restore, O king, the banner dead, whose blood for me was nobly shed. To life and strength my friends recall, and bring them back from Yama's hall. When fresh in might the warriors rise, prepare a feast to glad their eyes. Let fruits of every season glow, and streams of purest water flow." Thus Raghu's son, great-hearted, prayed, and Indra thus his answer made: "High is the boon thou seekest, none should win this grace but Raghu's son. Yet, faithful to the word I spake, I grant the prayer for thy dear sake. The banners, whom the giants slew, their life and vigour shall renew. Their strength repaired, their gashes healed, whose torrents dyed the battlefield. The warrior hosts from death shall rise, like sleepers when their slumber flies." Restored from Yama's dark domain, the banner legions filled the plain, and round the royal chief arrayed, with wondering hearts obeisance paid. Each god the son of Raghu praised, and cried as loud his voice he raised: "Turn, king, to fair Ayodhya speed, and leave thy friends of banner breed. Thy true devoted consort cheer, after long days of woe and fear. Bharat, thy loyal brother, see, a hermit now for love of thee. The tears of Queen Kaushalya dry, and light with joy each stepdame's eye. Then consecrated king of man, make glad each faithful citizen." They ceased, and borne on radiant cars, sought their bright home amid the stars. Canto 123, The Magic Car. Then slept the tamer of his foes, and spent the night in calm repose. The vision came when morning broke, and hailed the royal chief and spoke. Here, weigh thee precious oil and scents, and rich attire and ornaments. The brimming urns are newly filled, and women in their duty skilled, with lotus eyes thy call attend, assistance at thy birth to lend. Let others, Rama cried, desire these precious scents, the rich attire. I heed not such delights as these, for faithful Bharat, ill at ease, watching for me is keeping now, far, far away, his rigorous vow. By Bharat's side I long to stand, I long to see my fatherland. Far is Ayodhya, long, alas, the dreary road and hard to pass. One day, the vision cried, one day shall bear thee over that length of way. Is not the wondrous chariot mine, named Pushpak, wrought by hands divine? The prize which Ravan seized of old, victorious over the god of gold. This chariot, kept with utmost care, will waft thee through the fields of air, and thou shalt light unwearied down in fair Ayodhya's royal town. But yet, if aught that I have done has pleased thee well, O Raghu's son, if still thou carest for thy friend some little time in Lanka spend, thereafter toil of battle rest within my halls an honoured guest. Again the son of Raghu spake, thy life was perilled for my sake. Thy counsel gave me priceless aid. All honours have been richly paid. Scarce can my love refuse, O best of giant kind, thy last request. But still I yearn once more to see my home and all most dear to me. Nor can I brook 1 hour's delay. Forgive me, speed me on my way. He ceased. The magic car was brought, of yore by Vishwakarma wrought. In sun-like sheen it flashed and blazed, and Raghu's sons in wonder gazed. End of Cantos 119 to 123.